Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. Don't call them a Cinderella if you ask them, but number 14 Oakland pulled off an upset for the history books as they shocked John Calipari and number 3 Kentucky. As heard on CBS, an 80-76 final, senior Jack Gohlke became a local hero with 10 triples and 20 attempts for 32 points. The Grizzlies fought off Kentucky for the final 14 minutes of the game, never giving up their lead since that point. It's the first time in program history they advanced to the round of 32, where they will face number 11, NC State, tomorrow night. Tom Izzo's squad also moving on after beating Mississippi State 69-51. Izzo called it one of their best opening round victories. They'll get number 1 North Carolina tomorrow. Massive win for the Wings, pouring it on the Islanders at the LCA 5-3. 2 goals for Larkin and 2 for Andrew Kopp. The victory keeps them in the second wildcard spot, with New York and Washington trying to chase them down. Cam Sutton no longer a Detroit Lion. The team parts ways with the cornerback after police revealed they're searching for him in connection with a domestic violence strangulation that happened back on March 7th. And Colt Keith swatting his first spring home run for the Tigers in Lakeland. The Mets did beat them 10-5, but Parker Meadows and Kerry Carpenter also flew the fences as they prepare for next week's season opener. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Well, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
How's everybody
Good
doing?
morning.
No Jim today. John, Heather, Greg, Tom, Jim back on Monday. Listen, I don't know what you guys watched yesterday. I happened to be watching The Gentleman on Netflix. I didn't watch any basketball. Anything happen? Holy cow.
Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. It started off great, obviously, with the Michigan State win. And then last night, I think most people were stuck in between the Dylan Larkin return and Jack Gohlke. And Jack Gohlke won the day, probably won the year. And who the hell knows what happens next, but let's just roll around in the moment for just a moment. That is unreal.
So Oakland University, for all the people that said, what has Greg Campy ever done? By the way, Greg will join us at 8:02. All the people that ever said he's been there 40 years, why you paying this bum? All the people that said 4 tournaments, last one 12 years ago. Come on, bro, get another coach. All the people that reacted like that, I'm pretty sure Campy just rubbed it in everybody's faces. He takes down his boy Calipari. They beat Kentucky. Jack Gohlke comes out of nowhere. It is the ultimate tournament story, and it happens in Oakland County. It happens right in our backyard. Like, John, listen, I'm not going to lie to you. I did 2 color games for the radio broadcast last year. I probably watched about 30 Oakland games my entire life. I like Greg Campy. I've golfed with Greg Campy before. With that all being said, I was pacing. I was sweating. I don't understand why I reacted that way, but I think all of Metro Detroit, by looking at social media, was reacting the same exact way. At one point, second half, 10 minutes left to go, right before the after 8 timeout, media timeout, my wife texts me. She's like, what are you doing down there? Apparently, I didn't even realize I was so loud, yelling and screaming when Gohlke was making threes and Trey Townsend keeping them alive in the second half. I didn't realize how much I cared until I realized how much I cared.
And so the last time I think I watched an Oakland game would have been back in high school, probably when I was recruited
when Campy
by Coach Campy. Yeah, and we talked about it last week, and I can't wait to talk to him at 8:02. It's going to be an unbelievable moment. I couldn't be happier for an individual. I don't know Jack Gohlke, and I'm excited for him. I'm excited for all these guys. But I do know Greg Campy, and I've known him for a long time. I could not be happier and more excited. And like you, last night, my family is a little bit spread out today, and we were watching via Zoom. And my girls, who have obviously met Coach Campy at the Jamie Samuelson softball game, they were jumping up and down on Zoom. And it was it was just one of those moments where you kind of lose yourself in sports. It's exactly what sports is supposed to be, especially when you are invested in an individual. And you lose yourself for, sometimes it's 2 or 3 hours. Other times it's about 15, 20 minutes. This was the span of an NCAA tournament game where you kept thinking, all right, he hit 7 in the first half. He can't possibly keep that. And Coach Campy said at halftime when he was interviewed,
Keep
what do you tell, yeah, keep shooting. and they were saying on the broadcast, hey, that's great coaching, right? That's what they had to do. And you kept thinking Kentucky, this blue blood, Calipari, like the amount of money they spend on their program and their coach versus Oakland and their coach, the facilities, the recruiting, all that stuff. At some point, it's going to be too much for Oakland, and they're just going to run away.
Yes.
Like and it just never happened. They just kept fighting. They kept shooting. They just kept doing what they had to do. Wasn't perfect by any means, but they kept doing what they had to do to win the game.
Well, first of all, this is why the tournament's the best. Like all the people that want to change the tournament or not let mid-majors in or whatever the case is, this is why the tournament's the best. Because on 2 days, it's always the Thursday and Friday, there's always one massive upset that captivates everybody. The fact is, it just happened to captivate us. The second thing is, I am just blown away by how everybody was affected. But I think, and we're going to get into every angle of this game, but this is like Oakland Day here at 97 won the ticket. All the Oakland Golden Grizzlies that never thought they would ever go to a tournament, much less probably get John Calipari fired. Let's be honest. He's already lost to St. Peter's. Now he loses to Oakland. Are they really going to keep him around? Hell, bring him up to Michigan. Maybe he's the next coach in Ann Arbor. But for all the people that had to watch Michigan and Michigan State go dancing, like this is your time. This is not only the biggest upset we've ever seen. We'll get into that. But it was, I think we all bonded together for a 2-hour span and couldn't believe what we were watching. Like, Heather, you were telling a story before the show how...
So I was trying to get ready to go, get ready for bed. We got to wake up early. So I was going upstairs. The game was still on. And we've got a lot to juggle with bedtimes and bottles and babies and getting ready for the morning when I'm not there. And I just wanted to not have to make bottles and things like that. And I didn't know if Colin would be able to I know he can make bottles, but I always do it. So I didn't know if he could handle it. I'm trying to talk to him like, hey, do you know how to thaw the milk? Do you know how to do it? And he's like, Heather? And he had his hand up like,
leave me alone, woman.
Stop talking to me. I am watching the game. And I was like, okay. And so I went upstairs and I didn't see the end of it. But then after that, when it ended, he came upstairs. It was like, they won.
But he's a Michigan State guy, correct?
I mean, he's kind of a neutral. He went to Western, so he's
Okay,
like
so
a neutral party.
So what is it about Oakland University? Like, let's be honest. I don't think a lot of people have gone to Oakland games. If you go up to the campus, I mean, it's nice and all,
but it's not, campus.
Yes, but it's not like, I can't believe how this has captivated everybody.
And here's to let you know for the younger fans that were watching it. Obviously, my kids have met Coach Campy, but my son, who was watching the game physically with me, he had picked Kentucky to go, I don't know, Sweet 16, Elite 8, whatever it was, and he was kind of moaning and groaning, and he's like, "Where is this Oakland?" And I'm like, wait.
Whoa.
I have not educated my son appropriately. I'm like, do you recognize? And I don't think he was at the game last year at the softball game. So my son, not Coach Campy. And I don't think he recognized Coach Campy. And I said, Bud, that's Oakland University. That's up by Grandma and Grandpa. Mm-hmm. And he goes, oh, it's that one? He goes, that? Like, I didn't even know that they had a basketball team. And he's talking about this because it's so small, right? And it's Oakland University in Oakland County. So we sat there and we had a little educational moment. And he's still bummed because his bracket is busted. But I said, hey, everybody's bracket is busted.
Oh, yeah.
No, there's only I was looking on ESPN. There's like 1,500 brackets that are perfect out of 20 million after yesterday. And I said after today, they're all going to be busted. But that's to the uniqueness of this upset and how epic it is. And then the fact that Coach Campy and Coach Calipari are good friends. And I know he talked to you and Rico. He talked to me and Costa earlier in the week, and he talked about the phone calls and the text messages. And And just on a dude side note, like this is epic bragging rights for the rest of his life with his coaching buddies.
Well, I think Izzo and Campy and Calipari, the three of them are like super close. They're super tight.
Yeah.
But you got to believe that whenever Campy sees Cal for the rest of his life, he's going to remind him of this. That's number one. Number two, I like that Cal has a burner phone because we all saw the picture of when Campy got the congratulatory text from Cal, and it said Cal's phone number 2. I think that's great, but we can ask him about that. My favorite part about the entire game, by the way, was at the very end. It's like a 5-point game. Oakland's coming down to shoot some free throws. They're going insane. They're feeling it. They know they pulled the upset. Campy is yelling at them at the top of their lungs to, like, knock it off. You haven't done anything yet. Nobody knows what happens in the tournament. And then Rocket Watts, who, by the way, went to Mississippi State, who went to Michigan State. They played each other earlier in the day and then pulls off one of the best upsets in state history. Rocket Watts, like, shouts back at Campy, like, dude, we got this. It was almost like he was shouting back at Izzo. And then they pull the upset. And then we didn't even talk about Trey Townsend, who is Mr. Oakland.
Right.
His dad went to Oakland, played for Campy, and is now a school photographer and got to, like, shoot his kid making that free throw at the end. It was awesome. But 2, 4, 8, 5, 3.
Did you see the look on his dad's face when he missed the first one and they were showing him? That's the problem you run into when you have a story like that and dad, mom, everybody's going to be on camera, and he misses that first one and you could see the wince at his dad's face. And I mean, there's so much to talk about with Coach Campy and just the beginnings of him at Oakland. Obviously we've got plenty of time to talk about it, but it's an unbelievable story. And last night it's a moment that I don't think anybody watching the NCAA tournament, but especially here in Southeast Michigan, they're never going to forget.
248-539-9797. We'll continue the conversation. Greg Campy will join us at 8:02. We're still looking for Kenny Cott. Is Kenny Cott okay? We need to hear from Kenny Cott as well. We'll do it all next. 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, looking for ways to level up your fitness? Well, the YMCA is always welcoming new members with no contract and no joiner fees. I'm loving the YMCA family membership with access to indoor pools, less milk, group fitness classes, hundreds of machines, and all with free child watch while you work out. And all of this is less than $3 a day. And if you join today, you get 50% off your first month. And a membership covers nationwide access to thousands of locations with 7 here in Metro Detroit. Learn more at ymcadetroit.org and find what moves you.
Oh, that's right. We're talking about Oakland University. How many times has the Costa and Jansen program started up by talking Oakland basketball? Guys?
Never.
Never. We'll have Greg Campy on at 8:02 talking about the big win for the Golden Grizz, and it was amazing. I'm curious if you happen to be driving around, heading to work, even if you're not an Oakland fan, because let's be honest, it's not like they have the biggest fan base. How did you react yesterday? Because me, John, Heather's husband, we all couldn't contain ourselves. And it's the trifecta. It's not only the upset, but it's the local upset and it's the tournament. And more than likely, maybe you put a couple dimes on it as well. The tournament's great for that anyway. You got the boozing, you got the betting, and you got the basketball. That's why I took the day off yesterday. And then this was just unbelievable. So if you want to hit us up, 248-539-9797. I got a couple quick ticket texts I want to read to you guys.
Oh, thank you, Stoney.
I thought he was off this show. He's back.
He always appears. He's the lingerer. He always appears somewhere.
When Costa is out, Stoney comes back in. Couple quick ticket texts. Proud OU alum was at the Wings game, standing the last 4 minutes, losing my mind following the OU game on my phone. Everyone in my section looking and cheering with me. Wings posted the score at center scoreboard, Marty and Wixom. Okay, I read that. That just gave me chills. The Wings put the score of the Oakland game on the big screen.
I want to know. I was wondering last night if they were going to start chanting Jack Gohlke instead of Jared Goff, or I mean, like, because that's remember
yesterday
we heard
they were
all that
chanting
stuff.
Dylan Larkin. So
okay. Well, as they should.
Larkin
He's back, and they won.
He is, and you know what? Most days you probably talk about the fact that they've won 3 of 4, that they're 3 points up in the playoff race, that they seem fixed, and Lalonde, who I now look like, doesn't need to be fired anymore. Most days you talk about that. This isn't most days.
By the way, yeah, I kind of let that one go, but the dome looks good. It's nice and shiny.
Thank you. I waxed it before I came in today. I got the call late that I was going to be doing the show. Here's a couple more ticket text. Campy and OU 40 years icing on the cake. And then how about this one? Should I read that one? Greg gave it to me. Cookie starts a new gig and is already taking a day off. Effing millennials, Mike and Williamston.
You know what? You hit the nail on the head there, Mike. And when he is back on Monday, trust me, we will. This is going to be something that we're going to have to discuss. He's here for a month, and then all of a sudden, the NCAA tournament, and he gets a day off.
Yeah, I don't blame him. I took the day off yesterday. It was fantastic. I mean, It was unbelievable. I listened to you guys yesterday, and then I hit a little workout, and at 12:15, I was in my Barcalounger watching Michigan State kick the crap out of Mississippi State. I know this day is about Oakland, but Sparty's also moving on. They win 69-51, and I don't know if you saw this, but Tyson Walker was unbelievable with 19. Jaden Akins probably played his best game as a Spartan. And A.J. Hoggard had 8 points and 8 assists and was wearing his shorts backwards. Did you see that? I'm not even kidding.
Didn't see that.
He went viral.
No. It's unbelievable. But how about the athletic ability of Jaden Akins? Like the hustle block shot, maybe a little bit reminiscent of Prince. And then all of a sudden, I mean, the slam, just his ability, his athletic ability was on full display. And I mean, they needed every bit of it. Obviously, they walked away. I predicted yesterday that they were going to win by 15. And my apologies to Spartan fans that I underestimated them.
So if you look at Michigan State, there's a couple of things. Tom Izzo is unbelievable when he gets a day of prep before the second game of a tournament weekend. He's unreal. He doesn't seem to lose. The second thing is they now take on North Carolina, and Armando Bacot is their big man. So I would assume Michigan State is going to probably struggle to stop him. However, if you look at North Carolina, probably the weakest of the top seeds. They play in a conference that isn't all that impressive. They don't have any impressive wins all that much this season. And more than anything, guys, yes, I'm setting this up for another upset. More than anything, Michigan State all season long, yes, they've pissed you off. Yes, everybody's wanted Izzo murdered and fired and literally just done with. However, if you look at the close games Michigan State has played in against really good teams, they're kind of plentiful. Like, they've played Purdue twice, lost by 6 at Mackey, then lost by 5 in the Big Ten tournament. They beat Illinois. The other Illinois game, they lost by 3, I want to say. They played Arizona tough. They played Duke tough. Like, this is vintage Tom Izzo. So we could be looking. This is kind of sexy. We could be looking, I did say sexy, at a situation where all the people that said Campy doesn't deserve to have a job and all the people that say Izzo doesn't deserve to have a job, they could all meet if somehow, some way, Michigan State pulls the upset tomorrow and gets to the Sweet 16. You add that very quickly to the fact that Oakland is going to play NC State, and we could talk to Campy about this, and NC State is an 11 seed, and you know what they suck at? They suck at defending the 3. Jack Gohlke, baby, step on down.
It's going to be it could possibly be epic. And here's the thing. Maybe there's going to be a watch party. And we can invite all of those that, especially here at the station, that didn't want their own school, Michigan State, to win yesterday. And they were actively rooting that that the misery would be over, that they wouldn't have to have this. And the others that wanted to have their team, Oakland, that they wanted them, they had no shot.
It's going to be a very sad afternoon show today. It really is. Bunch of guys cheering against their alma mater. News with Heather right now.
Well, let's talk about this. Gonzaga coach Mark Few was not happy that the Oakland, Kentucky game was being shown on the big screens right above the court during the Bulldogs tournament game on Thursday. He was not happy about that, apparently, because people in the stands were very happy about it. There was the cheer, "Here we go, Oakland, here we go." People were yelling in the stands and apparently interrupting the game. So he was not too happy about that.
Wait, okay, so they're playing McNeese State. They killed them.
Yes.
And the game is going on, and the Oakland game is on the big screen instead of their game?
And people were cheering for Oakland.
That is amazing.
And he just said, hey, this isn't like somebody's house where you're flipping channels all the time. You should be watching the show that's right in front of
Mark
you.
Few, couple things. Go win a national title, number 1. Number 2, stop drinking and driving. And number 3, stop it. You killed McNeese State. Nobody cares. Come on.
Yeah.
I agree. Is that normal? Do they always do that where they play another game?
No, I don't think so.
No, I don't know. That's probably the first time I've ever heard that happening. I can't even imagine them showing another game in an epic moment while a current game is going on.
Okay, I totally get that. I
So
thought
who
maybe
makes
this
that
was
call?
like something that was normal.
I misunderstood you. You asked me during a break, is that normal? I'm like, oh, yeah.
You said it was normal.
I thought they were just catching them up. I didn't realize that the game is going on, and you look up on the scoreboard, and it's the Oakland game.
So people were cheering for Oakland while things were happening in a different game on the court, and they did turn the cameras or the game off, but then people booed. So they turned it back on, and then they turned it off just seconds before Oakland won.
That's amazing.
I know. You brought up drunk driving. Let's talk about that. Greg Scruggs, the now former Michigan defensive line coach, has resigned from his position following his drunk driving arrest. He was arrested in Ann Arbor last Saturday morning. Police say they found his vehicle stopped at an intersection with its hazard lights on. And according to the police report, Scruggs told the officers that he had been to this restaurant where he had 2 drinks. That was until 11:30 p.m. And then he went to the Pretzel Bell where he said he had no drinks, but officers could smell alcohol in his breath. His eyes were bloodshot. He failed a field sobriety test right there. And then he did initially refuse a breathalyzer. But then he kind of said, hey, what's going to take longer? Me not taking this test or me taking a test, because I have to get to a work meeting at 10 a.m. So he eventually agreed to take this breathalyzer at 3:34 a.m. and he blew a .16. That was on the first test. He took another one and it was a .17. Yikes. This is apparently 4 hours after he said he had his last drink. If we believe him that he didn't have anything to drink at the Pretzel Bell. And not only that, but even if he had, this is still 2 hours after he was arrested. I mean, it's crazy. It's stupid. It blows my mind that this happened. Yep. I'll end it with this. The Lions have released Cam Sutton one day after his arrest warrant for domestic battery became public. He's still wanted for domestic battery by strangulation, which is a felony punishable by up to 5 years in prison. Florida police say they are tracking Sutton, and they want him to know that nobody is above the law.
Does it blow you away at the fact that he's still not found?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, for 2 weeks before we even knew about it, they were looking for him, and now it's a nationwide APB.
Wow. Somebody knows where he is.
We can get into later in the show just the fact that how it affects the Lions cap as they release Cam Sutton, because I have those numbers. We'll do that later on. Okay. Thank you, Heather. Coming up next, is it the greatest upset in the history of our state? I think so, but then what's number 2? We'll hit on it. 97.1 The Ticket. We're not a Cinderella. I beg to differ, but that's okay. Jack Gohlke, a former D2 kid that comes out, a bench player averaging 12 points a game, 12.2 to be exact, comes on the court during that game against Kentucky and nails 10 threes, one shy of the tournament record. He was 10 of 20, ends up with 30 points, 32 points, and nobody will ever forget him. Like, he is Bryce Drew. He is the next NCAA tournament, icon. It was unbelievable.
And when we had Coach Campy on, I asked him this and I couldn't believe this. I think during the regular season, he only took 8 shots inside of the 3-point line. One of them was a layup at the end of a game, and it just – The whole game has changed so much, but when you have a guy like this who was the 6th man of the year in the Horizon League, you could see why. And just they had to have a performance like that out of someone if they were going to have a chance to win. And Jack Gohlke stepped up, and he was he was not shy about it either. He was launching from everywhere.
Jack Gohlke played at Division II Hillsdale College for 5 seasons. He did Uber. He did DoorDash on the side. He entered the transfer portal. He ends up at Oakland, and now he is unreal. Let's go to a couple calls, and then I got a question for you guys, 248-539-9797, and he's looking to do more on Saturday as they take on NC State. Let's go to Jameson. You're on the ticket. What's going on, Jameson?
Hey, guys. So I just wanted to call. I was an Oakland University alum from 2020, and Oakland basketball just has a special place in my heart. My wife is actually a cheerleader, so the first time I ever saw her was at an Oakland basketball game. And then also, too, I've been able to be the Grizz mascot once before. But It was just so awesome being down here. I'm in Virginia now. And my wife and I, we were just sharing with our church small group. We were telling them, look at Oakland Grizzlies go. It was just awesome to be a part of it. Because I'm a Michigan fan, but I've never been able to have that personal connection to the screen in such a way.
Were you in contact with any of your wife, since she was a cheerleader, with any of your college friends?
Oh yeah, our group chat was blowing up. I was trying to figure out if I could drive up to Michigan this weekend for the watch party.
It's gonna be wild all over town because of the Oakland Grizzlies.
Jameson, I think you're going to the Sweet 16. I think you can beat North Carolina State. Who'd have thought?
I like our chances.
I appreciate the call, man. Congratulations. See, this is what I feel good about. All these Oakland fans that never, ever thought it could happen to us. How many tournaments have you watched? Oakland's never been in it. It never even crossed your mind that maybe they could win a tournament game, but then to beat Kentucky. I got this stat for you. I want to give it to you, John. This is from Opta Stats. In the last 25 years, very reputable, Opta.
Yes.
In the last 25 years across the NBA, the WNBA, and Division I men's and women's basketball, there have been 2 instances of a player coming off the bench and attempting 20 or more three-pointers in a game without attempting a single two-pointer.
Okay.
One was Jack Gohlke. Do you know who the other was?
I would have no idea. Absolutely
Jack
no
Gohlke.
idea.
He's done it
really?
twice. He's the only guy. He did it February 8th against Northern Kentucky and did it yesterday against Kentucky. So he's got a thing against Kentucky. He's pretty good against Kentucky in the state of Kentucky.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. But here's the thing. Here's the wild thing about the history of Greg Campy. When he took over at Oakland, first of all, they were a D2 school. He's taken them to D1. He's taken them to the tournament. Now he has this epic moment. But I don't even think there was a three-point line in college basketball.
No, I think you're right about that.
and now the star of the show is a guy that's drilling them from behind the arc.
Oh, it's unbelievable. Let's go to Jason in South Lyon. You're on the ticket. Hey, Jason, how are you, man?
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Great game. Cinderella story, whatever you want to call it. It was a memorable day. Let's put it that way, because my buddy who passed away 8 months ago, a little emotional. Dan Waterstrat. If you remember Dan Waterstrat,
Yes.
he was my buddy who played on my competitive rec team.
Yep.
I coached with him. He was a sideline reporter with Oakland. He transferred from Rutgers. He passed away very shortly on, God rest his soul, but it was his birthday yesterday, my daughter's birthday yesterday. I mean, it was
Jason.
go and win against the next team. They just keep just bringing this momentum. I coach sports, all these sports, and man, that coach has got them fired up. Let's go. And Big Dan, this one was for you, bud.
Thank you, Jason.
It was, yes.
You know what's funny? You kind of overlook the fan base, don't you? Like, you just hear Oakland University, it's usually an afterthought. I'm not trying to be mean. It's just kind of how you feel. But you kind of forget that there's all these people that went to Oakland, that grew up as Oakland fans, and now all those people get to celebrate what they saw yesterday. I can't even imagine being an Oakland alum. Speaking of Oakland alum, I get this ticket text. Kenny Cott cannot jump back on the OU bandwagon after all this crap talk about them.
Oh, no, there's no way. He can't come on and talk about how great this moment was. He did. Do we have confirmation that he showed up last night at an Oakland watch party in a Kentucky T-shirt?
Asking to turn on the Red Wings game.
Yes. Do we have confirmation of that? I mean, that's something that we've got to know in regards to all of it.
I got a couple more for you. How can you not root for a team with a player that has 325 threes and only 8 twos?
Oh, it's ridiculous.
And then I got another ticket text that I think Tom needs to correct, but I need Tom to correct this. Eastern Michigan beating Duke in the Sweet 16. That's a huge upset, bigger than this one. Thomas, go ahead.
All right, so this was what we were going to get into here is arguably maybe the greatest local upset ever. And ticket texters, we're doing positive ones, not negatives. So we know App State is
Right.
the
And Middle Tennessee
biggest-
State from Michigan State.
Right, but in terms of a victory on our end, is this the greatest upset locally ever? And the ticket texter referenced Eastern Michigan against Duke. No. First off, it wasn't the Sweet 16. It was the opening round. Second off, it was an 8-9 matchup. I believe Eastern was the higher seed, but who cares? And Duke was awful. They really were. They were coming off their worst year with Coach K, and then the next year when they did play Eastern, they were kind of still in recovery. Wojo was on those teams. I saw the game in
Not
person.
my radio partner,
I got the
Wojo.
facts here. I was in person at that game and saw it. It was a great moment. It's one of Eastern's best moments. They made the Sweet 16 another year. This was a 3-14, and I know this wasn't super vintage Kentucky, but this still was a 3-seeded Kentucky team. And I'm scratching my head this morning. This is the definition of March Madness, and I don't think it's ever happened in our backyard quite like this.
I think it's a great question, and I am ready to nominate this the biggest upset of our land. I really am. So I want to ask what's number 2. And I got some suggestions. I know John does. I know Tom and Greg do as well, and Heather. But is this the best upset, the biggest upset? I think yes. What's number 2? As far as that Eastern team is concerned, Tom's right. That Duke team they beat, I'm not taking anything away from the Eastern Eagles. Were they the Hurons back then, I believe? But I'm not taking anything away from that. But, yeah, last night was much, much bigger. So 248-539-9797, the ticket text, the exact same number. Costa out. He'll be back on Monday, the morning show. Everybody else is here. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to take the time to get to know you, ask you questions, sit down with you, and build a financial plan that's going to fit you best. When you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well, and they volunteer and donate on a regular basis to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Oh, that's right. That's Neil Rule on the call. That dude's been doing Oakland basketball for quite some time. What a moment for him. What a moment for all the Oakland alum. What a moment for just Michigan. So we've already determined this is the biggest upset ever around these parts. So what's number two? What's number two if you want to go around the room, and then I'm going to take some calls, 248-539-9797. By the way, don't miss it, 802. Greg Campy's going to call this radio show, or we'll call him, and we're going to talk all things Jack Gohlke. We'll find out what his favorite food is, and if he had a teddy bear growing up. I mean, that kid is unreal, and it needs to be reiterated. They play North Carolina State tomorrow, and North Carolina State not great at defending the three. So let it rain. And by the way, the other kid, Blake Lampman, who is really good for them, I think he only had 1 3 yesterday. Kind of an off day for that kid. So I would assume he'll be better tomorrow. We could be looking at a situation where Oakland and Michigan State go to the Sweet 16.
It would be an unbelievable first weekend of the tournament. It's already been an unbelievable first round. But the first weekend of the tournament, if we get Michigan State beating North Carolina, and I mean, we could have the state of Michigan invading the state of North Carolina. That's what it comes down to. You're going to beat North Carolina. You're going to beat NC State. It could be an unbelievable. So, I think number two. It's so hard to say because it's such a distant second in regards to whoever you're going to take. And I think it might be the 04 Pistons beating the Lakers. Not just beating them, but sweeping them. And that to me is the next closest upset. But you're talking about a team that was in the NBA Finals. So I'm not even sure that you could qualify that as an upset, except it was Kobe, it was Shaq, it was domination.
Let me ask you this very quickly. Then let's go to Tom and Greg. Are Michigan State fans allowed to count App State as the greatest upset ever? No. Okay. Well, they're Michigan State fans. They're Michigan State fans. All right. What do you guys got? What's the second greatest upset? We're already saying Oakland over Kentucky is number one.
I'm going to go with Michigan over number 1 Ohio State in 1998 with Bill Burke and Plaxico Burress.
I like that. All right. What do you got?
That's an excellent one, and I also think their win without Connor Cook back in 15.
Yes.
You know, this is just so different and dynamic because it's the little guy. I would probably say U of D in 99 against UCLA. I just think last night was better. I think the drama, this Gohlke kid is the face of March Madness, and he plays 30 minutes away. That's never happened here when you've got the kid that's, you know, you never heard of the kid. We didn't even hear. I didn't know who he was before because I didn't watch it because we didn't give OU much play.
We never do. But, I mean, that was their day yesterday, and today's their day. And, again, I think they got a great chance to beat North Carolina State. For me, and I want to hear from the people, 248-539-9797, we're crowning Oakland as number one biggest upset of our era, of our area. What's number two? And I go with the Tigers beating the Yankees in 06. The fact that it went 5 games, the fact that Todd Jones struck out A-Rod in game 2 after the Yankees rained that game out intentionally. Remember that? Justin Verlander warmed up, and then he had to warm back down because the Yankees knew, but the Tigers didn't know. And then the Tigers beat him. I mean, that was awesome. That was an upset. I think Derek Jeter had 5 hits in game 1. And the fact that the Tigers won that and then go all the way to the World Series in a year that nobody expected that's my second best upset. But what about you? I got a couple ticket texts. We can go to the phones as well. And maybe you disagree. Maybe you don't think Oakland beating Kentucky is number one, but I can't fathom what would be number one then. Here you go. Second best upset, agrees with John. Pistons over the Lakers in 04. Lakers team was supposed to be the best NBA team ever put together, Jay and Livonia. Here's another one. Last night was a great night for sports. I had both games on the Red Wings on one TV and the Oakland game on the other. It was so awesome. They had both of them win, but Oakland win was mind-boggling. What a great story for Oakland. 2015, MSU over OSU in Columbus with backup quarterbacks. Tom mentioned that. Huge upset. That's from Mike. And my alarm went off. Looked out the window to snow. Rieger filling in for Cookies. What the hell is going on? Oh, wait, hold on. It rebounds quickly. Happy Friday. Now we love you, Rieger. That's from my mother, I believe. Yeah, that's her.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's all right. Hey, yeah. On Twitch as well, they're talking about the UAD in 99, the number 12 over number 5 UCLA. I mean, that you could put that in there. It's a double-digit seed over, obviously, a single digit over a blue blood.
I got a couple more for you. 248-539-9797. How about CMU over MSU football a couple times?
Yeah. I mean, you could go that route. And you know, you're looking at it going, it's a directional school. And it's over a powerhouse in football.
Here's another one, and I love this ticket text. I'm not a big bettor, but I put $25 on Oakland for the money line last night, won $165. Great upset for me, Matt and Redford. That's right, they were a plus 700, by the way, in case you were wondering. Not the craziest upset of the tournament as far as what you could win. It wasn't a 16 beating a 1, but plus 700.
I mean, when you think about what last night was for Oakland, and the fact that Oakland they've been in it, 4 times?
Yes.
Since Coach Campy has, and since they've been a D1
yeah, I mean,
program.
he took them D1, so yeah, before that,
obviously, yeah, no trips. And to finally now have one of these, and the entire story about, going back and it's the relationship with Coach Calipari, it's Kentucky. Like, you want to talk about one of the bluest of blue bloods. It's Kentucky.
Here's another one, and I think this is a great one. I don't think it's been mentioned. What about Michigan State beating Zion? R.J. Barrett, Duke, Kenny Goins with that shot. Like, that was the most shocking college basketball game I've seen in quite some time, up until last night when Oakland pulls the upset over Kentucky. Remember that game? They went on to play Texas Tech in the Final Four and ended up losing. And Texas Tech knocked out both Michigan and Michigan State that year. Michigan in the Sweet 16 and Michigan State in the Final Four.
I like that one, Jeff. I think, and there's a little bit different level of aspects. It's kind of like counting the Pistons here to a degree. It's not the same magical Cinderella thing. I think a great upset is when you watch a game and you sit back and you say, the team that won, probably most nights they wouldn't have won.
Well, you're right.
But they won that night. And I think another one that compares that is Michigan against Illinois in the 89 Final Four. I've watched that game a few times, and I'm like, how did Michigan win? You know how they won? Sean Higgins came out of nowhere and put up 30.
I got to be honest. Like, I watched yesterday's game. I haven't watched it back, but maybe I will. I think 9 out of 10 times, Kentucky wins. I think 99 out of 100 times, Kentucky might win. They missed a lot of bunnies down low. They missed a lot of high percentage shots. I thought they dominated Oakland in the paint at times. But the most remarkable thing happens. Like, Gohlke took it in the first half. He reminded me of Spike Ulbrich. Did he not? In that Michigan-Louisville national title game, Greg shaking his head no. Remember, Spike went off for 17. Trey Burke got into foul trouble. Beeline had to bench him. Then Spike went off to tweet Kate Upton while Justin Verlander was dating her. You don't remember this? It reminded me a lot of Spike Ulbrich. But then in the second half, like, Gohlke was pretty much non-existent, and then Trey Townsend took over. That's a 6'6" dude going to work down low against 7-footers for Kentucky.
Does Jack Gohlke, does he get the Spike Ulbrich effect? I mean, that
it's probably
basically
a little bigger than Spike Ulbrich. Ulbrich probably had a greater college career, though.
But Spike ended up being a first-round pick, and we were like, what the heck is this?
No.
I mean,
You thinking of Stauskas?
Oh, Stauskas. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, so my bad.
Yeah, that dude made a little
check
bit.
That one. Yeah,
it's all good. No, but 248-539-9797. Are you willing to crown Oakland over Kentucky the biggest upset we've ever seen locally? And if so, what's number 2? How about Chris Villar? He's got an update coming up. Hell of a golfer, that Chris Villar. Got an update coming up next. 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by Builders First Source. The Golden Grizzlies are the story of the big dance after day one, finishing off a 14-3 upset of Kentucky by beating the Wildcats 80-76. Coach Campy says this does eclipse the program's win over Michigan back in 2000 as the greatest of his 40-year career at OU. Other upsets included 3 11-over-6s, including the team Oakland will play tomorrow, NC State beating Texas Tech, Oregon took down South Carolina, and Duquesne busted brackets by defeating BYU. The Spartans also survive in advance, beating Mississippi State 69-51. They'll face North Carolina. Red Wings fans breathing a big sigh of relief as Detroit showed up big against the Islanders in a huge game in the postseason race. As heard right here on 97.1, Ken Cowell with the call. The captain returned to score 2 goals in a 6-3 imperative victory against the Islanders. The Wings are now 3 points clear of Washington and 5 ahead of New York. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, hour number 2. Jim out today. He's back on Monday. We got John and Heather and Greg and Tom talking upsets. Oakland knocking off Kentucky. 248-539-9797. If we agree that Oakland over Kentucky is the biggest upset locally, what is number 2? We're taking your request and your thoughts. Also, Coach Campy going to join us at 8:02-ish, and he's going to talk about what I got to believe is maybe one of the greatest nights of his life. Fair to say. Greatest night in Oakland basketball history. I got some ticket texts I wanted to read to you guys, but before we do that, I just want to be honest with you guys. It's an honor to be here, okay? I got the call yesterday to fill in, and then Oakland pulls the upset. I'm very honored to be here, but I must also be honest because I probably was a little harsh on Matthew Stafford when he played here, right? I probably never gave him the benefit of the doubt. I probably did him dirty a little bit. Now, Kelly's ridiculous, his wife, but whatever. This is not about her.
Okay.
By the way, did you see that she went after the dude from Entourage? She's very upset with him. Anyway, that's the case. So I forever said Matthew Stafford would never win a playoff game. And then when he won a Super Bowl, I looked like I had nothing to say. It was 2 weeks, maybe the worst 2 weeks of my life. It was constant nonstop text and tweets and what a loser I am and what a moron I am and I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. It was a very rough 2 weeks for me. So I wanted to tell that story because we have ourselves an individual that is going through the same exact thing. One Kenny Cott, he was not here yesterday. I wonder if he's going to be here today. He works on that fine afternoon show. I listen every day, Valente Enrico. Kenny Cott went to Oakland. He is a proud alum. He's taken every chance possible to bash Greg Campy. 40 years and you only have 4 NCAA tournaments? I filled in on the afternoon show on Wednesday. Kenny was so negative. He said he was going to go to an Oakland bar. He was going to troll the Golden Grizzly fans. He was going to ask to turn on the Wings game. I haven't heard from Kenny. I tweeted about Kenny. Like, he's not allowed. Does he have to give back his Oakland degree? Is that how far we take this? Is there any worse kind of fan than Kenny Cott? I'm not trying to be a jerk because, again, I'm in the same mix. I was proven wrong, too. It's a tough life to live. But, like, he's kind of the worst a little bit. Not to mention, like, this is such a big deal. At the break, they are number 1 on CBS News. Like, this is a huge deal.
They're everywhere. They're on CBS News. They're going to be on the Today Show. They're the lead story on ESPN. I mean, and they're coming up with all of these stats just like you did. And it's, hey, the last time a player has scored 30 points against Kentucky in the NCAA tournament, it was 1990. And now all of a sudden 32 for Jack Gohlke. And they're talking about all these things. You know how, when you go sell a car and you got to sign the back of the title, you got to put down all your information. I think that we should we should ask him to bring in that diploma. And
Burn
on
it?
the back of it, he need no.
Oh, transfer it.
He needs to transfer it to 97.1 and 97.1 the listeners. He needs to sign the back of it and say that I rescind. I am giving back and turning over my degree from Oakland University because I had no faith in our coach, had no faith in our team. I went to an Oakland watch party just to troll every individual that was there, and I'm a graduate of that school. This could have been an opportunity for him to troll everybody else, to jump on the bandwagon, to just be a hometown guy, support his school. I think he needs to sign it over.
This is like karma, isn't it? Seriously?
Yes.
And maybe this is what you get for having car trouble at 11:45 on the first day of March Madness.
Well, Tom deals with the scheduling, so he's not bitter at all. But I would also like, before we get back to the calls, to figure out, I don't think it's a punishment because I think last night was punishment enough for Kenny Cott, but he is no longer allowed to put on his resumes or tell people he went to Oakland. He just isn't.
Yeah.
I feel I like your idea. Transfer the diploma.
I not only want him to transfer the diploma, but and you meant maybe that was payment enough last night. No. Payment enough will be when they beat NC State, and they're one of 16 teams left in the country playing college basketball for a shot at a national title. Now, I think all of us would sit here and say, well, that's unlikely to happen, that they're going to make it to the Final Four. But hey, that's what makes the tournament so great. Yesterday is a great example of, when Coach Izzo and, Greg Sankey of the SEC, they talk about, well, we need to expand, or we need to look at how we're selecting these teams. Yesterday was a great example of why the selection process is the way it is, that it's not broken. It doesn't need to be fixed. You don't need to add teams. You go and you play the games, and on any given day, is it the perfect way to crown a champ? No. But it's what makes college basketball, March Madness, it's why it's the definition of madness.
248-539-9797. Was this the biggest upset in our area? If not, what is? If it is, what's number two? Talking about that. We'll hit on Michigan State a little bit as well. Also a huge win for the Red Wings. And sometime this show, I just need 2 minutes to tell you how disappointed I am in the Detroit Tigers for a move they did not make. So we'll do that, but let's go to Todd in Lake Orion. You're on the ticket. Hey, Todd, how are you?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
I think the Oakland upset is obviously the most recent, but it's nowhere near the biggest.
Oh.
The 1998 Michigan State Julian Peterson game against Ohio State, when they were number one in the country at Ohio State, I think the point spread of that game was in the 20s. I mean, that was a staggering upset. To go on the road and beat the number one team in the country in their stadium in football is much more difficult to do than on a neutral court in a basketball game. It is. They're apples and oranges. Again, Oakland deserves a lot of credit. They went out and won the game. They're the hotness. They're the new story. But that 1998 Michigan State team with Julian Peterson, no one saw that coming. Like I said, I don't know the point spread off the top of my head, but it was easily in the 20s.
That's not a bad one. And I agree with you.
Well, not a bad one. Can you do better than beating the number one team in the country on their field? I mean, that's pretty tough to do.
What was Ohio State that year? Or what was Michigan State, rather, that year? That was a bad year for Michigan State.
6-6.
Yeah, 6-6.
No one saw that coming. If you remember that game, literally, Julian Peterson had like the equivalent of like 4 football games in one. He was unblockable.
Okay, I remember that game. Not really well, but I do remember it. And you're probably right. We probably are victims of recency bias. The fact that by the way, it's happened
And
right
your
in our own
hatred of
backyard.
Michigan State. That's
And-
okay. And your hatred of Michigan
Well,
State. That's
you know
all right.
what?
You can admit it.
How dare you? How dare you? But you're right. I do hate you guys. There's no
Calling
question
out
about
troll.
that.
Okay, well, let's just be
Calling
honest.
out a troll.
Listen, I'm just pointing out that I bet on you guys yesterday. I'm going to bet on you again tomorrow to beat North Carolina, which I think you're going to beat North Carolina, actually. So how about that?
So that'll be the first two games all year you rooted for us. Thanks, Jeff. I appreciate that.
I think I bet on you once or twice before, and you let me down. You
To
didn't
beat
have a great
Michigan
season.
twice? To beat Michigan twice? I hope you made that bet.
Oh, I definitely made that bet. I made some money off you guys on
there's
that
no
one.
question.
No
Yeah,
question.
yes.
No, thank you, Todd. I appreciate it. You seem very upset. That's okay.
We have on Twitch, I think, a great idea in regards to what Kennicott needs to do. Karen
Yes.
Newman obviously already shamed him.
Oh, yeah, she
which
texted
was
in the other
very-
day.
Oh, yeah, which was very appropriate. And I think not only does he need to sign the back of his diploma, giving it up and transferring it to any other entity. It doesn't matter. Maybe he transfers it to Greg Campy, but I think he also needs to come up with the Pledge of Allegiance to Campy.
So you don't know this, but I filled in on the show on Wednesday. We had Campy on at 6:30, right? Me and Rico. Rico stuck around. I wanted Campy to come on at 5:30. He said he would do it, and I wanted Kennicott to answer the phone. Now, it didn't work out happening, but how great would that be? I mean, Kenny just trashes Campy and then has to answer the phone and talk to him to put him on the air. I think that would be great radio.
Here's what I don't understand. First of all, I don't understand going into a tournament wanting your team to lose.
Okay,
we talked about it with
John,
with Mike.
I don't want to cut you off, but I'm telling you, this is a problem in sports. I suffer from it. You might not, but many people suffer from it. There sometimes are instances when you forever trash a guy and you want to be right more than you want your team to win. Valenti's going through the same exact thing. That dude is trashed Izzo, and listen, rightfully so on some accounts, but that dude is trashed Izzo for the longest time. Every loss, should they fire Tom Izzo? Walk away. He's ruining his legacy. So if Izzo were to march to the Sweet 16 and knock off North Carolina, a 1 seed, Mike would not handle that well either. I actually think Kenny and Mike are kind of in the same boat. And I've done it too. Sometimes you'd rather be right than see your team win. Sometimes you'd rather be right than just say, you know what? I was wrong about this guy, but I'm going to enjoy it because I'm a Michigan State or Oakland fan.
But I don't understand. Okay, I get the legacy of Tom Izzo, and I know that Mike always compares him to the legacy of D'Antonio, and he should have stepped away, didn't like how he left, and I can somewhat understand that. I still can't understand wanting your team to lose, but Greg Campy, and just go through the entire list of things and what he has done for that school. Yeah, everybody would love for Oakland to have more appearances in the NCAA tournament, but it's a conference that's only ever in the history of the Horizon League going to get one team in. And for Campy, he loves the school, has devoted his life to the school, has done everything that they've ever wanted him to do. He took them from D2 to D1. He's taken them to the conference title game, and won a regular season championship. He's won tournament championships, and he's a great dude. He's an individual. When you meet him, everybody loves him. And then for somebody to actively root against him, it baffles my mind.
248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. We'll take more of your calls. 97 on the ticket. All right, let me get to some ticket text. Got some calls as well. We're all saying yesterday was the biggest upset we've ever seen, except for Todd in Lake Orion that said Michigan State over Ohio State when Ohio State was number 1 in football. And then they got very upset because I don't root for Michigan State. But what's number 2? What's number 2? We'll have Greg Campy on at 8:02. We'll talk about the rest of the tournament as well, not to mention a massive win for the Red Wings. But, John, I got a couple for you. Tell me what you think of these. MSU at OSU, point spread was 28-98, Chris and Howell. That's kind of what Todd was talking about.
Yeah.
Sparty Slappy can't let OU have their moment, yet another reason they are little brother. I think he was talking about caller Todd. Another one, what a fragile Sparty. I think that is about caller Todd, too. Ooh, how about this one? Rieger's so on point about Mike Valenti, always trust in Izzo in March. And then there's this one, Kenny and Costa aren't in today because they're going to the parade they're having for the Wings for beating the Islanders last night.
Yes. With what, about 11 or 12 flags flying on their cars?
That was a huge win, by the way. The Dylan Larkin effect is real.
How could you say it's not?
2 goals, they win
back.
6-3. They're up 3 points in the standings now.
Yeah, and you know, you could look at the whole games in hand and all that thing, but the fact is the team that they've got that advantage over right now, one was they played last night in the Islanders and extended that lead, but they're going to play the Capitals twice, once there, once at home in the coming weeks. There's only a dozen games left. It is go time. Dylan Larkin, and wasn't it Derek Lalonde that said that it was going to be aggressive for him to be able to be back last night? Well, obviously, they needed some aggression. They needed him to go out there, even if he wasn't 100% in play, because that was a game they had to have.
Tough road trip coming up. They got themselves at least a 3-point cushion, 5 points over the Islanders. You got to feel good. More than anything, they've won 3 of 4, and nobody wants Lalonde fired anymore. I mean, I was driving that train, I feel. And again, I look like him now.
There's a shock.
Yes.
You were driving the train
I was.
to get a coach or GM or administrator fired.
He's come back.
That's amazing.
He's come back. He said the last game against Columbus that he felt like his team quit in the first period, or at least it looked like they did. So he was kind of he felt the pressure, I feel. I think he did. I got one more quick ticket text, then we'll hit some calls, okay?
Yeah.
Every time I come on your show, like, I wake up early for you, John.
I appreciate that.
Then I get
do.
this.
Especially the late call that you got
Thank
to
you.
step
Thank
in
you.
for the rookie that didn't show up
Means the world.
on
Yes.
the first weekend of the tournament.
Yeah, unbelievable. But this ticket text says the following. Rieger is a complete clown show loser and a liar. I hope Valenti rips Rieger on his next show, which is today. Valenti has never called for Izzo to be fired. That's a complete fabrication. He's questioned whether he's lost his touch with the modern game, and maybe it's time to shut it down. That's a far cry from calling for him to be fired. Loser, liar, troll, clown. So there you go. I read them all.
Yes, you do. And to your credit, even those that may be somewhat disparaging to you, you do go ahead and read. And I give you a lot of credit for that.
I have a new license plate. It's LLTC. Loser, liar, troll, clown. Let's go to Jackson. You're on the ticket. Hey, Jackson, how are you, bud?
I'm great. I'm doing great. I'm just about to go into school. I just want to say, man, huge win for our community. I live in Rochester Hills, Michigan. I go to Rochester Public Schools, and, man,
nice.
I went to that watch party. I'm stoked for tomorrow's game. I cannot wait.
Is there a watch party tomorrow as well, and where is it?
No, I don't believe there's a watch party tomorrow. I was at the watch party, when they got introduced into the tournament.
Oh, there'll certainly be a watch party. Do you go to the alma mater of one Heather Park, Adams?
No, I go to Rochester High School.
Ooh, you don't like him then, Heather. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, that rivalry is fierce.
Yes.
Hey, congratulations on the win. Let's go to Gary very quickly. You're on the ticket. Hey, Gary, how are you, bud?
I'm doing well. You guys are talking about Kenny being a traitor to Oakland.
Yes.
The two biggest traitors to their alma mater at your station are Pat Caputo and Doug Karsh.
Oh, yeah.
Never have a nice thing to say about Michigan State, even though they graduated from there.
You know, the S on my chest stands for straight down the middle, okay?
Straight down the middle.
And Doug is John's broadcast partner. He went to Michigan State, but he's a Michigan fan. That's okay.
Yeah, he grew up.
I don't know how that
he's
happens,
never
by
shied
the way.
away from it. He grew up in Ann Arbor. His dad was a professor in Ann Arbor.
Yeah,
He
but
just didn't get in.
you go to Michigan State, don't you fall in love with the athletics and on the banks of the Red Cedar and everything that goes on in East Lansing?
Mm-hmm. You'd think.
I'm sure he enjoyed his time there in East Lansing, but his
did he?
loyalties,
He was roommates with
stayed
Rico.
true to his youth. His youth.
He was roommates with Rico. Did he really enjoy the time? I don't know. Anyway, Heather Park
Yes.
with the news right now. Hey, Heather.
Well, everyone was loving Oakland last night, even the fans that were at the Gonzaga game, which is amazing. So the Oakland, Kentucky game was being shown on the big screens above the court during the game. So I don't know if that's a normal thing. It sounds like it's not, but fans were loving it. They were cheering. They started an Oakland chant while the game was in play. So they were cheering for another team that wasn't on the court in front of them. And they ended up turning the game off. The crowd booed, so the game turned back on, and then they did turn it off again right before Oakland won. Everyone there was loving it except for one person, Coach Mark Few. He was not happy that the game was being shown, and I do understand it. You know, like he's saying that, you know, people should be paying attention to the game that's right in front of their face, and it was distracting, right, for the players that were on the court, and it was a big deal for those students. So,
Did you see the score of that game? McNeese State lost to them by, here, I just pulled it up. It was a lot to a little.
yeah,
Like, Gonzaga crushed them. So, like, who cares?
he did.
They lost by
He
21,
did.
and it wasn't even close. It wasn't even close at the beginning. Everybody, and I was on the Will Wade bandwagon. Hey, transfer portal, all this. They got trucked.
Yeah.
Be honest, John.
And I tell you what, at 7:35, there's a team that may have blown their chances even more. But we'll talk about it at 7:35.
Yep.
By the way, John
Yeah.
just thinks McNeese State was good because they beat Michigan.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Okay, that is not true. But obviously, the ultimate troll would have to bring that fact up.
You guys, Greg Scruggs is no longer the defensive line coach at Michigan after being arrested for drunk driving. He resigned on Thursday morning. And after his resignation, we also learned a little bit more about the actual arrest. He had a blood alcohol level twice the legal limit. He blew a .16 hours after police stopped his vehicle, which was stopped at an intersection with its hazard light. What? No scrubs? No Scruggs. Yes.
No, that's
Thank you.
amazing.
I was like, what?
Pump that up a little bit.
Well done,
Greg.
Greg. Here we go. Yes. Talk about the bum some more.
So Scruggs told officers that he was at the Chop House until 11:30, and he said he only had 2 drinks. After there, he went to the Pretzel Bell, where he said he didn't have any more drinks at all, but officers could smell the alcohol. They observed bloodshot eyes, and then he failed a field sobriety test. And he didn't want to take a breathalyzer, but he did want to make sure he could get to work at 10 a.m. That didn't work out so well for him because he did ultimately take a breath test at 3:34 a.m., and that's when he blew that .16.
Heather,
So
Yes.
4 hours after he said he had his last drink, which was only 2 drinks,
Yes.
he blows twice the legal limit. And he
Yes.
was stopped at a stop sign or stoplight. It's irrelevant with his flashers on.
Yeah, that's what they say. That's what the police report says. Yes.
this is a serious story. It's about drinking and driving.
It is,
It's very
I know.
serious, but it's impossible. It's impossible to keep it serious with this song in the background.
I like it. Well played, Greg. All right, let's get to
Passenger
one more.
side,
Let's
my
see.
best friend,
Okay,
Rod.
no.
Sorry.
So a fight involving the Oxford school shooter caused a brief lockdown at a Lapeer prison. On Tuesday, 17-year-old Ethan Crumbly got into this fight with another teenage prisoner in the prison's housing unit, which they say is separate from the general population. They do say staff immediately responded. They were able to get the situation under control. There were no weapons involved, no serious injuries, but both prisoners did have to get checked out at a local hospital. And now they say both the prisoners have been issued misconducts for fighting, and they're going to have a hearing to determine potential punishments stemming from the incident. One more. I'll end on a funny note real quick. So this hasn't happened in a long time because Zoom is not really happening a whole lot anymore because people are now in person, right? But during the pandemic, stories like this happened all the time. There's a woman in London and she couldn't make it to a funeral. So she watched the Zoom feed instead, but she didn't realize that her camera was on and she broadcasted herself taking a shower. And they say
It's real respectful.
that was also being broadcast at the funeral. So everybody there could see. And she didn't know until she showed up at the wake or like whatever comes after. She couldn't make it to the original, like the first part of the funeral. So she showed up later.
But yet people were watching her take a shower while the funeral was going on?
Yes.
Yeah, I heard Mark Few's very upset about this.
Yes, he is. How dare they take away from what's going on exactly in front of them?
Yes.
It
So
sounds,
Heather,
yeah.
I got to ask.
Oh, no, John. I don't know if she was hot. I don't know if she was hot.
Are we allowed to ask that?
John asks it every single time.
You ask that every time?
It's
2024, John. I don't think we're allowed to ask that. But was she?
What was the feed? Yeah.
I don't know if she was hot. One person did say that while she was in the shower, she was shaving her legs or something. And they said, I don't know. It said she was shaving.
Or something.
And they said it gave OnlyFan vibes. So maybe she was hot.
Yeah. Maybe she's got a future career. Wow.
Her armpits, you guys. That's what I was talking about.
Okay.
Come on now.
I wonder how many people
Head
were
on the
paying
gutter.
attention to this. Wow. You know, where's the respect for the ones that have passed on? Doesn't exist anymore. All right. It's the morning show. We got to talk about the other tournament games. We got to talk about the Red Wings as well. So much more to come. And Greg Campy will join us at 8 o'clock. The man with the biggest upset in local sports history. 97 won the ticket. Oh, that's right. Oakland advances. Michigan State advances. And today we get to do it all over again. The second day of the first round. And, oh, man, it's the best. By the way, very quick note. It makes me absolutely disgusted, and I root against him, and I am now hate watching Hunter Dickinson moving on in the tournament. I can't take it. And then at the end of his interview yesterday, after they beat Samford, he said, rock chalk. I didn't like it at all.
Well, I mean, and so it's a number 4 that beat a 13 by 4 points. All right, I mean, if you're going to go out there and lose, you might as well blow an opportunity like our buddies over at Morehead State. I mean, they blew that one by only scoring 69.
Wait a second, is that right? No.
Yeah, they lost to Illinois. They lost to Illinois.
They only scored 69 points? No.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They only scored 69. And that's what seemed appropriate for a team like Morehead State.
85 to 69. They were up big in that game for a little bit too.
Oh yeah. I mean, Illinois throughout the course of this season has had 5-point, 10-point deficits, and then Morehead State has a great opportunity and they just blew it.
Third time he said it. What?
So
What?
Going back to the Sanford, Kansas game, the controversy in this game, Kansas is up too late. Guy from Kansas going in for a dunk. Sanford guy chases him down and blocks him from behind clean. Yes. They call a foul.
Oh, I did see that. Yeah, they got screwed.
Kansas shoots 2 free throws. They win by 4.
Yeah, that's typical Bill Self paying off the officials. You're right about that. Yes. Oh, by the way, I mean, getting back to Morehead State, they just suck. I mean, honestly. Right? 69 points. Give me a break. Come on. Be better. Look at you. We got this ticket text that said John is the new Stoney because you asked if that person taking a shower was hot. That's something Stoney would do.
Oh, come on. I've been doing that for the past 3 years. I mean, we had a story about a lady that was like in between 2 cars. Yeah. No, I'm not the new Stoney. Come on.
Very quickly, some quick ticket texts, and then we're moving on, okay? We're going to talk about the Oakland Gohlke Grizzlies.
Yeah.
Is that the new name? I think it should be. What I loved was seeing the faces of Kentucky fans with their snobby blue blood shirts on. I agree. It was Ashley Judd there. I did not see her. I don't think she does that anymore. She used to go to Kentucky games.
See her. Yeah, I didn't see her at all either. But I mean, it was an epic moment. That's last night was what the tournament's about. Now we finally had that opportunity locally to experience a team that was a 14 seed beating a 3 seed. Something that nobody anticipated or expected would happen. It blew up everybody's bracket. I'm sure there's probably people from Oakland that they wanted to pick their team, but they wanted to win their bracket, so they probably didn't pick them. They weren't actively rooting against them like Kenny Cott, but they probably didn't pick them because they wanted to win their bracket. Who would have thought a blue blood team, a blue blood program like Kentucky would trail for in large part for most of that game?
Got a ticket text about Kenny Cott. Says Kenny is a little bitch boy for going against this college. He should never be allowed to say he went to OU. I think he's okay with that, by the way. But, yeah. So there you go. A couple of ticket texts. We got a lot of Morehead State ticket texts, but I have to run them through the legal department to make sure I'm allowed to read
we'll get
them.
back. Yeah, once HR approves, we'll get back to those.
Yeah, somebody said that Morehead State just choked yesterday. I mean, they did have a big lead. So I don't know how you feel about that. All right, so Jack Gohlke.
They were way out in front.
Jack Gohlke, 32 points, 10 threes. He was 10 of 20 from behind the arc. I mean, an icon in March Madness from forevermore, right? I do wonder, who is the Jack Gohlke of other sports? The one guy that kind of came on the scene, nobody really knew about, and he took the world by storm. Like, the one name that popped into my mind, and I don't know if this counts, but like Jeremy Lin. Remember Lin's Sanity for the Knicks? That dude probably went on a tear for about, 8-9 games. He was must-see TV. Everybody loved him, and then he just pretty much disappeared. But never heard of him, and next thing you know, he's scoring 20 a game.
Well, and they it redefined the English language because they started saying linsanity. I mean, like they made a new word because of what he was doing for a span of about a dozen games. And then, like you said, it just completely disappeared. I got another one for you.
Who you got?
And this one, I don't know if he was – it wasn't necessarily a household name, but he wasn't a guy off the street nobody had heard of. But in 95, when Tumunga went for 320-plus yards against Ohio State – yeah, I mean that if you were in the stadium that year, you loved it when the local PA address announcer would say his name, but then all of a sudden, again on the biggest stage, he absolutely goes off. Ohio State couldn't do anything about it, and I mean, I thought about including that in the upsets. Just because it was a number one team and we weren't anything at the time, and we had already had 3 losses. And it was a team that was just stacked full of first-round draft picks. And John Cooper, we all know the John Cooper era, but for Tumunga Batuka to have a day like that, almost out of nowhere.
The ticket texts are rolling in. What about Jimmer Fredette? Remember that dude? He was unbelievable in the tournament. Here's another one. Steph Curry. Remember how good he was for Davidson? He played at Ford Field. They took on Kansas, I want to say. They're coming in all over the place. Somebody says Red Pop, Chris Shelton. That dude literally lasted for, 7 games in 2006 for the Detroit Tigers. But 248-539-9797, who is the Jack Gohlke of other sports? The guy that just popped on the scene. Nobody has any idea who this guy is. And he just goes off like we saw yesterday as Oakland takes down Kentucky. We got Greg Campy coming on at 8:02. Get more into Michigan State as they advance. I would love to know from the Spartan fans out there, whether you like Izzo or are sick of Izzo. I'm curious. We have this question on the show sheet. Did Izzo salvage this season as a 9 beating an 8 in Mississippi State? I don't know if I'm quite there yet, so we'll hit on that as well. 97 win the ticket.
Hey, football season is over and March Madness is here, and we love celebrating sports all year long, so why not dive into the best pool in history? That's Stadium Swimming. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of the massive 40-foot-tall, high-definition screen. That's Stadium Swimming. It's America's place to watch all your favorite sporting events. And right now, March has been absolutely mad, so why not go there? And you got swim-up bars, Insta-ready selfie walls, and one nonstop basketball party going on right now. Score your perfect game day spot with cozy day beds, private cabanas, or grab a lounge at the center of the action. Reserve your spot today. It's 365 days of sports poolside, located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Greg Campy, coach of Oakland, sound courtesy of CBS. Coach Campy joining us in about 8 minutes to talk about that magical win over Kentucky, 248-539-9797. We asked the question, who is the ultimate Jack Gohlke in other sports? Of course, Gohlke went off for 32 yesterday, 10 of 20 from three ball. So who's the ultimate Gohlke from other sports? I said Jeremy Lin. John said Tamunga Biaka-Batuka. Tom's got the mic. He wants to say something. What do you got?
This one's got to be mentioned, and as a Michigan fan, it pains me. And John, you're going to hate me. Ricky White.
Oh, yeah.
8 catches, 196 yards, and a TD in the COVID Michigan State win in the Big House.
Yeah, and then didn't he transfer somewhere, and everybody thought that the next time that he played against Michigan, he was going to do the same thing because it was an unbelievable day. And yeah, it sucks. You know what? I'm staying in the football realm. I'll go another one, and this might be the ultimate, not just one game, because he had a huge effect on this one game, but one play. David Tyree in the Super Bowl.
Wait, say that again, John. I'm sorry.
David Tyree in the Super Bowl with the helmet catch
from Eli Manning. I would say that's a pretty good one. Absolutely. I got a couple on the ticket text. Tell me if you agree with these. Remember Giddy Potts? Middle Tennessee State beating Michigan State. That's the time of year. I think that works. How about this one? Can you put Johan Franzen in the same talk as Jack Gohlke? Remember he had 5 goals in a one game, and then he had 4 in a playoff game, I want to say as well. Somebody says Kenneth Walker. And then Oakland fans are mad at us because we're just learning about Jack Gohlke. Says, Oakland student here. He's been doing this all year. Just happened to shoot 20 of them last night.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's not like we're just learning about him, but his performance last night in the biggest stage was something that, I don't know, I mean, we knew that they had to have something like that happen for them to win. But when we had Coach Campy on, who's going to join us in here in just a little bit, I asked him about, Jack Gohlke and the fact that he'd only shot 8 inside of the three-point line all season long.
It's amazing. It's amazing is what it is. 248-539-9797. Who's the ultimate Jack Gohlke of other sports? I got a couple more for you. Tell me if these are good or not. Then we'll get to Coach Campy after a Chris Villar update. John Daly. John Daly's one of my all-time favorites because that dude doesn't look like a golfer, drinks constantly on the course, smokes on the course, and still, I mean, that guy's got the life. What a life. Somebody says Ohio State's third string quarterback, Cardale Jones, won the Big Ten championship game against Wisconsin 59-0. Then, of course, won a championship. I would say that's a pretty good one. J.D. Martinez, He was a nobody, now worth $250,000. Yeah, he could have came to Detroit. Did you see the contract he signed?
Yeah, was it 1 year, $12 million?
1 year, $12 million. 1 year, $12 million. And listen, I understand that Tiger fans are rather happy with their team as we get ready for the season. But you telling me he couldn't help Detroit? DH, 31 bombs last year. And
maybe they called, maybe they didn't call. Maybe they called and he just and maybe he said, you know what? I don't want to spend a year there. It's got to go both ways.
By my understanding, he would have come back to Detroit. I don't think Detroit wanted him because they love that versatility in the DH spot. I just hate the idea that more offense was available. You were 28th ranked in offense last year. You could have went out and got a guy, brought him back, sold a lot of tickets, I'm sure, to go see J.D. Martinez again. He was a fan favorite, and he went for dirt cheap. It bums me out. Tell me I'm making too big of a deal out of it. Go ahead. Make fun of me. I deserve it.
It's what you're just looking at adding the bat. You're looking at doing something that would have improved this team, even if it's only for 1 year. I don't know that you're overreacting, but it's, I don't know how realistic it would be for this team. And the fact that we've heard from Scott Harris, we've heard from A.J. Hitch, we've heard from all the parties involved that they want to give the young players the at-bats.
I don't care. Couple more for you.
Don't.
Matt Flynn, that's a great one. Made a contract, got a contract out of that game from the Lions. And then how about, we mentioned Spike Albrecht, but Malcolm Butler.
Yeah.
Although I thought Matt Patricia was responsible for that call. That's what he told us.
Yeah, certainly was. How about Matt Patricia himself?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. What about Matt Patricia? Matt Patricia works the other way. If you want things to get really awful, just use Matt Patricia. Ask Philadelphia. It worked with them. They lost to Tampa in the playoffs. All right, Chris Villar, the opposite of Matt Patricia. Like literally in every single way. He's not a rocket scientist, and he looks nothing like him. He's got an update, and then we'll get to Coach Campy. 97 win the ticket.
Oakland basketball with an all-time upset as they defeated number 3 Kentucky 80-76 in the NCAA tournament round of 64, their first tourney win in school history. Transfer Jack Gohlke hitting 10 three-pointers, one short of the record, scoring 32 points to advance the Golden Grizzlies. The path to the Sweet 16 goes through a fellow unlikely winner. They'll take on 11-seeded NC State, who defeated Texas Tech last night. Michigan State also advancing after beating Mississippi State 69-51. They get number 1 North Carolina on Saturday. The Red Wings held their playoff position by defeating the Islanders at home 6-3. Dylan Larkin scoring twice in his return from injury. The Lions officially released cornerback Cam Sutton, who is wanted for domestic violence, an incident for that, which occurred 2 weeks ago. And Colt Keith hitting his first spring home run for the Tigers during their exhibition game versus the Mets in Lakeland. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, 8 o'clock. Let's just get right to it. The head coach of Oakland University, after the biggest upset in school history, the great Coach Campy. What's going on, Coach?
Oh, man. I just took a 5-hour energy because I'm going to be up all day. I haven't been to bed yet. So it's an unbelievable win, but we've got another real important one.
Coach, first of all, hey, congratulations. I'm glad you're enjoying the moment. We saw your reaction after the game, but when you walked into that locker room, and you had a chance to see your guys, see their emotion, see them celebrate, what was that moment like?
John, you know yourself, man, that you can't put that into words. You've been there, you've experienced that, and it's just something if you've never been able to experience it, it's just you just can't. I mean, I can't put it into words. To see the faces of those kids, know how hard they've worked, know what an underdog they were, know that, they won because they played smart, they played for each other, and they made big play after big play. Every time Kentucky came back, we made a play. Every time, everybody in the country's thinking, okay, they're going to fold now, and we made play after play after play. And just to hug them and congratulate them, it was unbelievable.
All right, so I need to know, last 2 minutes, last 3 minutes, when you're getting the feeling like you're going to win this thing, how are you as calm as you are? I was watching you on the sideline. You had the folded arms. You're pacing back and forth. What was going on inside your mind?
Well, my job is to make sure that they have a chance to win it. I've never won a game in my life coaching. It's all them, but what I could do is lose it for them, right? So, I had to make sure that every move we made, I tried to use the timeout strategically for rest because I didn't take Townsend out. I didn't take Gohlke out in the second half, and it was a pretty physical, fast-paced game. So, I just tried to remind myself. And then we run a lot of set plays, and if I get too worried about everything else, I'll call the wrong play. And, so just try and keep the same thing I asked them to do, make the next play. don't, we're going to make some mistakes. Don't let one mistake turn into two. Don't let two turn into three, and all of a sudden you're done. You've got to, okay, something bad happened. Let's go make the next play. And that's what we did. I mean, I'm telling you, play after play, we made the next play.
And you go into halftime up by 3, and Jack Gohlke has made 7 3-pointers. And everybody's wondering, is this sustainable? Can he come out? Is he still going to have the hot hand? What was the message to the team at halftime?
Well, I think everybody thought that except us, because we didn't do what we do. I mean, we didn't. We won without our A game offensively. We shot it terrible. We're one of the best free throw shooting teams in the country, and we couldn't make a free throw. I mean, but the pressure of that, I could understand it. But I told them at halftime, we're 4 of 18 from the 2, and that's usually, we're Townsend and Conway are really good in there. Now, obviously, they're 7. They got 3 7-footers, and we don't see that very often. And so maybe that had something to do with it. But I knew that Trey would get it going eventually, and he did. He scored 14 or 15 points in the second half, and if he'd have made his free throws, he would have scored 20. So I felt good where we were at, because I didn't. A lot of times when you play a team like that, like we've been ahead of Michigan State by 13 once at halftime, but we played unbelievable. I knew we couldn't sustain that. And in that game last night, I felt great. I never felt we couldn't win that game.
All right, so Coach Calipari's your guy. He's your boy. He's your buddy.
Yeah.
What are those conversations like? Have you talked to him? I mean, obviously you did.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure he's congratulating you. Take us through it.
Well, I to be honest with you, I ran into him after the press conference and everything, and I apologized to him because I didn't know what to say. Because, I mean,
Yeah.
He was very gracious in the handshake line. I mean, he put his arm around me. He said some stuff to me that I'd prefer not to, say out loud. And I just looked at him. I didn't know what to say, because I knew the crap he was going to get now, And then when I saw him in the back, after all the stuff and everybody's walking out, I just said to him, look, I apologize. I just didn't know what to say, Coach. I mean, I feel for you. I've been there. I've been there. And he hugged me and said, you deserve this. You outplayed us. Go enjoy it, And, I mean, that's the type of person he is. I mean, what he's going through today. In fact, I just did a ESPN radio show, and they asked me, is it his job to put guys in the pros, or is it his job to win games? And I tried to explain to him, man, his job is to do both, and he does it as good as anybody in the country, and leave him alone, But I don't think they're listening to me.
So, I mean, let's go with Jack Gohlke. How and where? How did you find him?
So I get a phone call last spring from a really close friend of mine who's the coach at Hillsdale, and he's retiring, and Jack wants to go for that COVID year and play in Division I. And I said, really? And he goes, no, he can't. He probably can't play for anybody in the country but you, because you'll let him shoot it. And most of the other people make him play defense, and you play that zone, you can hide him. And I said, okay, if you think he can play for me, we'll take him. I called him. He had nobody else really going after him. And then the first day of practice, I'm like, oh my God, I got the next Travis Bader here. I mean, this kid can really shoot it, and he's got no conscience, and he wants to make every shot. But I'll tell you a quick story. The best part of the whole thing last night is, after all the pomp and circumstances and all the media and everything, and we did Good Morning America. We did all this stuff last night, and we get back to the hotel for our team meal, and the players are just killing him, because social media is talking about Kentucky just got beat by a guy that's going to be selling insurance next year, a guy that's going to be selling cars, and the players are just ripping him. He looks like somebody on Seinfeld. I'd never watched that, so I don't know what it is, but they had a name, and he looks like that guy. It was just, they were just killing him, and it was so much fun.
So I got to ask you, late in the game, you guys are up, I want to say 5, and it's before Trey Townsend goes to the line, and you're yelling at your team like, you haven't won anything yet. CBS is making a big deal about this. And Rocket Watts yells back at you, like, calm down, coach, calm down. And at that point, it reminded me of like an interaction with Tom Izzo that you see with the players all the time. Like, what was being said? What were you saying to them? And what did Rocket yell back at you?
Well, one of the things, I believe in is that you win classy, right? You win, you act like you've been there. And I'll tell you about a text message I got today too. But so DQ Cole, who made that unbelievable shot to put us up,
baseline three, yeah,
that baseline three. When Trey got fouled, he's over. And we were as loud as Big Blue Nation last night, and maybe we had more to scream about. But we traveled. It was unbelievable. I mean, thousands of people in black and gold last night, and they were loud as could be. And he's over standing on the sidelines, pumping his arms in the air, getting them to stand up. And I lost it for a second, man. We haven't won anything yet, DQ. And I'm screaming at him. And Rocket came over and says, I got him, because he knows I was about to kill him. And so it's funny that you bring that up, because Paul Jokic sent me a text. I hope he's not mad at me for saying this publicly, but he sent me a text about how he scored his first touchdown, and he ran to the sideline, and he thought that he was going to, Bo was going to hug him, and he was dancing and everything, and Bo grabbed him and yelled, act like you've been there before, And so when he saw me do that, he knew exactly what I was doing, and he just said he was happy he saw me do that, So, but that's what it was. I mean, DQ, and I understand it. But let's do all that in the locker room. Let's act like we've been there. Let's win with class, and let's do everything we can with class.
So, Coach, let me ask you this: any championship team or any team I've been a part of that's done something special, and you guys won your regular season championship, you won your conference tournament championship. How is this team different? How have you seen them grow through the course of the year? How are they different now than the first game of the year?
Well, our first game was an exhibition game, and we lost to a Division II team, and all our fans were pretty upset, okay? But what they don't understand, I mean, I played everybody. We didn't run any sets. We didn't run Ohio State to see what we were doing, and, we just played. It was just to get out there and play. They've grown defensively, and this is probably, in all my coaching career, this is the first team I've ever had that won because of our defense. I mean, Kentucky was averaging 87, 88 points a game. They're more athletic. They're faster. They're longer. They had 3 7-footers. And we controlled pace, and we guarded them. And they couldn't make a three until the end when desperation, they were so good they made some desperation threes. We won the game because of defense. And that's what this team did, John. They grew defensively, not just as players on the floor, but mentally, the belief that we're going to win with our defense. The best way I could explain that to you is your great teams at Michigan. You believe that you get to the fourth quarter, your offensive line's going to dominate, and you're going to run the ball down their throat. And I've watched you guys do it week after week, right? Well, what we're doing is we've won 18 of our last 21 because of our defense.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so a couple more with head coach Greg Campy. Just knocked off Kentucky. No rest for the wicked now. Now you get NC State. So I'm looking at the spread. They're 23-14. You're 24-11. They're a 5.5-point favorite. You're plus 200. You were a plus 700 for yesterday's game. But an interesting stat about NC State, unless I got this wrong, I don't think they defend the three all that well. How do you beat NC State, and how much thought have you given about going to the Sweet 16? You said before the game yesterday that you wanted to practice in your gym again. That could happen.
Yeah, we're close, but if we act like, we're there, we're not going to get there. We have to get back, refocus, and get back to playing one at a time. Now, the biggest thing that we have going for us, and I wanted NC State over Texas Tech, because NC State is on a run, right? And so you'd say you don't want them. They're on a run. But they won the ACC tournament. They had to play 5 games in 5 days. And then 3 days later, they played their 6th game. So they're going to play their 7th game in 11 days. NBA teams don't do that, So I'm hoping eventually sometime in that game, if we can guard them and pressure them, that they're going to get tired. I mean, they have to, don't they? They play 8 guys. They don't play 11 or 12. So I think that's the biggest calling card we have in that game. We've got to run. In the Kentucky game, we had to play slow. In this game, we got to play faster. And we've got to get it. If we can get it into the last 7 or 8 minutes where they're dead tired, we'll have a real chance.
So
And
last one for me, Coach.
We're only a 5-point favorite.
No. It's no. They're a 5-point favorite. 5.5.
I mean, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
They're only 5.5.
Only 5.5.
I thought they'd be a double-digit favorite.
Go kick their ass.
Yeah.
Well,
so what's today like for you guys?
Out there.
I'd say
What's
so.
Today like? Yeah.
What's today like for you?
All right. So I haven't been asleep yet. In fact, I just took a 5-hour energy because I'm getting older and I need that. So the team will sleep. We put everything back to 11 o'clock. Instead of having breakfast and a lunch, we'll have this big brunch buffet for them at 11 o'clock. While they're eating, we'll start the film work on NC State, and then we'll go over and we'll walk through what they do. We will go up and down just a little bit just to break a sweat, and we'll shoot, and then we'll walk through what the game plan is, how we're going to guard what they do against our zone, and then what we want to do offensively. I have a play sheet of about 77 plays, and we'll go through there and pick out a little bit of what Jeff just said. We know what their stats are. I got 2 Harvard guys that are analytic geniuses that I pay a lot of money to, and I'll do a Zoom call with them early afternoon to get all the analytics of it and what should we run, where are they weak. Like, for example, Kentucky last night, they talk about they're one of the top shot blocking teams in the country, but you can score at the rim on them. They're like 50 percentile at scoring at the rim. So you would think with 3 7-footers we wouldn't want to pound it inside. But the answer was pound it in there and shot fake, get them in the air, and get fouled. And we did that in the second half. So those analytic guys really, really helped me. Because you know me, I'm not that smart, man.
I'd say you're pretty smart. All right, very quickly, I know you got to go, but the best text you got last night from the most famous person, who was it?
Ooh. Most famous person.
Other than me, of course.
I got Tirico, Stan Van
Gundy?
Scott Van Pelt.
Oh, wow.
I got a phone call from Roy Williams. I got a phone call from Scott Drew. This is going to sound weird, but I had 1,323 text messages. And I got most of them answered. I've got 350 yet to answer.
I wonder why you haven't got any sleep. And he answered ours, John. Well,
congratulations, Coach. We're so excited for you.
You know why you answer them in the middle of the night? Because if you answer them today, then they answer back, and now you got double. You got 2,600 instead of 13. So you do it in the middle of the night so they don't send one back.
Just think how many you're going to get when you beat NC State. Coach Greg Campy, congratulations. What an awesome game, man. And go take it to the Wildcat, or the Wolfpack, rather.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Thank you. Yep. Coach Greg Campy, what a win. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, if your bracket is busted, don't worry. FanDuel is going to let you bet on every game of the tournament. Whether you're betting on a big upset or a 1 seed, it's time to go dancing on America's #1 sportsbook right now. New customers get $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So lock in that one you think is an absolute sure thing. That's $200, $200 to use on anything you want. Point spreads, money lines. You can even pick who's going to win it all. All you got to do is visit FanDuel.com/Jansen and bet on college hoops until they cut down the nets. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager. Only $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help.
All right, we're talking about Oakland's big win. Just had Greg Campy on. I do like that he said, oh, they're only 5.5-point favorites? They're going to beat NC State.
Gosh, it sure feels like it, doesn't it?
How about the fact that he pays big money to 2 Harvard people that tell him what plays to run?
Right, yeah. And it doesn't even sound like he's waiting to hear from them. Like they're not even in the same vicinity as him. They may not even be in the state that he's in. And he's waiting to hear from those guys. Here's the one thing. If I go back to what we just heard from Coach Campy, and when we talked to him earlier in the week, I know you talked to him on Wednesday. We did as well in the morning.
I think we're responsible partially for this.
I do believe we are, especially generating the excitement that this deserves. He mentioned in the conversation with us in the morning that, I asked him what it meant for his program. And, and he talked a little bit about recruiting and transfers and all that stuff, but for the university. And after we heard him thank the president, the athletic director, and what it meant to them, he talked about next year's enrollment will probably be up 8 to 10% just by their appearance. And then if they were to win, he has no idea what type of impact that will have, but that's the type of individual he is he loves Oakland University. He loves everyone that is around that campus. And to think that, one, he's focused on winning a game and doing what he can for his team and his program, but also for the school and the enrollment that will, follow a moment like this.
I can't get over it. And I should have told him, how people that have no affiliation with this school were so jacked for him and that school last night. The other, and John, you'll be proud of me.
Okay.
You usually call me a troll.
Well, you have those tendencies.
I was so close to asking Campy, would this have been an appropriate question? Do you think you got your buddy fired?
Well, I can tell you right now, no, that's not an appropriate question.
Good. I'm glad I didn't ask it.
At a moment like this,
because, he said sorry to Coach Calipari.
Well, he said sorry because he didn't know what to say, and I would be with him too. We know their relationship, right? They, hey, Calipari texted him when they made the tournament, and then they found out that they were going to be facing each other, and we've heard him talk about Coach Izzo and what those guys mean to him as coaches, but as friends and their support. And then you have a moment like this. It is when you think about this tournament, Jack Gohlke, Oakland University is one of the first things that's going to come to your mind. And if Calipari, if he is no longer employed, first of all, no, you can't ask that question, but what do you say after? If you're in that position, what do you say after a game like that, other than "Hey, good game, coach"? Bye.
What happens if today, when they're getting ready for NC State, on the ticker on ESPN, John Calipari fired? What is Campy thinking?
He's going to feel for his buddy.
He's made a lot of money. All good.
Sure.
Oh, yeah. I love it. That's my what, Tom? You're looking at me strange.
I just say ticket text. Let's have a little fun. What should Campy have said?
He
said sorry. What else could he have said?
That's a good point.
He's in an impossible situation there. So, we on for breakfast tomorrow?
He probably can't go up to him and do suck it, right? That probably would have been it.
No, not like Gohlke after the game when he said they're not a Cinderella.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe he asked him his plans. Hey, are you staying? You want to grab a drink, or are you guys leaving right now?
Just curious. How hot is you probably don't want to go back to Kentucky. Why don't you stay for this game? They don't want you back. All right, Heather with the news.
All right, so the dream of the perfect bracket is pretty much already over, except for a very, very small select few. Oakland, of course, was Thursday's biggest bracket buster. According to the NCAA, Oakland's upset left just 2,178 perfect brackets standing in its own bracket game, and that's just 0.06% of all the brackets that were submitted. I mean, just busted. Amazing. And it's funny, John, you mentioned this, how, your son was a little disappointed because he didn't pick Oakland in his bracket. And I think a lot of people even, might be fans of Oakland, didn't put Oakland in their bracket because even though they're a fan of Oakland, they wanted their bracket to do well. And we were watching the game last night and Colin's like, it doesn't even matter. Like, this is amazing. Who cares about your bracket at this point? Like, this is awesome, right? Like, just
I agree.
Absolutely incredible. So it's going to be fun to watch. A person contagious with the measles exposed others to the disease after they visited a dorm at the University of Michigan, also an emergency department at U of M Medical Center, 2 CVS pharmacies, and 2 urgent care centers. This was on March 10th through March 15th. This is now the 2nd measles case in Washtenaw County this year and the 4th known case in Michigan in 2024. The Washtenaw Health Department says the person did not have immunity to measles and is not a student or affiliated with the university and is between the ages of 18 and 49. So wide range there. A spokesperson for the university also said that this person was
18 and 40.
Yeah, an unauthorized visitor of the Alice Lloyd Residence Hall. So now, of course, they're telling students, watch yourself for symptoms. And if you develop any,
What are the symptoms?
Oh, there's lots of, you are.
I'm a hypochondriac.
You are. Okay,
yeah,
so
I might
here's
have
your
measles.
symptoms. High fever.
I don't have that.
Cough, runny nose, red watery eyes, tiny white spots on the inner cheeks, the gums, roof of your mouth, a rash that starts on the face and spreads to the trunk, arms, and legs, typically 3 to 5 days after the symptoms begin.
Okay.
But I'm guessing...
Balding.
Is it?
Hair loss, trolling. No.
Oh, I knew I had something wrong with me. That is a symptom.
My gosh.
I've been dealing with it for a long time.
Rashad Trice, the Detroit man accused of kidnapping and killing 2-year-old Winter Cole Smith, has agreed to plead guilty. So federal prosecutors and attorneys for Trice created this plea agreement that was filed in the case on Thursday. He's expected to plead guilty on charges of kidnapping resulting in death during a hearing that's scheduled for this morning in just about a half hour. Now, in exchange, prosecutors will dismiss a second charge of kidnapping a minor. They also have not agreed on a sentence range, which means that he could still face life in prison. And he's also facing other charges as well. These were just the federal charges. So he's also has tons of other charges in state court that he is facing as well. So one day after an arrest warrant was put out for Cam Sutton, the Lions released him. So the Lions signed him to a 3-year, $33 million deal in free agency last season, with $21 million being fully guaranteed, including a $10.9 million signing bonus. So it sounds like he had his $10.5 million 2024 base salary guaranteed in his contract. But because of this off-field incident, it sounds like that guarantee could be voided. Now, John, when they release somebody, or Jeff too, but John in particular, since you played, are you notified? Can they just release him, or do you think they've been in contact with him?
I think they're going to have trouble getting a hold of him.
Well, you just release somebody, but that person doesn't need to really be actually notified. They just say, hey, cut and dies.
I'm sure they notified his agent,
okay.
And anybody that would be close to him. But he got the notification via public. He doesn't deserve anything more than that. And there are, moral clauses in those contracts. I haven't seen his contract, but a lot of them do have those in there, which may save the Lions a little bit. And I know, Rieger, you got the cap numbers. We'll talk about those a little bit later, but it's an awful situation. And as of now, they still have no idea where this dude is, right?
I mean, the last I heard was yesterday when they had seen his car driving somewhere in Florida.
Yeah, but did they see him?
No,
that's what
that's why I said his car.
About,
it was just his license that was captured at a reader or wherever. So it wasn't him. He wasn't spotted, just his vehicle driving on the road.
I mean, we're talking over 2 weeks now. And you can't help but to think, is there more? And how do you not find a guy in this day and age for over 2 weeks? I mean, you can hide out for a long period of time, I would assume, try to be off the grid.
Somebody has to know where he is. I mean, I'm sure he still has family that care about him and would like to know where he is. I'm sure somebody knows.
Crazy story. Heather, thank you.
Yes.
We appreciate it. By the way, have you seen outside?
It's wild out there. I saw it when I was driving in.
God, people, be careful out there. It is brutal. I don't like it at all. Is this why you guys called me in today? I'm now figuring
Costa
it out.
didn't want to drive in the snow.
97
the rookie.
97 won the ticket. Not a Cinderella. Is a Cinderella only a 5.5-point dog against NC State? I'm asking. That's the point spread for tomorrow as Oakland tries to punch their ticket to the Sweet 16. Of course, Michigan State, they absolutely bludgeoned Mississippi State. So they, too, if they beat North Carolina tomorrow, they get to go to the second weekend as well. So Tom came up with this genius idea. We had Campy on, and he said he didn't know what to say to Calipari. So he just said, I'm sorry. Then I asked the inappropriate question, do you think you get your friend fired? But anyway, what should Campy have said to Cal? So people are texting in. These are good. Good morning. Campy should have just said one and done to Coach Calipari. That's fantastic. How about this one? Campy to Calipari, how many tickets you need for Saturday?
Yeah,
I like
you
that
want to sit
one.
in my family section?
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. Nobody wants you back in Kentucky anyway. You're probably going to have to move, dude. How about this one? Coach, got anybody hitting the portal that I might be interested in? That's from John. Yeah. And then I love this one. John, I could use an assistant next season.
You could, yeah. I mean, hey, shoot, why not be a consultant? He could be right next to those Harvard guys, giving him some help as he prepares for NC State and possibly the Sweet 16.
I got a couple more for you. If Coach Cal gets fired, I know of a place in Ann Arbor that is looking for a coach. Dave in Florida. I do too. I will gladly take Calipari if he wants to come to Ann Arbor.
Is he going to put Coach Campy down as a reference? Like, hey, if you need any job references, I got a guy I can talk to. He's local too.
Ward Emanuel goes to Calipari in the interview. I'm not familiar with your work. Oh, well, just call Campy.
Yeah,
he knows.
Yeah.
He knows what. Call Izzo. Apparently him and Izzo are very tight. There's this ticket text. I don't know what I did, but Rieger is such an ass. It actually hurts because the guys gave me the ticket text sheet and left that on there. Thank you. Appreciate that. Guess I'll read anything.
Seeing if you would read it. See if you're going to go full Ron Burgundy.
I think I have to read all of them. I got two more. I have been waiting here and standing at attention in grand anticipation for Morehead State comments, Ipsy Mike. Well, we had some of those.
Yeah, I mean, they blew their game yesterday.
I got a couple more for you. Coach Cal should have said, at least this is this is amazing. Coach, okay, so Campy should have said to Coach Cal, at least this isn't as bad as St. Peter's. They were a 15-2. This was only a 14-3.
Yeah,
And then this is for you, John. Did Costa eat too much bolognese?
Bolognese, yes.
Yes.
There is a chance that that might be the reason that he's not here. The other one could be that he did put flags on his car and it actually flew away in the weather last night. And he was left without anywhere to go or how to get there.
Last ticket text for you, and again, I think you would know the answer to this. Is there any truth to the rumor that Cookie's cat accidentally unplugged his golf cart last night, and that's why he didn't make it in this morning?
Yes. Can we include these on the ticket text? Like, obviously, what was the conversation? What do you say to Coach Calipari from Coach Campy? But also, where's Cookies?
Where is
Cookies? Rookie's not here on one of the biggest sports weekends of the year. It's almost unfathomable.
I actually thought he lives for this stuff. What do I know? But here's the deal. I will take no slander for electric cars because I, too, have an electric car. And just so you know, at the next break, I have to go move it because it's on a slight incline, and it does kind of struggle in the snow.
Oh, so did you back in or did you just pull straight in?
I just pulled straight in, and
that's part of your problem. I think that's probably endemic of those that drive electric vehicles.
I've been stuck before. I got new tires though, so I think that solved the problem. Dude, don't knock electric till you try it, my friend. I drive a Tesla.
The tires aren't going to do anything unless you put monsters on there. They're not going to do anything for your ground clearance or the power.
I don't know about that. My car is faster than your car. That's all I know. Let's go to Alex in Milford. You're on the ticket. You want to race, John? Hey, Alex.
Yeah, I'll take it out of the back of my truck and you could drive.
Hey.
Go ahead.
Hey guys, I graduated from Oakland in 2017, and I was on the Grizz game, which is what our student section is called. I can't tell you what this means for our school. Our senior year and even my junior year, we went to the Horizon League championship game We were tied for second. My junior year, senior year was tied for first, or we were first. We lost both times in the championship game in Joe Louis Arena, sitting front row, and it was absolute heartbreak for everyone involved. And we have a huge showing. I mean, you go to Michigan State games against Oakland, there's a huge crowd for Oakland. So what this means to the school is next level for us, especially just this little school in Rochester, Michigan. So I've been listening to you guys all morning, and I couldn't sleep last night. So that's my emotions are getting ahead of me.
Alex, what's tomorrow going to be like for you?
Well, I'm driving with two of my friends down to Pittsburgh tomorrow morning.
Oh, nice.
We're going to the game. So it's going to be, I'll probably I might just wear shorts and a T-shirt because I'm going to be worked so much.
I'm not going to lie. I just got chills. You saying that. I mean, this is awesome, man. I mean, let's be honest. Never in your life, maybe you never thought you'd make the tournament again, but to have a chance to go to the Sweet 16, and let's be honest, too, the 2 seed in your region is Marquette. They are tournament chokers historically, Shaka Smart. Like, why not Oakland University?
Yes. And selfishly, I will say going to all the other games in the Horizon League, Green Bay and Milwaukee and all these other teams, I mean, Detroit, I feel bad for Detroit now. But just over the years, going to the games and watching their crowds, I can truly say Oakland is no doubt the biggest fan base out of all of those teams in that league. And it's because of Campy. It's because of the culture they've built over the years, and it's just amazing. It really is.
Good luck, Alex. That's awesome. Kenny Koch just texted me. He doesn't like Alex.
Oh.
No, I'm kidding.
What did he? Oh, he didn't text you? Oh, come on.
No, I'm going to text him. You think he's going to show up for work today? No.
Oh yeah, he'll probably. It'll be a weather issue. It'll be a car issue. It'll be maybe he's sick. I don't know. Who knows? Yeah, he's not going to come in.
I talked to Rico yesterday. They have to give it to him today. Like, he's got to show up. It will make for great radio, and he's got to take it. I mean, it just like me and Stafford. He's just got to take it, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean, at some point, I mean, he can't go full Cam Sutton, can he?
I don't think
and
so.
Just disappear, and nobody knows where he's at.
We just get this ticket text. I apologize, but apparently there's been an accident. It says cookies burned down the house trying to make Hasselback potatoes. That's from John.
So I don't know if you heard our segment yesterday, the perfect form of potato.
I heard that driving
call in with. Okay, yeah, and so yeah, it would be epic. It would not be great. But if there was an issue with him trying to make a Hasselbeck potato or French fries or I can't even remember what his
baked.
Was he a
I think
baked
he was
potato?
Baked
Heather?
potato guy.
Yeah. His brother makes money off the baked people.
He
so
does.
Like Cookies enjoys the baked potatoes. Yes. I'm in the market for a good bong. I wonder if his brother can make me something nice. All right, 248-539-9797.
Go shovel your car out. Take that inch of snow and see if you can get out.
All right, more calls about Oakland. We got to reset everything. Is this the biggest upset locally? I say yes. John says yes. The show says yes. So what's number 2? We're taking your calls. Also, just general reaction to the tournament. We'll get to the Wings as well, and the salary cap hit for Cam Sutton as he's been released from the Lions. All that to come and more on the Costa and Jansen program on 97.1 The Ticket. It's Neil Rule on the call. Kentucky falls to Oakland. Oakland marching on. Going to take on NC State tomorrow. Chance to go to the Sweet 16. We're taking your reaction. Listen, we'll get to the calls. We'll get to the text. Also, people are interested in what the release of Cam Sutton does to the Lions salary cap. We'll do that as well. But Aaron in St. Clair Shores has been holding for quite some time. Let's take him very quickly. What's going on, Aaron?
How's it going, boys? Thanks for having me on.
Hey.
What you got, bud?
So, just calling reaction to last night and watching Oakland beat up Kentucky. I mean, for them to go and do something like that and Gohlke to play the way that he did. I mean, I'm not the biggest basketball fan, but I thoroughly enjoyed watching that entire game last night, despite all the fouls in the first half. Pretty special to watch, and I think they got their hands full with NC State. I don't know who they're going to put on. I believe it's Burns Jr., but excited to watch tomorrow.
Aaron, I appreciate the call, and it sounds like you have a Wookiee in the back seat. Did it not?
Yes, it did.
So it sounded.
Yeah.
Sorry. I mean, I got Greg laughing, so I think he agrees with me. It sounded like
that, or maybe he was stuck like
Chewbacca?
you were in your EV, and that was just his tires spinning.
Just so you know, and Heather watched me, I went out to my vehicle. I backed out of my parking spot with about a 3-inch hill that it was parked on, effortlessly. Yeah.
No, all right. Oh, hey, I appreciate you hooking up the Zoom. Please mute.
Sounds good. 248-539-797. The ticket text, the exact same number if you want to chime on in. Let me reset very quickly what we've been talking about pretty much the entirety of the show. Yes, the Wings win, right? They won 3 of 4. They double up the Islanders. They're in a great spot as far as the playoff standings are concerned. That's out there to hit on. The Dylan Larkin effect is truly a real thing. That's out there. Izzo wins. And there's this question on my show sheet that I kind of disagree with, but it says, does Izzo salvage this season? We can get into that as well. I don't quite think people are going to say he's there yet. We can do that. But more than anything, we're talking about Oakland. The big upset over Calipari and the blue blood that is Kentucky. The game that captivated all of Detroit. So we came up with earlier in the show that this is the biggest sports upset locally. There's no question about it. So we're asking what's number 2. Now, if you want to argue number 1, go for it. But we all say, we're all in agreement here on the Costa and Jansen show. It is Oakland knocking out Kentucky from the NCAA tournament last night. However, if you disagree, we'll take those calls. But what's number 2? If this is number 1, what's number 2? A lot of people have said Pistons beating the Lakers in 2004. I said the Tigers beating the Yankees in 2006. What would number 2 be? 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. And then I'll give this to you very quickly. And then, John, give me yours, and we can move on with our lives. But I got good news. I got a text from Kenny Cott.
Oh, is this a legitimate text from the one and only?
This is legitimate. Kenny Cott hates Oakland, even though we went there. He hates Campy, and now he's in a world of hurt because all he does is trash Greg Campy. So I tweeted to Kenny Cott yesterday, and people decided to go at him. I can't get. Yeah, that's a bad opinion too. I don't listen. I can't control what happens to Kenny Cott. I could just control what I tweet. So at 8:51 this morning, he texted me. He said, "Thank you, Jeff. I have at least a couple hundred people verbally assaulting me in my DMs and mentions," and then he gave me a laughing out loud emoji.
Well, so he's not doing much to advance the fact that he did graduate. Can you give a verbal assault in a text message?
Well, you want me to verbally assault him or just?
No. But I'm just wondering. He said he got a couple hundred verbal assaults,
yeah.
And technically they're not verbal assaults. They're just typed out.
Oh, that's a good point by you. They're text assaults.
Yeah, I mean, I know we're kind of splitting hairs here, but I mean, we can verbally assault him on air, can't we?
Well, I think go for it.
So I mentioned this earlier.
I'm not
just
offended.
Like you hold the title to your car when you go to sell it. You've got to sign the back of it. I think he should bring in that piece of paper that says he graduated from Oakland University, whatever year that may have been, he needs to bring it in and he needs to sign it over to the station. It needs to be put in the studio somewhere. It needs to be hung up somewhere that he has rescinded his graduation, his diploma from Oakland University, because there's no way you can recover from what he had to say and how he and I do want to know, did he say in there that was it confirmed that he showed up to an Oakland watch party?
I'm going to text him. I'll find out.
Because I want to know if he showed up.
Tom has breaking news apparently.
I have breaking news.
Oh wow.
Major breaking news.
Oh.
Kenny Cott will be in today. He is Ubering into work. His car is actually down, all kidding aside. We know it's down because he actually sent us a picture of the car on a tow truck yesterday because I think he felt guilty he wasn't going to be here because it was the Thursday of March Madness. So he had to send proof. I know that's what he was thinking. But anyways, he will be in today. So tune in at 2 o'clock, as long as Mike and Rico let this happen, and find out what Kenny Cott has to say about his alma mater.
But are they going to go
having
after
the biggest
him?
upset in the Michigan sports history?
Are they going to go after him, do you think?
I don't know.
They might let him off the hook. Let's not forget. Like Mike wanted Izzo to lose, and he went to Michigan State.
Right. Rico has full license. Rico can go after him.
Rico should go after him.
Rico wanted the Lions to lose, though.
That's a good point.
Yeah, but
he is a Niners fan.
Slappy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Kenny Cott will be in at 2 o'clock. And listen, we can't tell you what to do. We won't tell you what to do. But if you want to fire off a verbal assault to Kenny Cott's Twitter, tell him I say hello. Chris Villar with an update, and then we'll get to the upsets. 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by CGC Water Treatment. Oakland University doesn't want to be called a Cinderella, but they pulled off one of the biggest upsets in tournament history, hanging on against number 3 Kentucky for an 80-76 win. Coach Campy says it's the program's greatest win and the first in the big dance, a life changer. He also claims that this is not the end of it. Also says that he has not slept yet since last night. They get number 11 NC State in the round of 32 tomorrow night. It was Tom Izzo's 20th opening round victory, though he called it one of their best. They moved on past Mississippi State, but will run into number 1 North Carolina tomorrow in Charlotte. 2 goals for Captain Dylan Larkin in his return to the Wings, back after missing for nearly 3 weeks. He helped beat the Islanders downtown 6-3 and create cushion in that wild card spot. Larkin talked about how it feels to return and contribute after his team was slumping. Goals for Fisher, Kane, and 2 for Kopp as well. James Reimer saved 33 of 36 shots against him. And as the Tigers go through their final week of prep before next Thursday's opener, another big free agent finally signed. Former Detroit Slugger J.D. Martinez gets $12 million for 1 year with the Mets after holding out for months as a client of Scott Boras, obviously.
Were the Tigers interested?
I don't know if they were interested, but they got $12 million to throw out there for a good bat?
Well, they got a lot of money.
They could have, right?
Yeah.
Did Scott Boras allow it?
Should have been interested.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
From the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, 9 o'clock hour number 4. If you're wondering where Cookies is, Jim, do you guys call him Cookies or Jim?
I've never called him Cookies in my life, and I don't think I ever will.
I occasionally call him Cookies.
Yeah, okay, you do.
Yeah.
Well, Jim will be back on Monday.
Hopefully.
I'm glad he didn't send any proof as to why he's not here.
He did tweet out, I was looking at social media about an hour ago, he just tweeted out a picture of Greg Campy. So,
Cookies
I don't know.
did?
He did.
Cookies. Oh, wow. Cookies, so he's able to do that.
So, that's what I love. I love getting everybody in trouble. Okay, here's a couple quick updates for you. And then we'll go into the calls, and we're talking Oakland big upset, obviously, over Kentucky. But apparently Kennicott did not go to the bar yesterday because he doesn't have a car. Now, we also thought it would be a good idea, since Kenny is Ubering into work today, that if you're Kenny's Uber driver, would you please give him crap for thinking that Oakland didn't have a chance and hating on Greg Campy? I think that'd be fun.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that'll be the first person that comes in contact when he comes into public. But everybody else that would see Kennicott from that moment on needs to do the same. They need to make his life right now absolutely miserable for that take. And here's the other thing, just in regards to Coach Campy. How do you not like Coach Campy?
I agree.
He is one of the most genuine, nice guys, would give you the shirt off of his back. And we talked about it. We talked about it with him on Wednesday when he joined us. Like, he shows up every time for the Jamie Samuelson softball outing and doesn't ask any questions, just shows up. Where do you want me? What do I need to do? Now, I need him to hit a little better than he did last year and field at second base a little bit better, but we'll discuss that at another time.
Of course. He's got other things to worry about.
Yeah, he is one of the most likable guys. And for this to happen, that will be one of the defining moments of this NCAA tournament. Now, who knows what happens tomorrow? Do they get a chance to make it to the Sweet 16? I think there's a lot of people that are going to be hoping for that. I know I am. Last night I couldn't hardly sleep. I couldn't stop smiling. I was just jumping up and down, and then I was laying there going, my God, it's so awesome for those kids. It's awesome for him. And we had one caller call in last hour who said that they're hopping in the car making the drive to Pittsburgh. I wonder how many people are going to do that today or even tomorrow morning, because they don't play until, 7 o'clock?
7:15.
Right?
Yeah. It's going to be on
hop in the car. Let's
TV,
go.
I believe. And, I wonder how many people are going to make that. I mean, you heard Campy say, and I saw video of it, there were a ton of Oakland fans that sent them off to the game yesterday against Kentucky. And I got to believe that place is going to be very pro Oakland tomorrow. I mean, this is awesome. Let's go to Josh, actually in Kentucky. Josh, apparently our correspondent, to tell us how Coach Campy has killed Kentucky basketball. Is that correct, Josh?
Yeah. Hey, fellas. Good to talk to you. Grew up in Pontiac, so just down the road from OU. I'm 43. I've lived in the state of Kentucky for about the past 15 years. So when I first moved here, I didn't quite understand how true blue these fans are here, because back home we have all we have all professional sports, and here all they have is UK basketball. And I kept telling people they better be careful. OU, you got the coach that's been there a while. You've got some seasoned boys. You better be careful. And they said, oh, we're going to blow them out by 15, by 18, going to be a cakewalk. I'm telling you, these people in this state are devastated. It's on every news broadcast, every talk show in the morning. Facebook's blowing up, fellas. I'm telling you right now, OU, there has to be the biggest upset for the simple reason of Kentucky basketball is all this state has, and they have absolutely devastated this
Josh,
state.
They want Cal fired, correct? Is that the general
they
belief?
do, and they've been calling that. Yeah, and they've been saying that for the last several years.
I mean, this
isn't his first exit.
Yeah. No, you're right. And not to mention, it's not like he doesn't get good players. You know, you had the freshman of the year in the conference. You know, when you lost to St. Peter's, you had a runner-up for player of the year.
And you had Reed Shepherd. I was talking to a couple of my friends last night. I saw some of the draft boards with Reed Shepherd going number 1 overall. And, fellas, I didn't see that last night.
It was a no-show until late.
And here's the thing. I was going to ask you two, and I've asked my friends this. They want Cal fired. But my thing is, who are you going to get? Cal is the absolute best. You're not going to get anyone any better in recruiting.
Well, Josh, and
well,
go ahead.
In his last 5 NCAA tournament appearances, he's 1-4. Like, that's unacceptable there.
Unacceptable. It is Final Four, championship or bust. And I'm telling you, fellas, that these people down here, and I love living in this state. Don't get me wrong. I'm an elementary principal here. I catch you guys in the morning before I head into school. Matter of fact, I'm getting ready to head into a district PD here. Just hanging out talking to you all for a second. So I appreciate you all keeping me connected back home. But these people are so diehard blue guys, they won't even – red isn't even in their wardrobe just because Louisville's right up the road. They won't even wear red. So I'm telling you, this absolutely has to be the biggest upset in Michigan sports history. And so I just appreciate you fellas keeping me in touch with what's going on back home in the morning.
Josh,
I'm a full supporter. No one should ever wear red.
Josh, if you had – I agree with that. But if you had true guts, except if you – the Red Wings, of course – but if you had true guts,
or green,
you would wear a Oakland University T-shirt into school today.
Hey, listen, I'm going to tell you what, fellas. I'll buy one and I'll wear it and I'll send you all a pic. And I'm telling you right now, they'll want to hang me from my toes out front from school. But I would absolutely do it. Some of my best graduated from Pontiac Northern. Some of my best friends went to OU, and so I told them they didn't want to listen. So I am gloating just a little bit this morning. I'm a Michigan man, though, John, just like you. I love the University of Michigan. I love growing up, all my local sports teams. They have told me forever they just don't understand why I like the Lions, why I like the Tigers, and it's just something in our blood that we grew up. It's just in us, and just like the University of Kentucky is all they've ever had. And so I want people back home to think about your love for whatever your number one team is in Michigan and times it by 10. That is UK basketball here, and OU has just there's people calling into work today, guaranteed, because they're just sick to their stomach.
We got people calling in, too, for different reasons. Josh?
Well, maybe the same, but a little different.
That's actually a good point. Will Valente actually be on the radio? Izzo did win yesterday. He didn't want that to happen. I love that call. I absolutely love that call. Let's go to Derek in Clinton Township here on the ticket. Hey, Derek, how are you?
Hey, good morning, guys. I'm a 1993 grad from Oakland, and it's unbelievable. And part of the reason why is when I graduated, they were Division II. You couldn't conceive of winning a tournament game because it wasn't possible. They weren't allowed to play in it. And it's a fantastic university. Coach Campy is a great representative for this area, and my son and I are packing up tomorrow and making the drive out to Pittsburgh.
Oh, nice. Nice.
That's amazing.
Looking forward to it like anything. I can't even describe it.
Was it tough to get tickets, Derek?
No, you just went on StubHub. It was $100 a ticket, and that covers 2 games. So it wasn't bad at all.
Beautiful. Good luck, man.
How old's your son?
16. He's really excited. He wants to go to Rally House and get gear, and he's thrilled. So it's a nice experience.
Good luck,
That's
Derek.
awesome. Enjoy the time together and enjoy the experience.
Did you ever think that you would do a Friday or just any day, a whole morning show with the topic, pretty much the entire show being Oakland University basketball? You ever think that was going to happen?
No, I mean, we kind of I never thought it would be a reality. We kind of all in the back of our minds we were thinking, well, is it possible that they could beat Kentucky? And you try and generate these scenarios, but even at halftime, right? They go into halftime up 3. And we talked to Coach about this, at 8:00, and we'll hear from him again here at 9:35. But when they go in, you're thinking, is it sustainable? Can Jack Gohlke come out and have a second half like he had in the first half? Are they able to withstand the speed, the size? I mean, Coach Hawk, they got a couple of 7-footers. They weren't playing their best offense, Oakland, because they weren't doing some of the things that they had done all season long. Now, all of these things, I'm going off of what he said, because to your point, Rieger, is how many people have actually watched Oakland play this year?
I think what happened last night, don't forget the magic of what happened, what Gohlke did. And that's why I think it almost proves why we didn't really think they had a chance. 8 3-pointers in a first half. You know what I equate this to, and this will be maybe too old for some people out there. Michigan, as a defending national champion, lost to Loyola Marymount in 1990 in the second round, and a guy named Jeff Fryer made 11 3-pointers in a game. That's what I felt like I was watching last night. It was an unbelievable individual performance on a guy that most of us didn't know. That is it. It's the essence of March Madness. It's the one shining moment. He is in one shining moment no matter what they do.
He was the lead on CBS News this morning.
Right.
Like, it is unreal. And you're talking about a Division II dude, and Campy told us, like, he's only there because he shoots. He doesn't play a lick of defense. I mean, Campy literally said that. And he goes off, and some of those threes, he looked like Steph Curry out there. He was unconscionable.
Oh, yeah.
This would be like if Duncan Robinson did this for Michigan.
He did a couple times.
Not like that.
It's not like to that. 248-539-9797. People are loving on Oakland. Is this the biggest upset in our area ever? If not, what is? If it is, what's number 2? And then we also got to get into the salary cap hit for the Cam Sutton release. We'll do that maybe about 9:47. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, if you've been feeling a little self-conscious, you're wearing a hat more and more often, you're turning off your camera on Zoom calls, well, it's time to deal with your hair loss, and it's time to talk to the guy who wrote the book on it. Quite literally, that's Dr. Berkowitz at Michigan Hair Restoration. He's Michigan's #1 hair restoration specialist, and Dr. B can restore your hair and your confidence just like he's done for thousands of guys over the years. You can go online and read reviews from a bunch of his patients who recommend Dr. B, and they all talk about how much younger and more confident they feel after their procedure, and they say they couldn't be happier with the results, and many even saying it's the best decision and investment they've ever made. Michigan Hair Restoration also has so many more options than just hair transplants. There's lots of natural remedies Dr. B will talk to you about as well, and his treatment plans will fit almost every budget. And right now, they've got a special that you definitely don't want to miss. You can call and book your consult, speak to Maria. Make sure you mention 97.1, and you're going to get a complimentary natural hair remedy treatment valued at $1,000 at your consultation. It's a gift from Dr. B, and he's never offered this before, so you want to make sure you call today. Download Dr. B's Ultimate Guide to Hair Loss and Restoration today at MichiganHairRestoration.com.
In an instant, an auto accident could put you in the worst financial position of your life. It is a must to hire the right lawyer who will make sure that the insurance companies pay what they owe you. Injury attorney David Femininio and his team have been making insurance companies pay for almost 30 years, and he can help you with your injury case as well. That's 3 decades of experience that you need on your side. David is ready to speak with you personally right now. If you call 855-65-CRASH or go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's 855-65-CRASH or getdavidgetpaid.com.
We're not a Cinderella. That's right. Winnable game tomorrow against North Carolina State, who does not defend the 3 all that well. And by the way, Michigan State, we've barely talked about them, and it's Campy's fault. Izzo, I think, will understand. But Michigan State, I think a winnable game tomorrow against North Carolina as well. But, John, we got a lot of calls. The people want to talk. You want to do that, and then we'll get to Heather's news?
Yeah,
Sound
let's
good to
go.
you? All right.
Yeah, let's do that.
Beautiful. Yeah. Luke in Brighton, you're on the ticket. What's going on, Luke?
Hey, Jeff, thanks so much for taking my call. I really enjoy you and John. Appreciate longtime listener. Just ecstatic for Oakland U. If you're an Oakland U fan, obviously it's a surprise and you're ecstatic, but goodness gracious, you think of the days of Eric Kangas and Travis Bader and Max Hooper. I mean, Max Hooper didn't take a 2-point shot. I mean, all he took was threes. This is Oakland U basketball. Just ecstatic for the whole community, for Oakland University, for Grizz Nation. But just wanted to share too. Campy, is the underdog, right? And Oakland is an underdog, mid-major, 4,000 seat in the arena. They don't have a practice facility. All the things that are stacked up against them as a mid-major. But he returns the favor, and he brought Oakland U, Division I school, to an NAIA school just down the road at Rochester University, Wolverine Hoosier Athletic Conference, NAIA school. They came and played at Rochester University in November of 2022. So this is exciting for the community, all of Rochester Hills. But also it just shows the integrity of this guy for 40 years staying with Oakland U, but serving the community and what's best for for not just Oakland U, but what's best for the community. So just wanted to give him a shout out. Thanks for talking about the Grizzlies and all the best. And I would like to peace out because I know there's so many others that want to talk about Oakland. So thanks so much for taking my call.
Thank you, Luke. Dude, John, everybody's fired up.
I mean, yeah, this is a thanks. We're excited to talk about them, and thanks to them for giving us radio gold and the opportunity to talk about them for 4 hours. You and I were texting last night after the game, and
you were fired
up. I got to imagine I was watching it via Zoom with other members of my family because we're kind of spread out this morning, and it was so much fun to see their reaction. And, you see these like cell phone pictures of people in stands and videos that they're taking. Cameras and laptops and cell phones were bouncing all over the place because everyone was going nuts last night. And it doesn't matter if you're an Oakland University fan or not, you were last night and you're going to be again tomorrow.
I just realized something. Oakland's playing NC State. Michigan State's playing North Carolina. We have a chance. We've already destroyed Kentucky. We've wrecked the state of Kentucky. I have no idea if they care about basketball in Mississippi because, obviously Michigan State beat them yesterday. But we have a chance to wreck North Carolina as well.
Oh,
2 wins. 2 wins.
I mean, the entire state, yeah. And NC State, North Carolina. I mean, let's ravage the South.
248-539-9797. AJ's hanging out in the WB. You're on the ticket. What's going on, Age?
First of all, this is what makes the tournament so great. I was watching
Agreed.
last night with my son, and we were just going crazy every time Gohlke hit a three. But I watched them in the conference tournament, and I said to a bunch of people at work, don't be surprised if Oakland advances further than Michigan State. I just thought that, Trey Townsend, that kid's a beast. I still don't understand how Izzo passed on him, how he winds up not, in a Michigan State uniform.
AJ, I could be
He's
wrong
a
about
beast.
this. Did he pass on him, or did Trey Townsend want to go to Oakland? Because my understanding is he wanted to go to Oakland.
Yeah, but if Michigan State's going to make you an offer, I mean, that kid's an absolute beast. I mean, it'd be great to have him on in the Spartan uniform. But, hey, I'm happy for Oakland. And, again, I mean, what a great story. I mean, you can't script this, right? It's unbelievable.
Thank you, AJ. I mean, we haven't talked about Michigan State like at all, but, man, they played awesome yesterday. They beat Mississippi State by 18. They out-rebounded a good Mississippi State rebounding team. But more than anything, John, they got contributions up and down. I wouldn't be shocked if Sparty pulls the upset tomorrow against the Tar Heels, who, by the way, the weakest one seed, play in a conference that isn't all that impressive, don't have super impressive wins. And Tom Izzo, the second day of the weekend, after getting a day to prep in the tournament style, he's really damn good. Plus, they play good teams
and if
really tough.
They do play good teams really tough, and if they are able to beat North Carolina, it'll be the first time that they've beat them in the tournament. They've faced them a couple of times, and they just haven't been able to get over that hump. But to your point, this isn't the traditional. Yeah, they got Baycott, and they got a big in the middle. It's not your traditional North Carolina team.
I would agree. Let's go to Heather with some news. What's going on, Heather?
Oh, well, unfortunately, a second case of measles has been reported in Washtenaw County. So the second reported case was confirmed in an adult between the ages of, 18 and 49, somewhere in that range, who was not vaccinated before they were exposed. This person then exposed others after they went to visit a dorm at U of M, an ER at the University of Michigan Medical Center, 2 CVS pharmacies, and also 2 urgent care centers. So
really narrows it down, by the way.
Went to a lot of places afterwards. So there's a whole time frame. You can go online and see if you were in those places. You should watch for some symptoms. And of course, health officials say they're a little bit more nervous about these cases, which are the first reported in Michigan since 2019, because the rate of vaccinations against measles has dropped amongst the younger kids in our state. Let's see here. A Lapeer County prison was on a brief lockdown on Tuesday during a fight between the Oxford High School shooter and a fellow teenage inmate. So the fight broke out in the prison's housing unit, which they say is kind of separated from everybody else there. So it was only a specific section of the prison that was locked down. Both prisoners were taken to the hospital, evaluated, and then released back to the prison. It's unknown what led to the fight to begin with, but officials say there were no weapons involved, and the staff quickly responded, broke up that fight. Now, of course, it is under investigation. Both inmates have been placed on limited, movement, and then punishment will follow. It might be restrictions to cell phones or loss of privileges. So there's a former Detroit teacher who was fired because of her side hustle, and now she's gone viral. So this Detroit native, Dominique Brown, taught U.S. history for 7 years at a Metro Detroit high school. She was actually named Teacher of the Month back in December. Sounded like she was really great at her job. But when school wasn't in session, she was also building a rap career. She was a rapper.
Okay.
Her name's Drippin' Honey is her rap name.
I like that.
And apparently that didn't sit well with at least one parent. And according to Brown, that parent made an anonymous complaint back in October of 2023, shortly after she dropped a music video from one of her songs on YouTube. And despite defending herself to school administrators, that parent continued to make some sorts of complaints, and ultimately those complaints led to her termination. And now she's getting the support of hundreds of parents and students. She posted one of her singles, Drippin' 101. And
do we have it?
I don't think so.
Do we
I
have
don't think we
Dripping
have
Honey?
it, but you could.
Everybody
Drippin',
making her
Drippin'.
debut, Dripping Honey.
Not dripping, Drippin'.
Drippin'.
Yeah, different, very
Sorry.
different.
And
Anyway,
dripping.
so she's got a lot of support, and it sounds like she's saying, hey, what I do outside of work shouldn't be a factor into my firing, especially because it didn't play a factor in how I taught at school. And she said she invited the parent to come sit in her classroom to see what a great teacher was. She asked for all of these complaints, but never actually physically saw them. So the school wasn't turning them over to her. Anyway, she's gone viral. You can go check her out
I'm
on
a
YouTube.
parent. You're a parent. John is
Yes.
a parent. I would have no issue with this. No issue with it at all.
No,
I
especially
think
if
it'd
it's
be
not
kinda
affecting
cool.
her classroom. And
she won Teacher of the Year.
Well, that's what some parents are saying, that, hey, look at this. What an example you are. You can have your job as a teacher, but still pursue other dreams outside of the classroom. You're an
Absolutely.
inspiration, and you got fired. Yes. Hey, life expectancy is on the rise again. So this is great news. On Thursday,
Hell
the
yeah.
CDC confirmed that the life expectancy in 2022 rose to 77.5 years.
That's it?
Which is up. It is it, but
I'm
it is
almost
up.
dead.
It's up from 76.4 in 2021 and 77 in 2020. So
Why?
You're looking
We'll
at
take
the
every little bit.
Exactly. You're thinking it's negative because it's not that high.
I'm
It's
almost
positive
dead, guys.
because it's
I'm
higher.
old. You got your whole life in front of you. Me,
well,
I'm dead.
I'm almost halfway done with
Have
my
you
life.
seen my head?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Yes.
but that's just the average. You could outdo it, and sorry, Rieger, but you could also underperform.
I'm used to that.
Anyway, you asked why. It's
Yes,
because
why?
we've had decreases in COVID-19 related deaths. Also, we've had improvements among heart disease, cancer, homicide, and unintentional injuries.
Oh, good.
So
All right.
there you have it.
I hope to live to at least 97.1. All right. Greg Campy, big win. I know. Greg Campy, huge win yesterday against Kentucky. How does he feel the morning after? We'll find out next. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, say goodbye to those busted brackets because FanDuel lets you bet on every game of the tournament. And if you're one of the very few that doesn't have a busted bracket, good for you. If your bracket has already gone that route, you can bet on anything from an upset to a one seed. It doesn't matter, and you just got to do it on America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. And so pick out a winner, and you're going to get $200 to bet on point spreads, money lines, whatever you want, and maybe it's even who's going to win it all. Just visit FanDuel.com/Jansen and bet on college hoops until they cut down the nets. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager. Only $10 first deposit is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. Okay. Ready to go? All right. FanDuel, Jansen. Grand slams, no-hitters, and double plays are back, and there's no better place to keep – sorry, take two. Hold on. Grand slams, no-hitters, and double plays are back, and there's no better place to get in on the MLB action than FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now new customers can start the MLB season with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's $200 you can use to bet on money lines, totals, strikeouts, homers, you name it, you find it, or combine your bets in a same-game parlay for a chance at an even bigger payout, all on an app that's safe, secure, and super easy to use. So download it, explore, and visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to join today and make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball, and 97 The Ticket. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. All right, thank you. It's hard if you look out the window right now to see it, but there is some green grass that's going to start popping up, and you want to make sure you have the best yard or lawn on your street. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, the company that can make it happen. Get green, stay green with Natural Way. You can give them a call at 888-GET-GREEN for a limited time only. Purchase a full log program. You're going to get free grub control, but you got to mention my name along with 97.1 the ticket. And if you prepay, you're going to save some green by getting the early bird discount, which is available now through the end of the month. And here's the Natural Way difference. They're going to use fewer chemicals and environmentally sound practices. Each lawn is assigned its own specialist, and they're going to send out certified applicators and arborists to perform a custom-tailored plan specifically for your yard and your home. And you can only get that at Natural Way. They've been locally owned and operated for over 3 decades. They're going to give you a 100% satisfaction guarantee. So give them a call at 888-GET-GREEN or on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way.
Not a Cinderella. NC State tomorrow. Michigan State gets North Carolina. Hey, John, we got a call that's been hanging out. I got to read you some ticket text and then maybe a quick word on Cam Sutton, and we'll turn things over to the boys. Sound good?
That sounds great.
Ryan in Rochester Hills, the belly of the beast. What's going on, Ryan?
I'm still kind of feeling like this is not real. I've been an Oakland fan since 2005. I graduated from there. I've seen every single Oakland game since then, and this is like a moment just that's unreal. We watched it last night with some of my guys that we've been watching Oakland for that whole time, and we were just like speechless. I mean, it was incredible. Just yeah.
What are you doing for the game tomorrow?
We're looking at tickets. We're going to try and get out there.
Nice.
It's a 7:00 game, so I don't know. But my wife has a friend in West Virginia, like not too far from Pittsburgh, apparently. And I might be spending the night there, so I don't know. We'll see. But, yeah, it's like Jack said, we're not a Cinderella. Like, I think no one thought this would happen except for Oakland fans. We've been watching this team all year, and like Michigan, the team. Like, that's what we've been saying all year, and it's just really cool to see it happen.
Well, Ryan, you're not surprised? You thought this was going to happen?
I mean, in my head, my head and my heart, you got two different things. Like knowing, yes, Calipari has these guys that are, 7 feet tall and, they're going to be NBA prospects. But watching this team all year, like I had a really good feeling. So I wouldn't say like 100%, but, like 99%, I was like, they're going to do this. This is the year. And, I know that sounds crazy, but,
So here's the litmus test. Here's the litmus test. Who did you pick in your bracket?
I picked Oakland.
Oh, that a boy. There we go.
I had to do it. I was like it hasn't happened since 2011. And, I had to do it. But, and just everything that everyone's saying about Campy, I've known him since 2005, and he still remembers me. We had 2 kids, and they went to the games, and he would, play with them, and it's just, he's an incredible person, and he deserves everything today. So.
Hey, Ryan, man, congrats. Enjoy. Good luck.
Yeah.
See, those calls are awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That is
and
awesome.
I think there's a lot of people right now that are looking at tickets. They're trying to find a way to get in the arena in Pittsburgh tomorrow night.
Well, you heard the one guy said $100 on StubHub, you get 2 games. So I haven't checked, but I got to believe once the snow goes away, if it goes away, this is ridiculous. But if it goes away, I got to believe there's going to be, it's going to be like last one out of Rochester Hills, turn off the lights. We're going to the Steel City, baby.
Mm-hmm. And how long are you going to have to wait before you can move your car?
I just moved it. You know what? Your electric vehicle jokes don't work here. Costa might take it. But they don't work with me, my friend. Here's the other thing. I have much more of an attractive ride than Jim does. Like, that is a morning radio host. Jim Costa is a morning man. He needs to upgrade the vehicle. I'm not trying to be a jerk, but he needs to upgrade the vehicle. I mean, it looks like a toaster.
Or a golf cart.
Well, mine's kind of a golf cart, too. But mine looks good, man. And mine farts.
So it does, and I'm curious if you got to dig yourself out, like, who's bringing you a shovel, because you surely can't fit it in there, right?
I'll fit it in the frunk.
The frunk.
Yeah, I got the frunk trunk. That's what it's called. That's what us Tesla people call it. Hey, I got some ticket
Who you
text
watching
for you.
today?
Every game. I'm going to go home. It'd probably take me 2 hours to get home. I'm going to be in my Barca Lounger by 12:15, and I'm not going to move. I might go get the kid at the bus stop, although I think I got a text that school is canceled. So that might put a crimp in the plans.
One of the lucky few.
Let's see. I got to check on that. I do have this ticket text that I wanted to read that Tom has made me read, because this has been kind of a positive show. Usually when I'm on the radio, it gets very negative. But it's been rather positive. So Tom wanted me to read this. I'm watching the YouTube feed. When Jeff rubs his head, it looks like he's rubbing, that's from Will. So there you go.
Thanks, Tom.
That's for you, John.
Yeah, thanks. Hey, and make sure you tune in tonight, because as for all of those fans that are disappointed in the fact that Morehead State is no longer in the tournament, Longwood will hit the hardwood just after 9 o'clock tonight.
Oh, that would be totally agonizing for you. Longwood and Morehouse State goes down. I mean, they just both sucked. Yeah.
Morehead.
Morehead.
Yes.
Whatever.
Yeah,
What did I say?
Not Morehouse.
Morehouse.
Yes, Morehouse.
What are you going to do?
Yes. Yes.
Been a
You're
long
thinking
show.
of what?
I apologize. I screwed up the joke. Gators in here.
Sorry.
We all got it. We knew where you were going.
We know where you're going.
I'm going home.
Gator, how you doing, man?
I'm all right, John. How are you?
I'm doing all right. How was the remote control had to get worn out last night?
It did. It did. There was some lag time with that remote, too, and I was not happy about it.
Oh, boy. Did you miss anything?
No, I did not. If anything, I erred on the side of caution, and I went with OU at the finish.
Good for. Well, I mean, the Wings did us a favor. They were up 5-1 at one point. They ran away with it, so you could really concentrate.
Well, yeah, but no.
And I know they gave up a couple goals late.
That's why things did not. That's why the remote got worn out, because they made it a little testy there, and then Wad decides to pull the goaltender with 5 minutes to go, which is ridiculous, but it's what he does.
I made the conscious effort and the decision, rather, that at halftime, I don't care about the Wings anymore. I mean, I was so captivated by the Oakland game, I couldn't get enough. I was loving both. It was fantastic. And, yeah, there was a time that I was just watching stretches of the Oakland U game, but more in the second. I don't know. Would I watch more in the. I mean, intermission, it switched completely over to OU. And then I would go back during a commercial break and see that, this is still going really well for the Grizz. Nice. And, yeah, it kind of took over. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I mean, yesterday was the perfect day with the exception of Hunter Dickinson winning. Everything else went great.
Yeah. It was a good day. It was a good day, and we will talk about it all.
We got Karsh and Anderson coming up next, or as Wojo calls you, crashing the crock. Have you ever heard that?
Yes, I've been privy to that.
This was my goal today, to make sure you guys knew that. 97 won the ticket.
Well, good morning and welcome to the Carson Anderson program. Detroit wakes up to a late winter coating of snow, a Red Wing team that looks like it got its mojo back, Michigan State giving themselves a chance to salvage their season, Oakland University is America's darling, Cam Sutton released by the Lions. What a day. What a day.
If the price that we have to pay as sports fans here in this town to see Oakland U knock off Kentucky, which is just so amazing, so many ways, to see the Red Wings get their win over one of the teams that's chasing them. If the price to pay is a few inches of snow, I'm here for it. I'm okay.
Yeah, the drive in today was, I will call it treacherous. For me, it was. Everybody take your time, be as safe as you can be. And I just kind of settled in. I'm going to get in, knowing I'm going to get in way later than usual. First thing I saw was a freeway with traffic stopped. I rerouted. I got back on the freeway.
You rerouted.
I rerouted again.
You are the king of rerouting.
I took.
You're the most impatient driver I've ever seen.
Hold on. I'm not impatient. I don't drive fast.
I didn't say you do it fast.
I just want to make sure
this.
I know. I want to make sure this isn't misinterpreted. I don't drive fast. I don't drive reckless.
You hate to stand still.
But I cannot stand sitting in traffic, starting and stopping. So I had a 3 diversion day in. Like I diverted back onto the highway. I diverted again. Then I diverted from the diversion, and I actually at one point turned around and went back. 3 diversion. Actually, it might have been technically a 4 diversion because one of my diversions was a bad choice. So I went back and re-diverted from that diversion. But suffice to say, I just settled in and got myself on a healthy. It's just going to be a slow drive. Just get in safely. There's a lot to talk about. Thankfully, open computer last night, taking notes all throughout. I was ahead on show prep, and what a night it was. What a night it was. And I hope everybody out there enjoyed it. The day started with the Spartans, and I know a lot of Michigan State fans out there happy. And now they probably get the game that'll go a long way towards making an otherwise frustrating season memorable. So the North Carolina coming up on Saturday, and Michigan State got kind of one of the things we talked about, Jaden Akins stepping up. And he had a big game.
Yeah, that he did. That he did.
Spartans took care of business against a dangerous Mississippi State team. So good for them. But look, let's face it, Oakland University and JMFG stole the show. Didn't he?
Jack MF. Oh. Gohlke. Yeah. Yeah, he was unbelievable. He just kept shooting. Doug. Shooters got to shoot.
Yep.
And it was impressive to say the least. I don't even know where to start with this. It's just, and I'll start with Sunday night when Greg Campy, coach of Oakland University, is on Sportsworks with Dan Miller and Tim McCormick, and they're discussing the tournament and specifically the game Oakland U and Kentucky, and coach is talking about the game plan. And he was so specific about what has to happen. And he called out Kentucky, basically said they don't have much of an inside game. We have to be able to defend a 3 because they shoot from outside well. But we play a zone defense, and that usually plays well against teams that shoot from the outside. And he goes, we've got to play our game. We got to knock down our shots. But basically giving the game plan complete was more explicit than that. And then at the end of the show, he has to give his final 4 picks because he's there as an analyst as well. And he gives his final 4 picks, and one of them is Kentucky. And they're like, say, Coach, you got Kentucky here. And he's like, that's right. I want everybody to pick Kentucky so that we can bust all of your brackets. And what did they do last night?
They busted everybody's
bracket. They busted everyone's bracket.
Well, probably fewer in our listening area than most towns.
Yeah, because there'll be some people that'll blind loyalty, and that's fine. But, but it was legit. It was legit all the way, start to finish. If Kentucky got the ball and they had a chance to take the lead and they took the lead by 1, what did OU do? They answered.
My God, did they ever?
They answered every single time, and then would go back up by like 6 and say, catch us if you can. And they couldn't. They couldn't. All the stars they have at Kentucky. And on the roster, they have something like 11 of their 15 scholarship players are freshmen and sophomores at Kentucky, because that's all that, Calipari's is an amazing recruiter, and he is. Recruits all the top talent. But keep in mind, the top talent is raw. They got to play together. They got to gel together. And that's not what Kentucky basketball is about. Kentucky basketball is one and done city, baby. And you're not building a team like that. Look at how Oakland U was built, right? The majority of their roster, I believe, is comprised of sophomores and up. And well, I think they have a bunch of seniors. And they've got transfers in to their program that help them out. And that's how teams can be dangerous in the tournament. And in today's college basketball age, with the portal, when you think the portal is not going to help the smaller programs, the mid-majors, think again, because they get talent.
With just over 7 minutes to go in that game, Kentucky had only made three-pointers the entire game. And then they went through their next 6 buckets were all three-pointers.
And they started knocking them down.
Yeah, and Oakland answered the bell. I think it was Tony Garcia, the free press, was sitting courtside as Kentucky was warming up, and he just rolled video on them shooting corner threes through their warm-up drill. And it was shot after shot after shot after shot going in. Then somebody missed, and then they hit like another 6 in a row. And he just said this. He tweeted out, and I don't have the exact tweet in front of me, but he tweeted out something like, "This is unedited." And it was every player on Kentucky knocking down threes from the corner like it was Larry Bird in the skills competition in the 3-point shootout. And the implication, of course, what you're thinking is this is going to be a long night. But they didn't hit any threes until late. But at that point, you can tell when a team, the underdog team, and we've watched enough March Madnesses to know that underdog team starts to believe, the building buys in, and there's this momentum, this hubris that suddenly Kentucky's like, we can't stop Oakland University. We can't stop this collection of players that nobody at their level, Kentucky's level, probably recruited. I mean, probably the biggest recruit on that team, I don't know this for a fact, but it's probably Rocket Watts, who ended up at Michigan State, transferred to Mississippi State, and ended up at OU. And he's a role player. He played pretty well last night in his role, had the assist on the kill shot from DQ Cole from the corner.
What a shot.
But there was a moment in that game where something we talked about before the game, it has nothing to do with Gohlke, and we will talk. This is going to be some Gohlke radio today, but there was a moment in that game where something we talked about was on full display where you knew, oh, this might happen. And I'm like, that's what we were looking. That's something I was looking for. And it happened, and yep, OU pulled it off. Golden Grizzly fans, the floor is yours. 248-539-9797. You asked a great question. How many people right now are planning their trip to Pittsburgh for tomorrow's?
I kind of want to go. I'll be honest with you.
Are you putting together a game plan to get down there and get tickets?
Are Ewan's going down?
He's speaking in his
Pittsburgh
accent.
Oh, do you know some people from there? We'll go to Pittsburgh. We'll watch Oakland University from Rochester.
I've got there's an Oakland neighborhood in Pittsburgh, like one of their suburbs.
Okay,
it's called Oakland. But I had relatives that from Pittsburgh. When I was growing up, we go visit Grandma Karsh in Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm.
Grandma Karsh and Grandpa Fritz, along with my aunt and uncle, my cousins.
Do you remember where in Pittsburgh that was?
Coraopolis. Okay. Well, my grandparents lived in Bradford Woods. And then my grandmother, after my grandfather passed away, moved to Zelienople, which is like the Cranberry exit off the Pittsburgh Turnpike. Then I had relatives in Coraopolis, which is what I remember visiting them near the airport.
Yeah, my aunt and uncle and cousins were in Wexford.
Okay, yeah,
I
know.
Go there all the time.
That's really close to Bradford Woods, I believe.
I think my cousin lives in Cranberry now.
So you're familiar with the orange belt, the yellow belt, the blue belt? The roads that circle Pittsburgh that they...
A little bit, yeah. I mean, I certainly know about the incline.
Well, yeah. What a day. What a day. All right, I'll get to that moment where I knew, oh, this might be on. We'll get to that today at 10:20. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Okay, so we talked about leading up to, and we did a lot of preview this week on March Madness for Michigan State and Oakland University. And one of our conversations about Oakland University was no matter what, it happens every single year. It doesn't matter how many times it happens. There is the favorite that the brackets come out, and these are 18, 19, 20-year-old kids who look at the bracket, and you're Kentucky, and you go, all right, so we get this win, and probably maybe NC State, they're hot, and who's the 1 seed in our bracket? And you start doing all that when you're Kentucky. And look, both Michigan and Michigan State fans have been that team where you're that high seed and you start projecting yourself ahead in the bracket and you're doing all that, right? But you're not really focusing on that mid-major that you're playing in the first round. And you make yourself vulnerable to this because while you're going through the walkthroughs and the scouting reports and all that, you're still 18, 19 years old. And you think, we just lace them up, we'll go win this game. I got to get tickets for family, and where's the regional final? Because you're Kentucky. And we're not immune to it. Like I said, we've done it.
Oh, yeah.
There was a moment in that game last night where you're like, oh, my God, they did not take this game seriously. That would not happen if the letters D-U-K-E were across the chest of the opponent they were playing. Trey Townsend makes a basket and gets fouled. And it's an and-1. And he shoots the free throw, and he misses. And the entire, and OU wasn't putting people up to rebound. The entire Kentucky team treated it like it was a 2-shot foul. And he misses, and the rebound comes off, and the kid from Kentucky just grabs it and turns and tosses it out of bounds to the ref. OU basketball. So it's a live basketball. And they just
gave it away.
They gave it away because they didn't
know.
They didn't. If it were Duke they were playing, there's no way they wouldn't have known that was an and-1. But nobody on that free throw line really moved like it was one shot. And when he missed it, the kid from Kentucky just kind of catches it and tosses it out of bounds to the ref, who's like kind of gets out of the way, like, what the hell did you just do?
That's a hot potato.
And I'm thinking, that's it. That right there speaks to the vulnerability of the favorite, not taking this team seriously and spacing out. You don't space out when you're playing UConn. You don't space out when you're playing Kansas.
No, and this is why Kentucky fans are furious today with Coach Cal and calling for his head and have been unhappy for the last couple seasons now when they bowed out this early in the tournament when they have a team that is so incredibly talented laden. But that's on, look, is it on the coach for not instilling in them, hey, know the situation, be aware of it at all times? Sure, a little bit, but that's on the players. That's just stupidity. It's not being in the moment. It's just blowing it off. And for exactly what you said, they expected a cakewalk.
It could totally be on the coach, but we don't know how much Calipari warned against a letdown going into that game. Only they know how much he did. But I always go back to, it would never happen. That vulnerability wouldn't be there if you take it serious. Like, if you really, really, really take it seriously. You can still lose. But that's to me the sign that mentally they weren't as focused as they needed to be. And Oakland University, you can't always take advantage of that, but they did. They were ready to, and they did.
I agree with you mostly. Yep. I think that there's obviously one pretty big play locally in history where it would go against that, and that's the Chris Webber timeout call. It doesn't get a bigger situation than that, and he should have known what the situation was, and he didn't. There may be some other circumstances there, but it's a similar thing. Nonetheless,
teams still make mistakes.
I think 99 times out of 100, that what you said last night about last night's game is completely indicative of a team that is not taking it seriously, and it's a foregone conclusion, and they're not paying attention to the details, which matter.
That's where I was like, they've made themselves vulnerable. They have invited the underdog to, here's an invitation to beat us, and OU accepted.
Yeah, in a game where that's OU's best player, and he's an 80% free throw shooter, 79% free throw shooter, and he only makes 4 of 8, I think, on the night. Just down the stretch was missing his free throws, and you're like, wow, don't let this be the reason OU doesn't get there.
Yeah,
and it wasn't the reason.
It was scary.
They were like, no, we got this. Doesn't matter. We'll pick him up and hit the 3 from the corner. It's over.
248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls. We'll get to some Red Wing stuff, some Michigan State stuff, Lion stuff. It's going to be a busy day. But because it's open lines, that's what you want to talk about now. Feel free to pick up the phone and call, send the text. We go to Hoss. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Hoss?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Morning.
Bear with me because this is a very special, emotional moment. This win for Oakland, it reaches far and wide. I don't know if you guys remember, but I called in probably about 6 weeks ago, champ and chump, and obviously my chump was Juwan Howard bringing in the Fab Five to try to motivate his guys, and my champ was Greg Campy. And this is before they won the Horizon League tournament. And here we are, Greg Campy wins, and the Golden Grizzlies win the game in the round of 64. This is huge. A huge congratulations to the student athletes, to Greg Campy and current and former athletes, man. I've been going to the games and watching them all season long, and I can tell you that something felt really different about this team. They're special. And it was men amongst boys out there. It's exactly what it was last night.
Are you saying Kentucky being the men and Oakland was the boys and the boys won? Or are you calling OU the men?
Yeah, I think he's saying that Gohlke's the man among boys.
Yeah,
well, absolutely. That's exactly right. Great point. I mean, listen, this whole one and done deal with these Power 5 schools, this is where it's going to come back and bite them in the butt. There's these guys, as we talked about a little bit earlier, you've got these 3rd, 4th year graduate transfers that are going to these mid-major programs. It's going to continue to be a thorn in the side of these big programs moving forward.
Well, it might be. I mean, this isn't the first upset in NCAA tournament history, but the transfer portal makes it a lot easier for kids. Like in the past, Kentucky, Duke, Kansas, the Blue Bloods could hoard talent and pack it on its bench. Now, if you're not playing and you want playing time, you don't have to wait your turn. You can transfer and go get the playing time from a smaller school. Although, I mean, I'm not as familiar with their roster and whether or not any of these other guys transferred in. Obviously, Rocket Watts did, but I mean, how many transfers? Like Gohlke came from Division II. But
that's the thing, though. You can be it's moving up the ladder. Like you can be a star in Division II, and it gives you options now. Now, maybe the schools in the Big Ten don't want to look at you because you're coming from Division II, and maybe you're undersized, and maybe you look too much like, the co-main event at WrestleMania. But Oakland U will be like, hey, we're going to take a look at you. We like what you can do. You can flat out shoot.
248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Yeah, snow's falling right now. I mean, this is crazy. The temperature up and down, up and down. It's like a yo-yo. How is your house? Is your house not reacting well? Well, call the people at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling because they know what it takes to keep your home comfortable all year long. They're offering a deal where you can replace a clunky water heater with a tankless one for free with a purchase of a Comfort Maker furnace and air conditioning package. Now, they've got over 100 years of combined experience. They're the team that I trust. I had problems with my thermostat. They came out. They fixed it. I had problems with the water heater. They came out, and they fixed it. The next day, it was awesome. You can visit them at BirminghamPlumbingCO.com. That's BirminghamPlumbingCO.com.
Check. 10:51 in 3, 2, 1. I know we just made it through the opening weekend of the college basketball tournament, but that doesn't mean that the party has to end. Grab your friends and head to Twin Peaks to catch up on your busted bracket, all the upsets, and choose all the buzzer beaters 10:51 and 3-2-1. I know we just made it through the opening weekend of the college basketball tournament, but that doesn't mean that the party has to end. Grab your friends and head to Twin Peaks to catch up about your busted bracket, all the upsets you chose, and all the buzzer beaters. It's a big week for Detroit hockey, too, and there isn't a better place to catch their playoff run than Twin Peaks. And what makes it even better, their happy hour, Monday through Thursday from 2 to 6 and 10 to close. They offer up some of the best deals in town on some of your favorite foods and drinks. $3 wells, $4 tall domestics, and $3 shots all pair great with scratch-made favorites like their mozzarella cheese bites, fried pickles, queso, and crispy mini tacos. You can get a shot, a beer, an app, and some tacos for less than $20. I mean, what would you rather do on the ride home? Sit in bumper-to-bumper traffic while they're fixing the damn roads? Or hang out with the beautiful Twin Peaks girls? It seems like a no-brainer. To find a location nearest you, go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, and scenic views. 10:59 and 3-2-1. When it comes to sports action, no one does it better than Twin Peaks. We know how awesome it felt with the successful Detroit football season, and now Detroit hockey is poised to follow suit, and Twin Peaks has all the action as they gear up for the playoffs. What makes Twin Peaks great on game day? For starters, you won't find a colder beer in the state. Their beer lines are chilled to 29 degrees. And when you combine them with a mug that's only used once a day, that's been freezing for 6 hours, you get that frosty, ice-cold draft that's cold to the last drop. Order up the beer of the month, Bud Light, and see for yourself. Combine that ice-cold draft with their Scratch Kitchen, and you got a recipe for success. Try some of the signature dishes featuring the house-smoked items like the ribs or brisket. Or if you're a wing guy, check out their hand-breaded, to-order boneless wings. They got something for everyone, and then there's the Twin Peaks girls. Detroit is in must-win action tonight against Washington, so stop by and cheer them on while they race for the playoffs. And mark your calendars. In 1 week, their Auburn Hills location is having an in-store photo shoot with And mark your calendars. In 1 week, the Auburn Hills location is having an in-store photo shoot with possible contestants for the National Miss Twin Peaks pageant from 5 to 9. Live DJ, great drink specials, beautiful Twin Peaks girls. Don't miss out. Thank you. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Boy, there's a lot to talk about today. Red Wings, they get their mojo back. If so, why? Well, there's some obvious reasons. Maybe some that aren't so obvious, but could be a shifting of an attitude towards this team and specifically one player going on. We'll get to that in the 11 o'clock hour. Michigan State got a little Izzo data that could be very interesting. That bodes well for the Spartans. Additionally, Oakland U1, a lot of people want to talk about that. They are America's darling. Cam Sutton released by the Lions, ramifications of that. All will be discussed today in length, but whatever's on your mind, fair game right now as we have open lines. You ready to go?
I am ready to go.
Let's get back to the people. Jovan, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Jovan.
Hello, good morning, guys.
What's up?
I'm a senior at Oakland University, and we just got back from the game at 4 a.m. this morning.
Nice.
Why'd you come back?
We had to make sure the bus was going to be scheduled for tomorrow's game.
So you're going back?
That's the plan, yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome.
But yeah, it was insane in there because it was really only one. It was a big section in the lower bowl, but it was really just one section of Oakland fans. Mm-hmm. But we took over the entire arena.
And did you notice that the people that weren't Kentucky fans were on board with you?
I started seeing a little bit of that, but it was amidst a sea of a lot of blue and a lot of sad blue.
Yeah.
You just hate to see it.
That was.
So yeah, it was just incredible. Even before the game, like I had a feeling that the magic could be happening because I was getting the sense that a lot of Kentucky fans were very nervous and very defensive when it came to even some of Campy's comments about their post presence and. It's just I could see the fear in their eyes.
So how many people on the bus and how many people are you anticipating for tomorrow when you head down?
So there was about 50 people on that one bus, but I mean, there was a bunch of other alumni and faculty that went on their own. But for this bus, we were talking about multiple, so it might be near 100 Oakland students and fans going for Saturday.
That's awesome.
You got class today?
I do, yeah.
Are you going?
Yeah, it's just I'm on campus, so it makes it a little bit easier.
Yeah. All right. What do we got today?
Yeah. What's on the class load?
We got mechanical systems, and then we have aerodynamics.
Oh, come on, man.
Mechanical systems and aerodynamics. Are you perhaps an engineering major of some kind?
How could you tell?
Well, you enjoy. I'm sure class is actually going to be fun. I imagine there'll be some discussion about what happened last night. Well, enjoy the trip back, and you witness history, my friend.
Thank you, fellas.
Yep. Take care. 248-539-9797.
A bus leaving Pittsburgh carrying happy Oakland University fans leaves at 10:52 p.m. At that same time, another bus heading for Lexington, Kentucky leaves, but with very downtrodden fans. Which bus is heavier? The answer, the bus heading to Lexington, because all the tears just continue to mount. That's the kind of story problem you want to work on.
What was it? Mechanical. What was this first? How about
systems? Something systems.
Mechanical
right?
systems. Right. That's the mechanical. Now aerodynamics. Bus leaves Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Headed for Rochester, Michigan. A bus leaves Pittsburgh, leaving for Lexington, Kentucky. Which one experiences more headwind? 248-539-9797.
The bus heading to Lexington has to pull over every 20 minutes because people are puking out the windows. They're so upset.
Bob in Rochester, you're next on 97.1. Hi, Bob.
Hi. Gator, you just cracked me up. When you go into that alternate ego of yours, you just cracked me up.
Thanks, Bob.
My family,
you sound cracked up.
My family had a great day yesterday. I have a granddaughter that's a senior at Michigan State, a granddaughter that's a junior at Creighton. My sister went to Duquesne, and I live in Rochester Hills, and RJ's was rocking last night. And so I grew up in Pittsburgh, and I have a couple driving tips for everybody. I go there at least once a year, and I used to drive to Cleveland once a week. So the secret is it's 5 hours and 10 minutes to the arena from Rochester Hills. When you're on the Ohio State Turnpike, or on the Ohio State, how did I get that in here? The Ohio Turnpike, you put it on cruise control 5 miles an hour over the speed limit. The police won't bother you. Anything over that, they're all over that turnpike.
Yep. All right, good to know.
They're all over that turnpike.
Good to know.
Also, Pittsburgh's got, I think, the nicest baseball park in the country. The Tigers play there the first week of August. It's about 5 hours.
Okay, now you've kind of lost us.
What's that?
I said you kind of lost us. You're planning on a road trip in August.
You're working for the city, the Chamber of Commerce for Pittsburgh. Going to talk about the confluence next, and
well, no, I'm just saying that if you're looking for a road trip this summer, the first week of August,
we're looking for a road trip tomorrow.
Yeah.
So we're just worried about tomorrow.
Yep, that too.
What's the best rest stop in Ohio?
Rest stop.
Well, they got all those travel plazas.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, which one has Chick-fil-A? Do you know if any of them have Chick-fil-A? Sounds like you made the drive a bunch.
Well, most of my travel was between Detroit and Cleveland.
Never made a pass.
So I usually stop one of those places about 3 exits in before Cleveland, but I don't stop from Cleveland on to Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I mean, the answer is you're just going to Pittsburgh to eat.
You can. It depends what time you get launched. It depends. They're nice. They're actually kind of nice. You know, that's the best part of it. That's like the best part of Ohio is the plazas.
The best part of Ohio is pulling over.
I mean, seriously, you start ranking the best things in Ohio, probably the first 7-8 things are plazas on the Ohio Turnpike.
Wow.
Yep. The one near Youngstown's very nice. I think there's one near Findlay.
Yeah. Findlay's nice.
Yeah, it's a nice plaza.
Yeah.
Really, really like the one near Sandusky. That might be number one.
Yeah.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Lee's in Southfield, and he's next. Hi, Lee.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Good morning.
Good morning.
All right.
I just wanted to say, what a game last night. What an incredible opportunity for America to get to see the magic that really is at Oakland University. I've got a family of 3 generations of Golden Grizzlies. My mom actually went to school when Campy started. I graduated about 10 years ago, and it's just been, incredible to see what the program has done, even though we've never really had the experience in the tournament. But if the game itself was not, an example of how incredible we are, I think the panel of the post show, if you guys got a chance to watch that, was one of my favorite things. It's like we keep getting as Detroit schools or programs into the conversation, and it's like, these national announcers have no idea what to say about us because they're just not prepped for it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure they weren't thinking they were going to be doing a post game about Oakland University. Now, I don't know that Charles Barkley ever looks like he preps for anything in March Madness. He's still entertaining, but it's they parachute in their NBA crew for this, and they obviously get good feedback. But I don't let anything any announcer says on a national level bother me. But at the bottom line is it's cool to showcase a hidden gem that very few. I mean, I'm sure half the audience thought, oh, they came all the way from California, huh?
Right. I don't know how many people online I read were saying, so Oakland's not, California based. But no, it's been great, and a lot of local, alumni and people who have gone to Oakland, they chose to go to Oakland because of the commuter aspect of the school. Most people know that, it wasn't like an on-campus experience to go to school there. So it was the affordable option. It didn't bankrupt you as a student. And, it's just so nice to be
and it's a really good school.
With MSU.
It's a really
and
good
it's an incredible school.
Wow.
So, I just wanted to call in and say thank you guys for taking the time to hear from people and to share those stories because it does mean a lot to all of us that have come through and are so proud of the team and what Campy's been able to do with the program.
Well, enjoy the ride, Lee, and hopefully you don't have jet lag.
Thanks, guys. You guys have a good one.
See ya.
It's really going to catch up to him tomorrow night, that jet lag.
The long flight from California.
Yeah, from Oakland and Sacktown to Bay Area and back down.
That's right. All right, an amazing stat regarding our guy, JMFG, who was on fire last night. And we'll talk about the game a little bit more. Getting to the Spartans and the Red Wings in the 11 o'clock hour. We have open lines, but wait till you hear this stat. We'll get to it at 10:46 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Speaking of the games, the best place to watch all the games is 24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley. They've got amazing food. The atmosphere is fantastic, and the specials there are all day, every day, and the best wings in town. There's not a bad seat in 24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley. Not a bad seat at all. In fact, they've got the flat screen high-definition TVs. They're all over the place. They have amazing specials, like I said. Plus, opening day baseball right around the corner, right? The baseball bus tickets are on sale right now. You can book your seat, and this way you get to avoid all the parking and traffic nightmares. They do this during the course of the season occasionally, but this is for opening day. You're definitely going to want to take advantage of it. And plus, they have great happy hour specials, including $3 margaritas on Wednesdays, $3 Long Islands on Thursdays. You're going to want to go to 24secondsbar.com to check out all the specials that they have. Check out what the menu is like. It's really fantastic. Hey, you want any event or party catered? Let 24 Seconds do all the work. You just hang out with your friends and family and enjoy the action. Thursday night, they got trivia. It's back. And they're going to take a couple of weeks off, though, during this college basketball tournament, as you can understand. So you're going to go to 24 Seconds Bar on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. Stay up to date on everything that's going on. The service is great. Food's even better. Check out all the specials and happenings at 24secondsbar.com and grab a taste of the action for yourself. 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile in Berkeley.
Check, check, check. Check, check, check. All right, Twin Peaks 1060 and 321. It's hump day at Twin Peaks, and you know what that means. Bourbon and brews. Twin Peaks girls are in their hottest black lingerie, ready to help you cure our guy JMFG, who's got a real Greco-Roman vibe to him, Jack Gohlke. This season, he has taken 365 shots. How many of those 365 shots are 2-point attempts?
Are 2-point attempts?
Yep.
10.
Less.
Yeah.
He's taken 8. 8 2-point shots.
Yeah. I heard Campy on the air with the morning show a couple days ago, and they joked about Gohlke taking all these shots and what happens if he takes a 2-point shot. Campy's like, I'm pulling him off the floor, and he's going right to the stationary bike.
I think we had somebody call yesterday. We're efforting finding the call because, we were talking about the game and previewing Michigan State, Mississippi State, which was going on during our show, which, by the way, is a really weird way to do a show.
Different.
Yeah. But with that said, because we were out there at Twin Peaks, game's going on in front of us, and we're talking about other things because people want to watch the game are watching the game, or listening to the game. So, long story short, we were bringing up what's the path for OU, and then we got a lot of snark, which you might find it hard to believe, comes in quite a bit on social media and text. But we did get a guy call, and we're trying to find the call because I think he said, I don't know, Gohlke makes 10 threes.
No, he said exactly Gohlke makes 10 threes. I remember it exactly because I responded to that by saying, well, if you're going to tell me Gohlke's going to knock down 10 3-point shots in a single game, I'm going to tell you Oakland U's got a really good chance of winning this game.
Yep.
And, I'm watching last night, flipping back and forth between Red Wings and OU. And then they show that graphic up on the screen once Gohlke hit his 10th 3-pointer. And the company that he was with in that. And one more was going to give him the record. And I was so rooting for one more. I wanted to see one more. But the name at the top of that list was the one that everybody was kind of looking back here locally because was it Jeff Fryer?
Yep.
From Loyola Marymount in that crazy, crazy basketball game in 1990.
Yeah, it was like 149 to 122 against Michigan. And it's funny because that name Jeff Fryer comes up and my phone. Bzz,
yeah.
Bzz,
I was
it's all Michigan
that.
fans. It's all Michigan fans going, I remember that MFer. I'm like, great, there's going to be a Pear Steamer reference next. Yep. But
oh, Kimball.
Gohlke comes in and immediately splashes in 4 threes. And Kentucky switches Reeves. Now, Reeves is 6'6", and he was guarding Trey Townsend. And they moved Reeves onto him. In the first half alone, with 5 minutes to go in the first half, Kentucky had run 5 different defenders at Jack Gohlke. And after the game, Calipari admitted at one point they just went to box and one. And they're like, all right, we're going to put 4 guys in zone, and you just guard Jack Gohlke. So when you watch somebody whose lone goal is to slow down one player, and this is a guy from Kentucky, okay?
Athletes.
Yeah. And they can't stop him. And he is taking fadeaway threes. At one point, he pulled up moving to his left. He was floating left and just drops a bomb on Kentucky, all while looking like David Putty from Seinfeld. And
yeah, that's right.
High five. He put on a show, and we talked about it a few weeks ago. Every year there's kind of a small school, and the next thing you know, everybody knows the name of this guy.
Everybody learns Wally Zerbiak.
Yeah, or Giddy Potts. And sometimes they have a weird name or they have a weird look. They don't look the part. And we said, it could be a kid up at OU, Jack Gohlke. And damn if it isn't.
Well, yeah, 32 points in the game. The only other points he got were on getting fouled shooting a 3-pointer. And he drains 2 of the 3 free throws. It's really... It's mind-boggling watching a guy with that body type be that much of an ace when it comes to shooting. You just don't expect it. Guys, he's built like a wrestler. I mean, like you've said all along, it just does not look like that's the guy that's going to assassinate your team with 3-point shots. And he did, and he does. And North Carolina State's going to have to figure out a way to try to to stop that and be better defending the three, because that's a big part of OU's offense. But you can't just focus on him, because if you do, then that leaves Trey open down low and he can tear you apart there.
And I was, last year, like Gohlke is a transfer from Hillsdale. And so, probably he was on nobody's scouting report going into this. Did they go back and see how Letourneau defended Gohlke at Hillsdale or Mississippi University for women, who McNeese played this year? Did they go back and look to see how they defended him? Because, the element of surprise is gone, right? But Kentucky wasn't surprised. If you watch the Horizon League, and look, OU
Kentucky
fans,
was cocky.
Yeah, Kentucky. I'm guaranteed Kentucky didn't take them seriously.
No, and they're kicking themselves now, because now they have to watch the rest of the tournament from home. Now, instead of learning from their mistake on the fly, correcting it in the second half, playing stronger basketball, and staying in. And bye-bye. Too bad. You blew it, and it's a mistake that they're going to have to live with. And we'll see how many, out of all those, the team is so young, how many of those guys are going to transfer? How many of those guys are going to enter the pros? Or
they're supposed to have 3 first-round picks in this coming draft.
They sure didn't play like it last night. The one guy was knocking down the shots at the end, but beyond that, they didn't show much.
So once Gohlke starts draining threes, now that opens things up for Trey Townsend down low, and he's going up against bigger guys. And, this morning, Campy's on the morning show talking about, they block a lot of shots. So we're like, okay, you got to pump fake. You got to get him in the air and get the foul and get to the line. And that's exactly what Trey Townsend was able to do. Now, I will say this. Kentucky missed some open looks that they normally make. They didn't start hitting them till late. And afterwards, Calipari said, look, we got the shots we wanted. They just didn't go in for us. And there's an element of that as well. But, hey, you have to be prepared to take advantage of the situation. And, you did. And now, they're playing an 11 seed, a team that's one of the hottest teams in the country. 2 teams came into this white-hot NC State and Oregon. And NC State got the win last night. Was it Texas Tech that they beat? Yeah, Texas Tech.
Yeah.
So, is it a bracket buster for you?
No, not a bracket buster, but that was one of my games I felt pretty good about.
Is that right?
Yeah, I didn't bet on it. I just didn't buy. It's in my bracket.
Yeah.
I actually did well with I picked 2 upsets last night.
So it's funny because I'm as these things go on, one of the keys to winning them is just keep how many of your Sweet 16 are still alive? How many of your Elite 8 are still alive? How many of your Final 4 are still alive? Because picking the first round upsets is awesome. In most poll scoring systems, they're worth 1 point. Now, sometimes you pick an upset, you get points based upon the differential between the seeds. There's different ways of doing it, but getting that, getting your key teams to the Final Four is big, and winning these things. NC State, by the way, ranks 230th in the country at 3-point field goal percentage defense.
Oh boy.
Yep. So out of 351 teams, they are middle of the pack, but
but they're the hot team right now too, though. They won the ACC tournament.
Yep.
They win their game last night. They're the hot team. Now, Oakland University's a hot team too, though. They won their conference tournament and beat some good teams to get there, and then obviously upsets Kentucky. This should be a really nice battle tomorrow night. And yeah, absolutely an opportunity for Oakland University to advance and go further than they've ever gone in the NCAA tournament. For people to think this is an easy road, why haven't they done this more often? Think about what they are. They're not a major program. They're not a program that plays in a conference that will give you 5 berths every year guaranteed. They've been in a bunch of these smaller mid-major conferences that the only way you get there is to win a conference tournament or to win the conference before they had conference tournaments. This was the only way you could do it. So it ain't easy doing it. Their road has been tough. They're battle tested, and now it's scary because now they're playing with confidence. So good luck.
We just got a tweet here. At Michigan Jackie tagged us on this from a Reddit post 2 days ago. SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey advocated for taking away NCAA tournament bids from smaller leagues because they couldn't compete. The SEC is now 0-3, and mighty Kentucky was just sent home by Horizon League champ Oakland.
Oh.
You know what's funny about that is you think about what's going on in college football, and the SEC and the Big Ten are trying to hoard postseason bids, and in college basketball, They do open it up to everybody. And I've often stated, while the most entertaining way to maybe one of the most entertaining things in sports, it's not the greatest way to determine a champion because you're letting teams in that have no chance of winning at all. I will say, though, when you do let teams like this in, like by any measurement, what happens next, it's been a success for Oakland University.
What bothers me on the football side of it, I don't mind that they're going to go to 12 teams, 14 teams, whatever it is. That doesn't bother me. What bothers me is that the Big Ten and the SEC, they don't need to strong arm the system. You don't.
Well, you're also setting it up where you're guaranteeing that some years you will have unworthy teams getting in.
Well, exactly. Well, potentially, yes. But that's what I'm saying. You don't strong arm. Just let it happen naturally. You don't think you're going to get 2 teams for the Big Ten? If you don't, it's because you don't deserve it.
Well,
let it play out. I mean, your conference champion gets there, and you'll likely
get the rest
at
with the
least
at-large that you deserve. But okay, let's get to the Spartans. Got an Izzo stat that perhaps will make Michigan State fans feel a little bit better about the matchup with North Carolina. And we'll get into what happened yesterday for MSU at 11:02. Plus more of your phone calls and feedback. Red Wings talk later. Got some line stuff we'll mix in. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Wendy's. The ride continues for Oakland basketball. They'll play in the round of 32 tomorrow night, and we will have the call over on WWJ at 7:10 p.m. as they take on number 11 NC State. And we'll see if senior Jack Gohlke can follow up his 10-triple spectacle, which made him famous in the sports world last night. Coach Campy jumped on 97.1 this morning and talked about how much fun the Grizzlies were having with him after his star performance. The rest of the first round will continue today at 12:15. Northwestern and Florida Atlantic will be up first. The women's bracket will also start getting sorted out as that tournament begins. The ladies of Michigan State are up first in about a half an hour versus UNC. And yes, the men will also take on the Tar Heels in their second round game tomorrow. There is plenty of NFL representation today in Ann Arbor as the Michigan Pro Day happens, including Jim Harbaugh repping the Chargers with 6 other head coaches and 9 GMs. And a lot of eyes going to be on quarterback J.J. McCarthy, who is consistently being slotted into the top half of the first round of next month's draft. And it's not getting any easier for the Pistons, who have lost 4 in a row. The top team in the NBA, the Celtics, visit tonight downtown, a 7 o'clock game right here on 97.1 with Mark Champion on the call. I'll have your pregame at 6:35. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Back to your phone calls in a moment here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. We teased that we would get into the Michigan State Spartans and their win over Mississippi State in a game that they kind of controlled from beginning to end. We were on the air and talking about a variety of other things. We figured people interested in the game are seeking out the game, but Spartans went 69-51. And one of the things that we had discussed prior to the game is whether or not their backcourt could play absolutely up to its potential. Guard play it's a cliche, but it's kind of true come March. And they really did play up to their potential. Tyson Walker, A.J. Hoggard, and Jaden Akins went, 7 for 16 from 3? A strong percentage. They had 10 assists and 5 turnovers combined. And it felt like Akins was the one that really stepped up. But they got that better backcourt play, which helped power them to this win.
Yeah, that's what they needed. We talk about their path to success, and it starts with guard play. If you get good guard play in a tournament, you got a chance. Night in, night out, you're getting such consistency from Tyson Walker. It's the other players that had to step up, and Jaden Akins had shown some flashes during the season, but nowhere near the consistency that makes you feel like he's taken a big step forward. The game yesterday, he took a nice step in the right direction. Back it up. Do it again tomorrow because they're going to need you. He was efficient with some of – he passed up some deeper shots to take a better shot, and he knocked those down. The block that he had was spectacular. The dunk that he had going baseline, that was great. A real nice effort from him. And then they had other guys. Hoggard knocking down his three-point shot when he had to. That was big. Malik Carr chipping in with his points. It was just an all-around good effort from Michigan State, good enough to win the opening round, and they're going to have to be better because North Carolina is legit. Number 1 seed, one of the best players in the country, a couple of them, and it's not going to be easy.
So, you're looking for things. We always talk about crafting the path. How do you pull a game like that out? So Michigan State, they don't. On the scouting report, Michigan State's bigs probably aren't near the top of anybody's scouting report, but there's an abundance of them. And North Carolina isn't the biggest team, and one of their best players, and you mentioned Amando Baycott, he's a lot to handle. But Michigan State can throw a lot of physicality and a lot of fouls his way. If the whistle goes their way, they can really get physical with him. And if it doesn't go their way, at least they've got depth in the front court. So you can throw a Sissoko and a Cooper and
Kohler.
And just throw them all at him and say,
Booker.
all right, well, yeah. I mean, okay, so Kohler fouls out.
And?
Right? So you just try and make it as tough as you can on Baycott. I think they get physical with them and hope that they get a favorable whistle. And if they don't, okay, so guys are going to foul out. None of which seem particularly critical to taking Michigan State to that next level. But here's a stat. Did a little research because my instinct told me, and I haven't seen this anywhere. Forgive me if somebody else had it. But my instinct told me that Michigan State is really good on the back-to-backs. You know, the Thursday, you win on Thursday, you play on Saturday. You win on Friday, you play on Sunday. You win on Saturday at the Final Four, you play on Monday. You got the quick turnaround. It's not like you don't do legwork on scouting your next opponent, but went back and went through the numbers real quick. Izzo on the second game of back-to-backs in the NCAA tournament is 24-7. And I mean, that could be a product, a little bit of matchups, but what you got to consider is you are looking at good teams. So it's not like you get into March and the second game of the back-to-back was against Fairfield or somebody.
No, but I would imagine that a good portion of those games, Michigan State was the favorite in the second game because it'll happen opening weekend. And they've been in the tournament, whatever it is, 25 straight years. So they've typically had teams that are good teams. This is not the norm for Michigan State to have a 9 seed, right? Normally it's 4 seed, 3 seed, 2 seed, 1 seed.
Yeah, I feel like lately they've been down there a little bit more, but it hasn't really seemed to slow them down. Last year they won the back-to-back game. They beat USC. The back-to-back game was Marquette. Beat them. They're more likely to lose the first game of a weekend than they are the second game of a weekend.
Is probably factually true.
And typically, I mean, it stands to reason that the second game's against a better opponent, more so than the first game. 248-539-9797. Spartan fans, you want to get involved? Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Mike. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey, guys. How are you today?
Okay. All right.
Good. So I just called about. I've got my 2 daughters who are 7 and 1 turning 10 on Sunday, so happy birthday to Allie. But got them pumped up about filling out their first brackets. And my soon-to-be 10-year-old has Oakland in the final against my alma mater, Dayton Flyers. And to see her wake up this morning ecstatic about being the only one in the house to pick Oakland was just made the tournament that much more fun and memorable for me.
That's great. I mean, that's great. I know. I remember the first year we had our kids do it, and for people out there, if you have small children or if you're ever going to have kids, it's amazing how it changes their look. I mean, are we teaching them how to gamble? That's my question. What? Are we teaching them how to gamble at a young age, or we're just doing it?
Math.
We're just doing it for fun. Yeah, it could be math. It's funny you say that because Mike, every year, the company that makes the Final Four floor would send a bunch of small replicas of because they're from the UP. The company that does it's from the UP.
Oh, nice.
They would send these tiny little 3x6 replicas of the floor, and it would be like a tongue and groove piece of wood, and then with what the floor will look like at the Final Four. And I always would bring it home and say, "This is what we're playing for." Is this little and it's just a tiny little prize, but
a trinket.
Yeah, it's a trinket. And they're kind of cool. But anyway, our kids would play for it, and they get way into it. Now suddenly you're sitting down as a family to watch college basketball, and they're not trying to flip over to Blue's Clues or something.
Yeah, and I've got her staying up late watching Dayton Flyers, which in this area is hard to do, but we had a big day yesterday with Dayton, Michigan State, and Oakland. Really made the house feel alive with that excitement. So yeah, we'll have to come up with a little trophy for the family to play with. That's a good idea.
Yeah. It's a lot of fun. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah, have a good day, guys.
Take care, Mike. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Brendan next on 97.1 The Ticket in Northville. Hi, Brendan.
Flyers in this area.
Hey, you got to keep your radio down there.
Yeah, I did. I
right.
turned it down. It's good.
What's
Back
up?
was gone. So I was just thinking for particularly the next matchup, the Spartans, their offense has, ups and downs and all, but I feel like they should really drill home where the core has always been of this foundation of the team and the defense. And the offense will just come naturally for the Tar Heels with the scorers. They have the skills, is what I'm saying.
Well, look, I mean, Izzo gives playing time to the guys that he trusts on that end of the floor. It's always been a point of emphasis. So I hear you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, both teams did well defensively yesterday. I mean, Michigan State held Mississippi State to 51 points, and Wagner scored 62 against Carolina. So
Right, it was a low-scoring game yesterday.
Well, now
compared to some others.
North Carolina scored 90.
Yeah, exactly. They've got to shut them down. Get that lockdown.
Yeah, I
in the
mean,
paint.
that's the difference in is that North Carolina is capable of putting points up. Michigan State isn't really. They're not really threatening to get to 90. North Carolina can threaten 90 every game they play. So it is going to have to come down to defense. I'm just saying it's going to have to come down to Michigan State's defense. You're right.
Yeah, but just another quick tidbit. Is it true that Oakland puts up 90 a game in the Horizon League? Is that true?
Oakland University, points per game. They didn't. Are you talking about just in league games?
Yeah, against only Horizon opponents, I think is what the stat said last night on the TV.
I'd have to look it up. They don't put up 90 a game. The highest scoring team in the country, and the only team in the country that scores 90 is Alabama, that averaged 90. They averaged 90.8 points a game. Kentucky was number 2 in the nation, averaging 89 points a game. And it's probably going to stay there. 248-539-9797. Get to some Red Wing stuff today at 11:30. What a big win for them last night. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Plus, the Birchie kid has his dog here in the building.
Oh, is that Gator?
That's his dog, Gator. He's got a dog named Gator. And he did not name his kid Doug.
No, he did not.
Which would have been a little awkward. 248-539-9797. Let's get to some of this feedback. The OU game, the Wings game was great, but how about the ending of the U.S. men's national team game last night? I have no idea. What did the U.S. men's national team do last night? Help a brother out.
What is that, soccer?
Yes. Doug and Gator, I know you said you'll get to the Wings later, which is cool, but I would like to request something from Doug. Can we please put an embargo on any hate towards Dylan Larkin? It was so clear last night. He is the heart and soul of this team. See the Trevor Thompson interview between periods with Fisher, and clearly a star, Brian and Troy. Yeah, Fisher swore. Did you know
what did he say? I missed it.
I think he just dropped an F-bomb in the middle of it. I was not watching. I heard about it. From Julian in New York from Madison Heights. Did you know that Oakland University's club football team played Ohio State's club team this year and kept it close? Well, first of all, club football, it's kind of awesome.
Didn't know there was a thing.
I didn't either. What else do we got here? Oakland has a better chance of winning next than Michigan State. I think they're both about a 5-point underdog.
Michigan State is a 3.5-point dog.
Okay.
And Oakland U, let me go back and see the Golden Grizz are. They are I
got 5.5.
5.5. Yes, sorry. So took me a minute to get there.
I wonder how many people know that Oakland is in Michigan now. LOL. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Joe and Grosselia on 97. Want to take it? Hi, Joe.
Hi, guys.
Hey.
I hope it's finally time to put to rest that the game has passed Izzo by. It's time for somebody else to get over on that bench and run that program. I mean, good Lord. I know it's not you guys, but there's others on that station that have been beating that drum, saying, let's just lose and get this over with. That guy can coach on 80, as far as I'm concerned, and the day he leaves will be a very sad day. What he has meant to that program, to that university, and to the state is incalculable. All those records that he holds in the NCAA tournament, they're likely never to be broken. And to doubt him like he's losing it or something, it just grinds on me, and I just had to jump in and say,
is this just real quick here, Joe? This is not based on the win over Mississippi State making you make this proclamation. You felt that way going in, I'm assuming.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Right. I mean, and it's just a bonus that he proved it again. That he proved it again to keep the streak going when it was clearly on the line. They needed to beat Minnesota or they were out.
Well, but, Joe, you can understand why people would feel that way given that, I mean, you can make a strong argument, Michigan State, even with the one win in the Big Ten tournament, that they didn't belong in the NCAA tournament.
And Coach would be the first one to tell you this team has underachieved. There's no question about it. But to suggest that that program would be better off without him is beyond foolish. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I would tend to agree with you on that. Yeah, but I understand being a Spartan grad. I understand why people are disappointed and upset, and I want better. But I'm not kicking Tom Izzo to the curb by any means.
Yeah, I doubt that yesterday's game is going to change those opinions. A win tomorrow could change some of those opinions.
Yeah. Well, and a win tomorrow just goes to show that if they're able to win it, again, the regular season is completely useless. It's all about getting – you just have to be good enough to get into the NCAA tournament, right? Mm-hmm. That's what you need to be good enough at. You need to get your 20 regular season wins, and if you play in the Big Ten, if you get 20 wins, you're in, basically. So, and the way that Izzo schedules all those tough games to start the season, non-conference schedule – you know, they're prepared for it. That's why he does it. And look, some years it's great, and some years you're one and done.
You know, and you look, if they do pull it off, that none of the other games on the other side of the bracket, as far as the Sweet 16 have been played yet. St. Mary's plays Grand Canyon in a 5-12 game today, and Alabama plays Charleston in the 4-13. That is who Michigan State would be lined up against. And then they'd be going cross-country for that, the West Regional Finals in L.A. Arizona's a team I think is coming out of that side of the bracket. But with that said, I think tomorrow's game will be a little bit of a perception changer. I don't know if it'll be a perception changer about people that want to see him move on, but it certainly will solidify something that you just said, and that's the regular season in college basketball is a victim of the postseason in college basketball. The postseason is so great. One of the weirdest, I've told this story before, but one of the weirdest events to cover, and I went every year, and I had a boss once pull me aside and say, why do you go? And it was, I would go to the Big Ten tournament every year, and I would cover the Big Ten tournament, and I would do shows from the Big Ten tournament. And he pulled me aside. He said, why do you go to this thing? And I said, well, because it's fun and it's Big Ten tournament. He said, okay. So that tournament ends at 5:30 on Sunday night. And at 6 o'clock every Sunday, Selection Sunday, the brackets come out. And when you hit the air the next day, nobody cares about the Big Ten tournament.
Right.
Like, it's so overshadowed by March Madness. So you've got the regular season. Then you have, for the smaller conferences, the conference tournament where literally 3 days can wipe out 3 months worth of work. And then you get to March Madness. And I mean, Michigan State's kind of playing one game tomorrow to completely change the perception of their season. So it's really weird. The setup in college basketball is really weird. It's hard to get a lot of passion during. And look, we sit in these chairs, and I remember when I first came over here, I was college basketball. And we had a veteran host on the station that used to say, yeah, this isn't Indiana. This isn't North Carolina. This isn't Kansas. Like, people don't care as much as you think they do. And I'm like, oh, come on. But it's hard to get it going during the regular season. Postseason, people get all in, and it's fired up, and it's fun. But
well, it's different if the team's good, right? If both Michigan and Michigan State are cooking, then there's more interest.
There's more, but there's still not as much as I would love if it was like way more. But the postseason, the point is, I've gotten really sidetracked here. It's amazing that literally one game can change the perception of a season.
Well, let's hope Michigan State gets past North Carolina, and we're looking to next week.
248-539-9797. More feedback. Kentucky blew it by shooting threes instead of going inside more. It's from an unnamed texter.
Well, that was by design. Kentucky's not a good inside team. They knocked down, I think, 50% of their 2-point shots. Mm-hmm. Only 50% of their 2-point shots in college basketball. When you think that you can get the ball into your big man and you've got a great opportunity to turn it into 2. But because of what we're seeing in the NBA, where it's 3-point heavy, that's what some of the bigger programs are doing out in college basketball. They don't care about the 2-point shot. They want the 3-point shot. And they don't focus as much, and they don't pay as much attention to working on the inside game. And if you're not knocking down the threes and you don't have an inside game, you're up a creek, man. And that's what happened to Kentucky. And that's what Campy said. He said it was going to happen just like that. How do you beat Kentucky? Well, they're not a good inside team. We have to defend the 3, and our zone defense does a really good job of defending the 3. And what happened? Exactly that.
From an unnamed texter, that last 3 from the corner for OU was cold-blooded.
That was.
Wow. Yep, Kentucky had made a bunch of threes in a row, I think 6 in a row. You had, it was a 1-point game. Shot clock winding down. Rocket Watts finds DQ Cole in the corner, and he drains a 3. That really was the kill shot. That was the moment. Because Kentucky, the one thing that OU did is they answered the bell, man. Like, every time Kentucky made a run.
Every time.
And you could see it starting to unravel and think, well, this is it. Here comes the big punch. OU answered the bell.
Kentucky would bring it to within 1, or they tie it, or they take the lead, and OU next possession, they'd score every single time.
248-539-9797. All right, we promised some Red Wing talk. Let's get to it. 11:35. Is the train already back on the tracks for the Detroit Red Wings? 97.1 The Ticket.
Think about your yard, what you want it to look like this summer. You want it to be green and lush? Call the great folks over at Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN is the telephone number. For limited time only, you purchase a full lawn program. You get free grub control, but you got to mention my name, Gator, and the station's 97.1 The Ticket. Look, despite the snow we're seeing right now and the cold, you got to think about this right now. That first application is absolutely the most important for crabgrass control. And by the time you see crabgrass, well, frankly, it's too late to fix it. It's easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix one. Schedule early. Call right now. In fact, if you call right now, by the end of the month, you can save some green when you prepay with the early bird discount. Why is Natural Way great? Well, they use fewer chemicals. They use environmentally sound practices. They know what they're doing. The guys that come out, they are certified applicators and arborists. Each lawn is assigned its own specialist. They'll custom tailor solutions specifically for your yard and your home. They offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee. It's a company I've used for about a dozen years now. I love my lawn thanks to Natural Way. Give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Doug Karsch alongside Scott the Gator Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Streaming with the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today. AUDACY. I would imagine today is a prime example of a day where somebody outside our listening area, an OU grad, displaced somewhere around this country, all fired up about their basketball team. It's like, man, I wish I could hear. You can hear what's being said in Detroit.
Yes, you can.
With the Odyssey app, there's going to come a day where you're going to want to hear what's going on in Detroit, and you're not going to be here. So download for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Then you can listen to our show anywhere in the United States. And you can also stream to our website, 971theticket.com. Additionally, we stream with video on twitch.tv. Met some Twitchers yesterday out at Twin Peaks, where we had a great time, hung around after the show and watched some college basketball with the people. But yeah, go to twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket, and bam, there we are with video and streaming chat there.
Got to meet What Up Doe, DJ.
Oh, my God.
It was cool.
That was cool. He had to leave before we could have a little post-show beer with him. So we just drank during the show.
Well, as much as we could.
No.
Which was nothing. Damn it.
Yeah. Also stream it on youtube.com. Go to youtube.com, search up 971 The Ticket, and bam, there we are. All right, so Red Wings. I mean, it's a huge game. That's a 4-point game.
Big one.
It's a difference between being 1 point ahead of the Islanders or 5 points ahead of the Islanders. And clock's ticking. and say, we need to bail our coach out. No, they just responded. Now, in the eyes of what we would be doing today had they lost that game by a goal, we don't have to do that talk today.
No, we don't. And I'm sure that team was breathing a huge sigh of relief after the second period. And, all right, let's go finish this one. Then they put a couple more goals up there, and you feel pretty good about it being up 5-1.
Yep.
And then another one comes in. It's 5-2. It's all right. It's 3-goal lead in the third period. You're fine. And then another one comes in. It's 5-3. Uh-oh. Please, let's not let this team back into it. And then Patrick Waugh, the coach of the Islanders, kind of unconventional, pulls the goaltender with 5.5 minutes left. And they've got opportunities to score. And that's where Reimer showed that he can have a hot streak. And he was all over the place and making saves that you wouldn't expect him to make. The Islanders had all these chances, and the Red Wings kept the puck out of the net. I mean, there was one point where I thought for sure they're going to score, and the Red Wings gave it up in their own zone when they needed desperately to clear it, and they couldn't do it. And I screamed at my TV, no! Dog jumped up. She's like, what? I'm like, oh, relax. You're fine, Lois. But they were able to withstand it. And then they get the empty netter, and then it's another massive sigh of relief. You got this. It's all done. And let's get ready, get healthy for the next one, which is tomorrow afternoon.
So we do this all the time, and it's the games in hand thing, right? Each game, 2 points on the line. Detroit has 12 games left, still in the final playoff spot with 78 points. Washington has 14 games left, but it's 3 points behind. Who would you rather be? Because Washington technically controls their own destiny.
Yeah, technically they both control their own destiny. Win the games and it doesn't matter. I guess you're taking
if they both win out. Now, my question is, does Detroit play Washington again?
Yes.
Because if they do,
they
do on Tuesday. So they do control their own destiny. But who would you rather be? Would you rather be the team that's got the game in 2 games in hand, 3 points back? Because I think when you get to like 3 points and 2 games in hand, I'll take the 3 points. I'll take where the Red Wings stand. I didn't like where they were yesterday, just a point ahead. But when you get up to 3 points and you've banked them ahead, I'll take that.
Yeah, I don't want to play catch up. I want to stay ahead, and frankly, you can still. I think they have. They played a couple more games in Tampa, and Tampa's 2 points ahead of the Red Wings. But that's another way to look at it. Go chase Tampa, all right?
Yep.
And really solidify yourself. Just go out and win these games. 12 games left. There's 24 points to be had.
Detroit plays Washington on Tuesday in Washington. 2 weeks after that, they play Washington at home.
Yeah, they got a 5-game road trip coming up starting tomorrow.
Well, it's now, you mentioned Dylan Larkin. You talked about Dylan Larkin, and we need to discuss that because we've taken Dylan Larkin calls in the past. Now that he's been out healthy, has come back, yeah, it's a BFD, and it's good to have the captain back, and we will discuss his impact on the team straight ahead here on Carson Anderson. Open lines, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, if you're starting to feel that spring fever and you're itching for a new ride, you can cure it now with a new Chevy truck or SUV from Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights. As the #1 volume Chevy dealer in Michigan, Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights has a huge inventory of Silverados and Equinoxes that are ready for you to test drive and take home today. So nip that fever in the bud with a visit to Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights, where they guarantee the lowest price or it's free. 17.5 in Van Dyke. In Sterling Heights, call 87-SAY-SARAH or go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Lots of March Madness talk. First 90 minutes of the show. If you want to continue talking OU, Michigan State, Michigan basketball search, anything else bracket related, 248-539-9797. We wanted to make sure we got some Red Wings talk in because that was a big win last night. That was a big win last night on a team chasing the playoffs. And we kind of dissected the game here a little bit. And you kind of brought it up. There are some Red Wing fans that aren't necessarily sold on Dylan Larkin. I don't think he's polarizing. But I do think there are some people that don't think 71 is worth the money. And I would say that he might not fit into that superstar category. And there was a ranking done on ESPN of like 20 people inside the game, and we're talking about players, coaches, GMs, and they were ranking players by position, and they did top 10. And I was surprised that Larkin didn't get one vote from anybody for top 10 centers. Now, I'm not saying he belongs there. Let me be clear about that. But all it takes is one player, one GM, one coach to love you and put them in your top 10. Now, this isn't something I lay at bed at night awake about and worrying about. I have other things for that.
Yeah.
But in the case of Dylan Larkin, what I don't think we can really debate much anymore is his value to this team. What we've seen from the Red Wings, who had lost 2 in a row when he got hurt and proceeded to lose 6 more right after it when he was injured. What we saw from the jump from this team, having 71 back on the ice, is so tangible. That game looked so different than like the 10 that preceded it. I don't know that we can overstate it. We probably can overstate his importance to this team. But man, he's a big deal. And he's not back to 100%. I mean, he only played 16-something minutes last night.
I think people expect him because of being the first round pick with a lot of fanfare when he came in, and because he scored a lot when he first started. People expected he was going to be on the same trajectory as Steve Yzerman. And he is. It's just a different trajectory. What he is Steve Yzerman when they were chasing the cup. What he isn't is Steve Yzerman when Yzerman was a third best player in the league behind Gretzky and Lemieux. He's not that Yzerman. He's not the Yzerman that scores 50, 60 goals a season. What he is point-a-game Yzerman. When the Wings went to the Cup in the 94-95 season, Yzerman played 47 games that year, had 38 points. The next year, had 95 points in 80 games. The next year was 85 and 81, then 69 and 75, 74 and 80, 79 and 78, and they ended up winning 3 Stanley Cups during 2 Stanley Cups during that time, went to a third appearance, and they could take it all the way up to the Cup in 01-02, 48 points in 52 games. But Yzerman, though he wasn't getting 100 points a season anymore or scoring 40, 50, 60 goals, what he was doing was being responsible and being a two-way player and being a damn leader. And that's what Dylan Larkin is. Yeah. And I don't know why people can't get that through his skull. He's not Austin Matthews. He's not supposed to be. He's not Connor McDavid. No, and he's not supposed to be. And those guys haven't had playoff success yet either. But, Larkin's the best player on a mediocre team right now, but the team is trending in the right direction year to year. And they're going to be better. And they're starting to show that this is now a playoff caliber team. And I think because of what he's gone through with his injury and coming back from it, people are now starting to realize, okay, I need to back off my expectation of him wanting him to be an Austin Matthews, a Connor McDavid. It's not realistic. What I need to do is recognize what else he does that makes him special, because he is a special player. He's got leadership, and he's responsible as a two-way player, and he's so damn important to this team.
Yeah, I don't care what anyone calls him. If you want to say he's a superstar, fine. If you want to say he's far from a superstar, fine. What I think there's not very much debate over what he means to this team trying to make the playoffs. and how important a playoff bid is right here, right now. And you go back to still what this team needs is the superstar. They're the hardest thing to get. They haven't had great lottery luck. Yzerman's got to figure out a way to strategically go get one. But maybe over the last few weeks, Lucas Raymond can be that player where he had a great stretch. That's far from announcing his presence into superstardom, but they need that. But we could dwell on the other things, but what he is insanely important to this group. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Adam's in Dearborn. He's on 97 on a ticket. Hello, Adam.
Hey, good almost afternoon, guys. How you doing?
Doing good.
I called in earlier this week about some Red Wings talk, and I said that Dylan Larkin is not a superstar. But, you can't really define a superstar because he is a true leader for this team. And, an underrated thing for his game is over the years, he has become a two-way player. When Zetterberg and everyone was there, he was just there for his speed and his just down the boards, scoring. That's what he was. But over the years, he's became a great, great leader. And, people got to realize Yzerman 5 years ago had a terrible cap situation and all those bad contracts that Holland put on this team. And he's just now starting to build that team that he wants there, just like he did in Tampa. It takes time, and we need to realize that. But this team is on a playoff push that this team hasn't been on in almost 8 years. And we need to just live in the moment. This team wasn't even predicted to be in the playoffs.
I know. And that's the thing. We got a text yesterday saying fire Derek Lalonde, and I'm like, okay, you fire a coach. There might be some circumstances, and I'll give you your time, Adam, but there might be some circumstances behind the scene we're not aware of, whether there's dysfunction in the room and it's the head coach's fault. But if you look at it just on a base level value, this is a coach who takes a team that's not supposed to make the playoffs, and they've endured this injury. And they're still hanging on to a playoff spot. Is this really a real discussion we're having? And I don't think we are. Right. I don't think reasonable minds are, but.
Right, and what's the thing? I follow, preseason hockey and projections and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure they're predicted to be right where they were right now in the playoff hunt, possibly with the last couple of weeks, in a spot in that second or first wild card spot. They're right on time. All Yzerman has to do next year, they're going to have cap space. I think one thing I would want him to do, I would love him to re-sign Kane just because him and DeBrincat and Larkin are starting to build that connection. And, these second and third and fourth line guys, they're great. They're probably one of the top 8, third, fourth, second line guys in the league. And Raymond's starting to come on, too. They just got to get better on the back end and that goalie spot.
Well, there's a couple things about it. Thank you, Adam, for the phone call. In terms of the people that have lost patience with this rebuild, that's fine. You can feel however you want. How much of a difference will it make in those people's eyes if some of Yzerman's draft picks start positively impacting the lineup next year? And it feels like next year we're absolutely going to see some of these guys.
Yeah, and it's they need to have that impact, and you'll see it from Edvinson. Obviously, Seider and Raymond are already here. Who else is going to make the team next year from an Yzerman, draft selection? We'll see. I don't know if Nathan Danielson gets a shot next year.
I would love for it to be Carter Mazur just because my kid played against him and they were young.
If that's the case. But they've got a lot of prospects. I'm not sure if they're ready to make an impact out of training camp, but I do think we're going to see a bunch of them play during the course of next season.
I get credit for that, right? My kid played against him, so 100%. I'll get credit for Carter Mazur.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Just like I get credit for any Swedish player because I'm Swedish. It's just how it works. You're welcome for Nick Lidstrom.
You've done a hell of a job.
I have. I've really done a lot.
Populating this roster for years. Okay, so now the question is, we got some text. We were talking about how big the Columbus win was on a night that they didn't play great, and they were on the brink of a disastrous loss. And right at the end, Raymond scores with 12.6 to go, and they win it in overtime. And we went through that was a y'all better win a game, and they did. And that was sort of, I mean, Lucas Raymond scoring when he did and maybe blossoming as a player outside of, being shepherded through by Dylan Larkin. Okay, he can do it on his own, and maybe he can be, the Robin to the Batman in this team for this team. But that wasn't a great performance the other night. And I remember we got text saying, guys, sneaking away from a win at Columbus doesn't sell me. But when Dylan Larkin returns and they play like that, like they did last night, are they already, and it's an early call, but are they already back? Are they already, with just getting Larkin back in an important game against a team that plays a tough style to play against, that's chasing you for the playoffs? Is this, I don't want to overstate the case because it's one game, but that was a familiar looking Red Wing team, the one that was really pretty damn good and pretty damn dangerous from a few weeks back. I want you to answer that question coming up today at 12:02, 248-539-9797. By the way, do we have the Christian Fisher? Yeah, okay, we do. Jake, thank you. If you didn't hear what he said between periods last night, not only was it important, it was funny. And we'll play that for you today coming up at 12:05. Hey, we got another edition of Are You Going to Eat That at 12:30. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Well, Detroit woke up this morning to a late winter coating of snow. The drive-in was treacherous. Hope everybody made it safe. I kind of took the attitude of, all right, I'm very fortunate in that we were going to have a busy show and a lot to talk about today. So knowing that I was going to be later than normal, wasn't going to be professional suicide. So I just took my time and just cruised in, didn't get frustrated, and made it safely. It was but I feel bad for people who didn't, because I saw quite a few spin outs, and a couple times I was on 275 and a car started fishtailing. I'm like, this is not good.
No, I saw some cars, some trucks, SUVs have some real issues on just not even the freeway or a road like Telegraph, just a normal crossroad. Real struggles. Fortunately, I'm looking now and it looks like the snow has finally stopped. Let's hope that that's the last snow we see of this season. That'd be great.
Yep.
And that things get cleaned up for people when they drive home today. But that was not a surprise, because we've heard all week that there was going to be snow on Friday. And when we'll see what the final tallies are. But I think we got closer to 3 to 5 than 1 to 3.
Yeah. Well, again, be safe. It's supposed to stop here, and it looks like it might have slowed down. But we also got a Red Wing team that looks like they might have got their mojo back instantly with the return of the captain. Michigan State giving themselves a chance to salvage their season on Saturday with their win yesterday over Mississippi State. Oakland University is America's darling. RJ's was rocking last night, thanks in large part to JMFG. Cam Sutton, released by the Lions yesterday and still wanted by Florida police at this hour. We'll get to that a little bit later on. But what a day. What a day with a lot to talk about here on 97.1 The Ticket. Okay, so I said we'd get to this. This is Christian Fisher between periods last night, talking to Trevor Thompson. And you'll hear Trevor's question about, the importance of getting the captain back. And you'll probably love Fisher's answer.
Such a casual F-bomb.
Yeah.
That's our captain, man.
Yeah.
That should be a T-shirt. Blank. It's our captain.
248-539-9797. All right, I asked you the question. Are they already back? Was it just getting Dylan Larkin back, and now they're that team that got so hot in the new year and put themselves in this position?
It's a big part of it, but keep in mind they beat a team that now is on a 6-game losing streak.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a good Islander team. It's a team that the Red Wings are better than. They needed to win that game. I'll feel that way if they win tomorrow with Alex Lyon in net and Lyon lets in 1 goal or less, something like that. Or if he stands on his head and gives up a couple goals, that's fine. But the team's got to win. They got to keep doing it. I'm not there yet. I want to see him do it in front of the number 1 netminder. I'm assuming he'll get the nod tomorrow as opposed to Reimer, even though Reimer's on a little win streak here.
Yeah, you really want to see them get hot right now. I mean, they were 8 points into the playoffs, and it doesn't feel like it was that long ago. Now they're right there hanging on by a thread. Last night helped and moved one of the teams chasing them a little bit further back. God, that Washington game's big on Tuesday. It is big.
Oh, it's big.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Murray in Oak Park. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Murray.
Fellas, how y'all doing?
Good, thank you.
Fellas, have Eisenman addressed the enforcer issue? Because, you're getting down to the area where fatigue and longevity of playing a long season is going to take its toll. And we need the whole team to stay healthy. You see what happened when Larkin was out. Any key player being out, that's not going to help the Red Wings. They need an enforcer to keep the other team honest. And
it's really not part of hockey anymore. You know, they've
Not
got
as
guys.
much,
Got guys who can police. You know, if you're worried about a big guy stepping in, Rasmussen does that. Petrie does that. They've got guys that can do it. But if you're looking for a Bob Probert type or Joe Kocur type, that's not
Is there
part
an
of today's
in-between,
hockey.
though?
Really.
Is Murray bringing up something that
They don't have that player.
I know, but and I mean, if they don't have it in the organization, they just don't have it. What's that?
It's going to cost them. It's going to cost them if they don't have an enforcer.
It might this year, but they're not.
I don't think it costs.
Don't you? The plan?
No, because it's not. Look, I love that era of hockey. I mean, I'm literally looking up, stats from the late '80s and '90s because I love that era of hockey, and seeing these great penalty minute totals with Probert and Kocur teams out there, and Gerard Gallant on Eichmann's wing was scrappy as hell. They had a bunch of scrappy players who would put the puck in the net. But in today's NHL, you don't drop the gloves and fight. And if you do, it's so stupid because everybody's wearing a shield and you can't take your helmet off. You're going to hurt your hands when you do it. The league is trying to legislate fighting out of the game, and they try to do it forever. There are very few players in the NHL that are of that old school enforcer ilk. And just because a few teams have them doesn't mean the Red Wings need to go and get them. What I would love to see is if they would have somebody in, the makeup of like a Tkachuk who is tough, will drop the gloves, but also puts the puck in the net 30 times a year. Those guys aren't easy to find. And they don't have anybody like that in their organization right now. If they're going to have to get a player like that, and I'd love to get a player like that because they belong on the ice and they're also feared, you got to find it through free agency or through a trade. But right now you can't worry about it because it's not there.
Yeah, I can kind of understand why my man feels that way. If you don't have it in the organization, you just don't. And it's clearly not as big a part of the game, but that doesn't mean it's something you can't search for. But you're right. It's hard to give up a roster spot anymore to somebody that just plays that role.
But
you can.
To his point, I mean, have teams taken liberties with Dylan Larkin over the last few years?
I thought they took.
Yeah.
I thought Columbus took liberties with Lucas Raymond the other night.
Yeah,
took
they
that
tried.
cross check behind the net that was a bit egregious.
Leveled, yeah, and got up. I was like, "What the hell, dude? The hell?" But it's hard to find those guys in the league that belong on the ice, that demand the ice time, where they can skate with one of your best skaters, and you don't miss a beat, or to have that guy just be that leader. I mean, there's a few guys like that in the league, and they're awesome to have, but they're hard to get.
Next up is Chris in Crystal Falls. Hi, Chris.
Good morning. How are you guys doing?
What's up?
Up here in Upper Peninsula Hill. Hey, I was just listening to the gentleman called in and was talking. You were talking about the little blocks made up in Upper Michigan with the courts on them.
Oh yeah.
My dad actually makes those. He's 80 years old. I have every block they've ever made, and it's a pretty unique thing up here. The mills get to ship out the floor to the NCAA. You're talking about towns that only have 1,200 people in them. So
That's
it's
really
kind of our little moment.
I will tell you, Nate, Chris. It's we got those every year sent to the station. We didn't get them this year, but it was the replica of the floor, and it looked like a piece of the actual, like the wood that would be used, but it would have the whole floor on this 3x6 block with the tongue and groove in it. It was really cool.
It comes from the floors that are made. My dad's 80 years old, and he's got a crew of old bucks. You'd go to their garage, and you'd suspect these are coming out of this massive shop. It's literally a small garage with a bunch of older guys putting stickers on it, just getting a little extra money from retirement.
Hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. And they're still providing the floor to the Final Four?
Yes, they are.
That's cool.
I know the guy that goes out and puts them in. I've been trying for years to try to say, why don't you take me along for an extra hand? And they'll be doing the LA Clippers new floor this year too. So it's amazing what it comes out of a little population.
What is it actually in Crystal Falls?
Nope, it's 12 miles north from us. It's Amasa, Michigan.
How do you spell that?
A-M-A-S-A.
Amasa. A-M-A-S-A.
Amasa. So just like it sounds.
Is it? It might be.
He's got it.
Amasa,
it's always
Michigan.
mispronounced, but it's very, very, very small community, but a very proud community in Upper Michigan.
Yeah, I'm just taking a look here, looking it up. And you're down the road in Crystal Falls there. Where do you hang out? Where do people hang out in Amasa? Is it the Horseshoe Bar?
Yeah, absolutely. The Horseshoe, and then we head on down to the Saw Blade. It's some great small town bars,
The
great
Saw
atmosphere.
Blade. That is so perfect. That's right out of Central Casting. The Saw Blade. Perfect.
Best Friday night fish fries probably in the UP.
Yeah, I've heard
That's
that.
saying a lot.
Yep, that's a bold statement, but yeah. Hey, thanks for sharing, Chris. 248-539-9797. Did you look up Amasa there?
I did not look at
Oh,
that.
my God, Amasa. It looks like that classic. It's a map dot, maybe not even a one stoplight town. I'm not sure that there's a stoplight in this town. All right, we'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Another edition of Are You Going to Eat That at 12:35. Cam Sutton update, too, straight ahead at 12:16. 97.1 The Ticket. So here's the very latest on Cam Sutton, who I'm sure most people saw was released yesterday by the Detroit Lions. We'll get into more of the ramifications of what's next from a football perspective. But from a legal perspective, Justin Rogers, beat writer for he's Detroit News, right?
He's Detroit News.
My bad. Apologies, Justin.
Mine can't believe so.
Yep. Justin, at this hour, tweeted out, more than 48 hours after a warrant was made public for Cam Sutton in Hillsborough County, the former Lions cornerback still hasn't turned himself in or been apprehended by the department. Dave Burkett followed up on that, the Free Press beat writer, and said, I asked the sheriff's department earlier about worries about Sutton's well-being at this time. They said that's not a concern at this point. So, look, it is a it's a scary situation. Hopefully this will end without incident, and we wish him the best in terms of getting himself turned in. Like that's what you should do in these situations.
Yep.
I don't know.
Turn yourself into the police safely.
Yep.
If you've got a side of the story that needs to be told,
then tell it.
Tell it.
But you worry about being on the run, how this can end.
Yeah, well, generally you wouldn't think it ends well.
No.
That being said, I mean, that's the legal side of it and the human side of it, and now we can approach it from, football side of it. What does it mean?
Well, we'll get to that coming up, as I said. But yeah, this is just the latest on his situation. So, and what it means, there's a list of one of the beat writers came out with a list of 5 options, and we'll get to that later on. 248-539-9797. Back to open line calls. Nathan and Warren, you're on 97.1. Hi, Nathan.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
What's up?
Hey, man. I challenged Scott on the fact that he just said we don't need a guy like an enforcer type. I mean, we just had the worst period of hockey of our season because we lost our captain who was in a scrum who shouldn't have been doing that. Earlier this year, we lost him to a dirty shot from Matthew Joseph. Before that, last year, we lost him to a dirty shot from Matthew Joseph. You got guys like Raymond that are out there swinging at guys and getting chippy. Our stars are getting hurt because we don't have I'm not saying you go out there and you get a Stu Grimson that's going to trip over his skate laces and can't skate.
So what are you saying?
You have to have someone. You have to have someone that can skate, that can be a physical threat on the ice, that can protect his stars.
Exactly what
It's exactly what I said. It's exactly what I said. You got to be able to skate. You can't just be, like a Matt Rempe out there for the Rangers. He's just a big, tall goon who, does stupid things and puts your team in jeopardy just because he wants to go out there and fight some guys. You have to have the ability to play. It'd be great if the Red Wings had somebody in their organization like that. They don't. It's not easy to find players that are like that. And even if you do, even if, let's say, they did have somebody who's going to answer the bell because somebody took a liberty with Dylan Larkin, do you think that's going to stop that from happening?
I mean, it's not going to stop it from happening, but what it's going to stop is whenever our guys are getting into scrums and stuff. Like, didn't he just get hurt against Florida a few weeks ago because he was in a scrum that he shouldn't have been in because we don't have a guy that can stand up for the team?
Yeah, I go back and forth on this, and I appreciate the call, Nathan. It just, I think you're actually kind of talking about the same thing Gator was, because as you put it, you don't want a Stu Grimson, and Gator said, there are guys out there like that if you can get one, they're tough to find, but if you can get one that does more than just fight.
Yeah. I mean, Bob Probert back in the day was fighting every other night. He would have 30 fighting majors a year or whatever it was. But Bob Probert also belonged on Yzerman's wing because he could score 20 goals a season. Those players are rare. Finding somebody that's even better than that, like a Cam Neely type or a Keith Tkachuk type or Tkachuk's kids, those are really rare to find. If you just want somebody that's going to, take up a fourth line status, I mean, is that what you're looking at? Because having those guys, and you think that that's going to stop a scrum from happening? If Dylan Larkin's in a scrum, he's out there with his line mates. Who are his line mates? Are you going to take away Lucas Raymond as one of his line mates so that you can plug in a guy that's 6'3", 220 and might be able to handle himself in a fight, but but can't score and can't contribute offensively? Because that's going to bring the team down. I love fighting in hockey. I wish they'd get back to it to a degree, but they're not going to. And because they're not, you've got to adapt to the new game. Now, does this mean that other players need to step up and stand up for their teammates? Absolutely. And you're going to see that from here on out, I think, without a doubt, because this just further solidifies and exemplifies why Dylan Larkin needs to stay healthy, how important he is to this team. But guys you're going to put on Larkin's wing, I'm sorry, but you're not going to put somebody out there that's just a bigger body just to have a bigger body out there. That's your number one scoring unit.
Next up is Scott in Rochester. You're on 97.1. Hi, Scott.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Good, thank you.
I think we're kind of all saying the same thing when it comes to the Red Wing. No one wants, they know the Bob Probert era is over, but there's still enough Martin Lapointe or Darren McCarty's or even Kurt Moe, those type of guys, the gritty guys, that would take care of the grinding, get in there and do the dirty stuff without being a goon. There's a middle ground between a goon and that, and there's a lot of players that can do that. It's just, for whatever reason, they're not part of our organization at the moment. And that's the concern. I mean, you need that to win.
Well, there is going to be changeover in the roster because they have a number of unrestricted free agents from the forward positions with the Red Wings. So we'll see what Yzerman decides to fill that with next year. The last couple of years, he's been putting adults in the room, bringing in veteran players that have playoff experience and veteran players that still have something left in the tank and can do something offensively. But is this something he's going to focus on and say, okay, I'm going to find somebody to bring in here that can also handle himself in a physical situation and can also contribute to this team as a whole? Those guys are hard to find. And again, if you're worried about Dylan Larkin getting in a scrum, think about his line mates and what are you going to take away? Okay,
I'm even worried about Larkin getting in a scrum. We just dealt without Larkin out there, and I think we missed way more. What we missed was obviously his scoring, his offense. We can't go through long stretches like that with a player missing. And we didn't even do it with Yzerman back in the day when he was missing, or Federer, because there's other guys, and typically, especially in the playoffs, those guys were the grind line. They didn't get in fights, but they made it nasty out there, and they would forecheck the heck out of you. And then they would,
But that's not what the caller is talking about, though. Having a checking line is actually something I brought up earlier in the week. Having a grind line type thing, I'd love to see. They just have this energy line of players out there, and I think to an extent they have something like that. Guys like Fisher, guys like Rasmussen can kind of do that. But it's this middle ground of players they have, the Kops, the Comfers, the Perrons. What happens with these guys? Are those the players that can be subbed out for players we're talking about?
All right, coming up next hour, we'll get back to March Madness OU. If you didn't hear, Greg Campy on the morning show will play the most interesting things he had to say to the guys this morning. And we'll look ahead for both the Golden Grizzlies and the Spartans. Another edition of Are You Going to Eat That today at 12:35. Feedback coming in. Unnamed texter, Larkin pushes the pace of play, the rest follow. Next text, I think some of the Larkin hate/lack of respect from the league is due to how the Wings have performed since he's been the captain. If the Wings were performing in a top team, he would be better recognized for his skills and leadership. Next one, Red Wings are 32-18-6 when Larkin is in the lineup. Whoever doesn't think he's important probably should get on board. Jim in Rochester, hey, Doug and Gator, the Wings are still going to still give up too many goals. Defense not playoff ready.
Well, we'll see how this is a couple games now with Simon Edvinsson in the lineup. And
by the way, for the record, I love his reach.
Well, when you're 6'6", you're going to have some reach. He's going to make some mistakes, and he's going to make some great plays. And we saw a little bit on display last night with both of that. Unfortunate that I think the puck went off of his stick and went into the net on a snipe. That's going to happen. But I like that he makes up for his mistakes. It's 2 nights in a row now I've watched him where he's made a mistake up along the boards, doesn't give up on the play, calmly goes about his business, and is able to make the play to get it out of the zone.
Well, looks like the Detroit Tigers have made a decision on who the 5th starter is going to be as somebody is being optioned. So they've made their choice.
Oh, boy.
We will get to that today at 12:31 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1. on Cars, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. All right, so Cody Stavenhagen, Detroit Tigers beat writer for The Athletic, has tweeted out the following. The Tigers have optioned Matt Manning. That means Casey Mize and Reese Olson will make the rotation. We've talked about this quite a bit. I think this is like maybe a good problem to have. It depends upon, if the Tigers pitching is actually as good as some of the numbers and trends seem to indicate. You got a bunch of young guys that have a chance to be optioned to the minors, and then you got the veterans that don't. So it unfortunately comes down to the young guys here. Matt Manning's getting optioned down after not having a bad spring.
No, Matt Manning actually had a pretty good spring. No, he had a pretty good spring. 16 innings, he only gave up 8 hits. 6 of those were home runs.
Mm-hmm.
They were all, he's given up 6 earned runs on the year as well. 19 strikeouts during that time. His walks plus hits per innings pitch, his whip, 0.94, that's great. Anything under 1 is fantastic. Batting average against just 140, and his ERA was 3.38. Those are all really good spring numbers. But you compare that to the other 2 guys. Casey Mize, his earned run average was 2.35. Batting average against 185. His whip was 1.24, but wasn't giving up runs. Reese Olson, 3.6 earned run average with 14 innings pitched, 14 2/3 innings pitched. His whip was 1.02, batting average against 193, and I don't think he gave up a run in his last 9 innings. So with Reese Olson, he gets to make it based on how he finished his spring. Matt Manning finished his spring yesterday giving up a couple more home runs, gets only charged with 1 earned run, but he also walked a few guys, and that's an issue. He also has options left.
Yeah, I mean, it's Guy, when you have a young pitcher that you don't have a spot for, but has that much promise, and as A.J. Hinch said, typically average major league team uses 10 starters throughout the year. When you discount the opener, if you're going to go with that, but if you do 10 starting pitchers throughout the year, and so hopefully this depth is a real thing.
The tougher part is going to be the bullpen.
Yeah, well, they're down to four guys for 2 spots. I know Miguel Diaz is a very interesting guy, but Faedo, Mize, Joey Wentz, lefty. I mean, we're talking about. I don't know. I don't know if Diaz makes it.
He's had the worst spring of all of them, and it's by far 6.43 earned run average, 2.0 whip, 3.33 batting average against. It's only 7 innings, but it's not a good 7 innings. You look at Bo Brisky. Bo Brisky's pitched 11 2/3 innings, has not given up a run, and he's only given up 1 hit and 2 walks. Bo Brisky's dealing right now.
Yeah.
So I think he belongs. He deserves a chance for sure based on how he's pitched. Alex Faedo has pitched 11 innings in the spring, a 1.64 ERA, a 0.64 whip, and a 150 batting average against. Looks like he's pitched well enough, but Joey Wentz is left-handed. Joey Wentz has pitched 13 innings. His whip is 1.0, ERA 2.77, batting average against 196. They still have options, I believe, on Brisky and Faedo. I don't think they do for Diaz.
Well, look, it's we're perceiving that they might be good, and if that premise is accurate, then these are good problems to have. Need to see Brisky and Faedo and Mize and Reese Olson and a lot of these young arms that have come up through the system continue to dominate when we get into the regular season.
Absolutely. Start whoever doesn't make it, start your year at AAA and, like you said, dominate. So when you get an opportunity, because you will get an opportunity, that's how baseball is. Guys struggle. Guys get hurt. This happens all the time. Guys get traded. Be ready. Be ready for your opportunity. But these guys aren't alone. I mean, think about the other guys. Your man Jackson Jobe, Ty Madden. These are other guys that seem like they're on the fast track, and yet how fast is that track when your rotation just had to say no to Matt Manning, who has pitched pretty well this spring aside from giving up home runs?
Look, Jobe not coming north with the team. I'm not fire A.J. Hinch yet. But are you ready to talk some food?
Am I?
All right, we like to find new menu items and see if Gator would take a crack at it. We'll start with Subway. Did you hear what Subway is doing?
No.
They are bringing their iconic sauces to grocery stores across the nation. So you will now be able to get your own bottle of the sweet onion teriyaki sauce, the roasted garlic aioli, the Baja Chipotle, and the creamy Italian MVP, which is a new twist on Subway's MVP Parmesan vinaigrette. Gator, the Subway sauces on the shelves at your local grocer, are you going to eat that?
No. No, I haven't had Subway in a while, and when I would go to Subway, it's not because I'm against it. It's just the one that I used to go to that was on my way home is no longer there. It's now a dispensary. And I don't do that either. And the sub I would get was the tuna sub, and not really putting sauce on that. So, no. I mean,
I bet if you went to the dispensary more, you might get these Subway sauces.
Well, first time would be the next time would be my first time if I went there, and it's not going to happen. But the sauces or whatever you throw on a sub, for me, it's been mayonnaise or it's been Russian dressing, and that's it.
Okay, so if I might get that Baja Chipotle sauce. I've had it before. I've had the sweet onion teriyaki. It would come down to those two, but if I do, I might go Baja Chipotle. I think it's more versatile.
Is it?
Yep. So, all right, next up, Dairy Queen has introduced the confetti cake dipped cone. This is a creamy vanilla soft serve cone dipped in a confetti cake flavored cone dip. Gator, the confetti cake cone. Are you going to eat that?
Sure. Look, cake. I love cake. I'm a big fan of cake. The ice cream, the soft serve ice cream cone, big fan of that too. Don't get them often, once, twice a summer, but I would try this. Yeah, it sounds good.
I would not, because if I'm going to DQ, I'm getting a Blizzard, and there's like 10 different Blizzards I prefer. So
you make sure they hold it upside down for you.
I don't really care that much, but
I'm not. They're contractually obligated to do that.
I'm not wasting a trip to Dairy Queen on this confetti cake cone.
Oh.
Well, that was you, not me. All right, next up, the Marlins are introducing an all-you-can-eat seat for $52. All-you-can-eat hot dogs, chili dogs, nachos with cheese, chili nachos, cheeseburgers, popcorn, peanuts, cookies, and non-alcoholic beverages and water. You may visit a concession stand as many times as you wish through the end of the seventh inning. Limit of 4 items per trip. All food and beverage must remain in the designated all-you-can-eat area. Gator, for $52, would you sit in an all-you-can-eat seat?
No, I'm not into the gluttony like that. That doesn't interest me. If I'm going to the ball game, I like to have a hot dog, maybe a nacho, and a beer, and that's about it. I don't need to overdo it. And I'm guessing the seat isn't all that good. If it's $52, all you can eat, and all you can drink soft drinks and water, it's probably not a great seat in the house.
$52, all you can drink beer, maybe. No.
Well, it's not beer.
No, it's not.
That wasn't part of it.
Beer. No, it's not. So, all right. Next up, the solar eclipse is coming in April.
I did not know that.
In honor of that, Sonic has a blackout slush float, a blend of cotton candy and dragon fruit flavors. The all-black slush of the blackout slush float symbolizes the temporary darkness during the solar eclipse, topped with creamy white soft serve and galaxy-themed sprinkles in shades of blue and purple. Gator, the Sonic blackout slush float. Are you going to eat that?
My initial thought was no, because of the dragon fruit combo with, what was the other one? With cotton candy?
Cotton candy and dragon fruit. It's the color black.
I don't mind the color. I think it's kind of a cool concept. But the flavor just screams to me it's going to be way too sweet. But then can you calm it down enough with the ice cream part, just the vanilla ice cream? But then you're adding sprinkles to it. I don't need the sprinkles. I would try it. I'm curious about how sweet it is. So I'd try it.
Yes, I will not try this.
I know, because it's not a blizzard.
Yep. And finally, IHOP, their pancake of the month. They always have interesting pancakes of the month.
Yep.
This month, it's the Girl Scout Thin Mint Pancake. These green buttermilk pancakes are not only influenced by the iconic Girl Scout cookie, but they're also topped with cheesecake mousse and actual thin mint cookie pieces.
Oh, that sounds terrible. I don't think Are Are you kidding me with this? IHOP getting it right again? Man, they know how to make pancakes that just make you go, okay. It's good enough as a pancake. I love pancakes. Then you're going to say that it's Thin Mint Girl Scout cookie inspired. Yep. Then you're going to add a cheesecake mousse to it. Yeah, absolutely. I'm going for it.
You're in.
Yeah, I would be in.
And there you go.
You not so much?
I don't like dessert for breakfast. This sounds like a dessert. So
sounds like a pancake.
And that concludes another edition of Are You Going to Eat That?
God, you're no fun.
No, I'm when it comes to food, most people don't think I'm any fun at all.
Do you ever have pancakes?
Occasionally. You know the birch benders I've talked about? I don't do a lot of keto stuff, but the keto birch benders with the sugar-free syrup, and you put strawberries and then like some Greek yogurt on top. Why do you make me do this? Because all this means we're going to get a flood of ticket texts calling me all kinds of names.
Because I know better. You French toast guy at all?
French toast is good.
Yeah.
I do like French toast.
Great.
Yeah. So.
Waffle?
Waffles are okay. I don't go there nearly as much as I do the birch benders or the French toast, but
fair enough.
Yep. There it is, another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? All right, was that fun yesterday or what? We got to see up close and personal how awesome the college basketball tournament is at Twin Peaks beside the electric atmosphere, seeing how awesome the beer looks in those frozen mugs and the great food. It's easy to see why they are the best place to catch a game. I mean, they had 4, 5, 6 games on all at once. They had a dog show on a TV that kept distracting Gator. But a bar they can boast about a lot. The TVs, the Twin Peaks girls, there's 20 TVs every direction you look. And they're going to party all week long, serving up 29-degree draft favorites. And the scratch-made food is outstanding. I had the Chipotle chicken. Gator had the flatbread. Gotta love it. The handcrafted burgers, the smoked favorites like ribs and brisket, hand-cut steaks, fresh salads, and the best wings in the state. Alongside 24 or more draft handles featuring local and national favorites, an extensive bourbon and tequila list, and handcrafted cocktails. And they got awesome deals on shots to amp up the party, like $3.99 screwballs all day long. You got all weekend long to come see why Twin Peaks is the best sports bar in the country. We experienced it yesterday. Find a location nearest you. Go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views. All right, next hour, we'll get back into March Madness a little bit. Of course, we'll take the conversation any direction you choose because we have open lines. Here on 97.1 The Ticket, 248-539-9797. What a day. What a day. And we'll talk about the Lions and Cam Sutton and what's next. Coming up in the 1 o'clock hour as well. But some people have been patient. Let's get back to the phones as we go to Tony in Detroit. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Tony.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up?
Well, Gator, I got to disagree with you. And I got a couple of reasons why.
What are we disagreeing
Number
about?
One, about you have to protect Larkin. When you get a tough guy, regardless of what you're saying, everybody grows 2 inches. Everybody plays better. Everybody checks harder. When guys are out there and they're not protecting Larkin or Raymond, everybody shrinks. They come out there and they start hammering everybody. All of a sudden, the puck goes in the corner.
Tony, who are you gonna play him with? This big guy. Who does he play with?
Hey, you got Rasmussen.
Who do you play? I'm asking you. Who do you play this newly acquired enforcer? Who do you play him with?
Well, you can play defense.
I'm asking you. Who do you play him with?
Wherever he can fit in. You can play defense. You can get a.
See, that's the big thing. It's wherever he can fit in. You know where he doesn't fit in? On a line with Dylan Larkin.
He doesn't have to be on that line. How about Kosher? How many goals?
Oh my God! This isn't 1990 anymore.
But the point being,
they don't play hockey like they did in 1990 or 1995. It's not the same game.
Well, watch the playoffs and watch how many guys get drilled, and then come talk to me. Because the bottom line is this: how good do we do? Not just in the last 9 games, but over the last 4 or 5 years. When
they've been a terrible team, they haven't had the talent. And Tony, I'm not disagreeing that they don't need to add some bigger players that can hopefully help protect. What I'm saying is they need to find somebody that can also skate and that deserves to be in the lineup. And they're going to have an opportunity this offseason because they'll have some free agents that they'll let go to repopulate the roster with players like that. I was talking to Doug during the break. They had a guy kind of like that a couple years ago. Tyler Bertuzzi was kind of like that. Tyler Bertuzzi, as a Red Wing, was built for the playoffs. Unfortunately, the Red Wings didn't make the playoffs because he was a gritty guy. Goes in the corner, hits you. He'll stand up for his teammates. All those things. Loved it. And maybe he's a guy they go after in the offseason. But they're hard to find. It's like everybody just goes enforcer, and then they go back to Joe Kosar, Bob Probert days. It's not the same thing. And it'd be great if they had bigger hulking defensemen that could do stuff, but they don't. But you know what? Most Sider's knocking guys left and right. He's a physical guy. You may not like Jeff Petrie, but Jeff Petrie's pretty physical, and he sticks up for his teammates. Rasmussen's a big guy, and he's a guy that can skate, and he's on this team right now. Is it enough? Maybe not right now, but they've got some time to build this roster. Right now, they can't do anything about it because they don't have that guy in the organization. He doesn't exist.
This isn't a team that's likely to make a deep playoff run. If Yzerman deems that it's a necessity, hopefully they make the playoffs. He can see up close and personal and make the call himself. But they don't have that. They're not a complete team. And I think for the most part, we just need to accept that for the here and the now. We're past the trade deadline. Could they call somebody up from Grand Rapids? I don't know. I haven't watched a lot of Griffin's hockey. If they've got that guy down there, I guess they could make that call. But then you're, again, replacing somebody. And they do care, by the way, who he plays with.
Yeah, and it matters.
I know our guy didn't, but.
When I say who's he play with, and they're like, he doesn't have to play with Larkin. But, okay, so then somebody takes liberties with Larkin. Yep. All right? And he's out there with DeBrincat and Raymond, just for the sake of argument. Okay? And they push, they shove, nothing happens to your satisfaction because you want the guy, you want the pound of flesh, you want to make sure you intimidate the other team from and have them stop doing it. Okay. So now the next shift, when whoever it was, let's say the last name of the player was Braden. Okay. Braden goes out there and he levels Larkin and nothing happens because they don't have the guys on the ice that can really do it. Next time Braden's on a shift, you bring out Enforcer. Mm-hmm. And Enforcer goes out there and he levels Braden. Is Braden going to fight the enforcer, or is he going to play dumb, take the 2-man advantage, the 2-minute advantage now because your enforcer just did that, or are they going to send their enforcer out to beat up our enforcer, and then you got the enforcers fighting, and it has no effect? It's not the same game that we saw 20 years ago.
I mean, I'm a little bit more inclined to give this some consideration, but to me, it's almost like a moot point. What are you going to do now?
No, right now you can't do anything.
Let's go to Greg next here on 97.1 The Ticket in Detroit. Hi, Greg.
How do you guys do all this without a script? I'm just amazed. You guys are just so amazing. But listen, do you know that commercial when the friends are in the backyard and the spring is just coming around? It's like the first picnic, and then all of a sudden this one friend comes up in a coat and he doesn't realize it's spring. Like, hey man, where you been? It's spring, man. So what's going on? Yeah, it's spring. Well, anyway, that to me, because I haven't done anything since the Lions game. I haven't watched no sports. I haven't done anything. Nothing. I don't want to see nothing. I don't want to do nothing. However, that OU game last night, I just happened to get home late. My daily ritual, come home, fix me something to eat, watch the first half of the Lions-San Francisco game, and then I go to bed. That's my ritual since the playoffs. But yesterday I got home late, had to hurry and fix me something to eat. Say, okay, let me watch this game. And that
you were rewarded, Greg. You were rewarded big time.
Oh, say that again?
You were rewarded for watching that game.
Yes. And I'm feeling like myself again. I didn't even know who I was. I'm beginning to have color in my cheeks and color in my bones because I'm like, okay, all right, first half, let me fix something to eat because I have to go to bed because I have to be up at 4:30 in the morning. And so, I have to get to bed. And so I'm fixing me something to eat because I got home late. And I'm looking, I'm like, oh, okay. Then I'm like, oh, okay. I'm like, oh, okay. And so, yes, I'm beginning to feel something a little bit because
you're aroused.
I mean, to the point because I'm telling you, I have never felt like this. Being a Lions fan, I have never felt these emotions. I didn't know what to do with them. I didn't know nothing. And to lose like that, to be 50 cents away from going to the Super Bowl, which I always thought because their offense is so high-powered, and you guys always want to say Dan was a gambler. He wasn't a gambler. He just had the luxury of a high-powered offense that I had the luxury to go for fourth down.
Well, Greg, I'm glad you enjoyed the OU game. You got a little rambling there, but I'm glad you enjoyed the OU game.
There's a lot to like with the OU game.
You circled all the way back to Dan Campbell's fourth down calls. That was quite a ride. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Ed in Pontiac. You're next. What's up, Ed? Ed, are you there?
Ed.
Eddie. Ed?
No good.
248-539-9797. We go to James next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, James?
Hey, guys. So all this people want an enforcer. That role does just not exist in the NHL anymore. It just doesn't. They don't give up roster spots to guys like that. 2019 was the last time a Stanley Cup was won with a guy over 100 penalty minutes. Before that, it was 2012. So it just doesn't exist anymore. But last night's game was so cool to see Larkin come back. The year he's had of success, but also the stuff he went through off the ice, and then the injury before, and then this past injury. There's something about him. He's just the straw that stirs the drink, not in like a Reggie Jackson cocky way, but there's something about that team. They played different with him in the lineup, and it's just really cool to see him come back and then take off to where they were 3 weeks ago.
It honestly, it felt like it was instantly taking us back to where they were, which is they're not a complete team, okay? But if that team last night and the team 3 weeks ago looked like a team that could make the playoffs. And
right.
It was instant. It's weird.
Yeah, and Doug, I actually sent a text yesterday that you read before your show went off about them having to come out buzzing, and they did that.
Yeah.
They did it from puck drop. There wasn't a minute in that game where it didn't look like they were geared up and ready to play.
Hey, thanks for the phone call and thanks for the text yesterday. 248-539-9797. Okay, straight ahead. One of the Lions free agents is visiting with another team, and Cam Sutton's released. What does it mean from a football perspective? And again, if you're just joining us, had an update earlier this hour. He has still yet to turn himself in to Hillsborough County police down in Florida. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Oakland is on to the round of 32 after upsetting Kentucky, becoming just the 23rd 14 seed ever to beat a 3 seed. Standing in the Grizzlies' way to their first ever trip to the Sweet 16, one of the hottest teams in the NCAA tournament, NC State, tomorrow at 7:10. The Wolfpack has won 6 in a row, tearing through the ACC tournament last week, then upsetting 6 seed Texas Tech last night, 80-67. OU is a 6.5-point underdog. Hear the game tomorrow on WWJ News Radio 950. Let's check in on Kentucky fans. UK fans en masse calling for Calipari's dismissal. We're at critical mass now. He would be owed a $33 million buyout. By the way, maybe Michigan would be interested. The women's NCAA tournament is underway in earnest today. 9-seed Michigan State at the half with 8-seed North Carolina, ironically, right now 39-30, Tar Heels with a lead. Tigers announced today they've optioned starting pitcher Matt Manning to Toledo. The move means Detroit's rotation is solidified. Tarek Skubal, Kent Maeda, Jack Flaherty, Casey Mize, and Reese Olson. Detroit also reassigned veteran starter Drew Anderson to minor league camp. Club opens the season in 6 days on the south side of Chicago. And the Pistons, tied for the fewest wins in the NBA, host the Celtics, who have the most in the league. Hear it here on 97.1 tonight, coverage starting at 6:35. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Wow, what a day. Lots to talk about. Passion is back for the Red Wings, and boy, do they seem to get their mojo back with the return of 71, the captain, Dylan Larkin. You got OU, led by Jack Gohlke's 32 points, hit on 10 threes. Wait to hear a call we got yesterday. We'll play that a little bit later on this hour. You got Michigan State giving themselves a chance. Big game, change the perception of the season tomorrow against North Carolina. But I said we get to the Cam Sutton thing, and let's follow through on that with a little Lions talk. Yes, he is not yet been apprehended or turned himself in. This is 3 days after they went public with a warrant for his arrest. The warrant, it's been over 2 weeks since it's been issued. A domestic violence by strangulation charge. I mean, I was talking to somebody that said, hey, look, this kind of crime, and if guilty, the amount of time you would do, look, it's bad, but we're not talking about him potentially being put away in prison for the rest of his life. And if he's on the run here, it's pretty scary. And it's such a bad choice. I mean, it's always a bad choice, but it's such a bad choice. And if you're, right now the police say they're not worried about his well-being, but they certainly are continuing to look for him. But with that said, the Lions released him yesterday. So what does it mean on the cap? Because we went back and looked at the Ray Rice thing. You could split it up a little bit, and that's what the Lions have done. He has been designated as a post-June 1st release, which means that the Lions will take a cap hit this year of $2.18 million and a cap hit next year of $6.54 million. So those are the dead cap hits. So now what? Dave Burkett put together a list of 5 veteran defensive backs they could pursue. L'Jarius Sneed's still out there. He's still out there. And maybe it's a little bit surprising. You'd have to sign him to a multi-year contract, and you'd have to give up some draft compensation. I mean, the Lions had 2 third-round picks. They gave one up to get Carlton Davis. The belief was second-round pick, but between either not finding someone who will sign him to the terms he wants or the Chiefs holding tight to whatever their asking price is, nothing's happened yet. Could L'Jarius Sneed still be a Lion after all this?
I don't know. I mean, I suppose he could be if you believe that the Lions didn't know about the Cam Sutton situation. Then it's possible they could be
when they made their other moves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's possible, I guess. But Sneed's able to make his own trade, right? He's able to negotiate with other teams.
He's able to strike his own deal, his own contract.
Right.
Yes.
So teams know where he's coming from in terms of what kind of contract he's looking for. I get the feeling it makes the Lions a little uncomfortable. I think there are other options. I'm much rather get somebody without having to give up something for him, and that's what free agency is. And I think they have options in free agency as opposed to trading away draft assets, which I don't like doing unless you feel really, really good about, plus you have to sign them. So not only are you trading them, then you're going to really kill your cap.
If you can work your way around the cap, that's, if you can get him, if you can get L'Jarius Sneed for a second-round pick and you can get him at a contract that you like, I'm all on board. My guess is there's a reason why it hasn't happened yet with anyone. Now, is somebody going to change their terms, get impatient, and say, I got to sign with somebody? Maybe. Marshawn Lattimore is also on Dave Burkett's list. He's got 3 years left on a contract with the Saints. It's been discussed that he's being shopped around and could be a player that Detroit looks at. He played the first 4 seasons in the NFL for Lions defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn. Marshawn Lattimore is a possibility. Xavier Howard, who is still available in free agency, released by Miami. Stephon Gilmore's out there, who's a little bit older, but would probably be a 1-year contract. There's Adoree Jackson, who is a free agent cornerback, but also a little bit older. All those guys on Dave Burkett's list.
Yeah, and a couple of those guys I think would be perfect fits on 1-year deals. You look at Howard, you look at Gilmore. Those sound like 1-year, $5 or $6 million deal. Get him in here. Lattimore's intriguing because he's obviously worked with Aaron Glenn before.
Yeah, not a lot of corners hit the ground running as rookies. So I feel like if you get one of these veterans on a 1-year deal and then draft what you expect to be the replacement, because there are some corners that'll be but could be, according to Mox, could be on the board at 29 that make a lot of sense here. So ideally, sign, 1-year deal, draft, in my opinion. I think that's it. Now, if you can get L'Jarius Sneed at the right price, and I think every day that passes that a deal isn't done is another day that price may change. So we'll keep an eye on this one. But 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Robert in Southfield. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hello, Robert.
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. Hey, I'm going to go back to the wings narrative, right? Look, I understand what you're saying because they can't run goons out there. See, here's the difference. Joey Coulter was a center. If I ain't mistaken, McCarty was a right winger or a left winger, and Provo was either a right winger or a left winger. But see, they were hockey players with boxing skills, and they were interchangeable. You could put them on the Eisman line, the other line, and the other line, even though they were fourth-line players. Today's hockey does not consummate goons, and they was the ultimate goons with skills.
It was just, totally different era back then. I mean, Probert had, I think, 28 goals in one season when he was playing at Eisman's wing. He was an all-star, actually, one year, if you remember that.
Right.
They played with Gerard Gallant was the other winger with Steve Yzerman. And Gallant had racked up a ton of penalty minutes, too. He was a gritty, prickly forward to play against. And for a few years, those guys were a lot of fun to watch. And they could skate.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's why Joe Koster was out there. That's why Darren McCarty was out there on a regular line. Darren wasn't a goon. Darren was a hockey player.
Exactly, but he had boxing skills. He had boxing skills.
I mean, if he had to, you want to get down, he was more than willing to get down. Yeah, he'd get down and stick up for his teammates, and he'd do fine. And if there were players like that in the league right now, I'd say go get them in free agency.
And you know what? Quiet as it kept. They used to go to Crunks and train.
They did actually go to Crunks. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Quiet as it kept. They went to Crunks over there off of McGraw and trained and got boxing skills. That's why they were so good at what they did. But they were hockey players.
Well,
first.
I mean, for those that they had those, but they also had a bunch of guys that couldn't really skate, and their sole purpose was to be an enforcer and be a pugilist out there on the ice. And those guys had their role back in the 80s and the 90s. But in today's hockey, they don't.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson. All right, if you missed Greg Campy on the morning show, it's some great stories to tell, some good stuff to get at. We will replay the best of what he had to say. The head coach at OU, yep, Golden Grizzlies beat Kentucky. They beat Kentucky. And Detroit is fired up about it. Hear what the head coach had to say this morning, starting at 1:20 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. So, hey, man, America is reacting to Oakland University's win over Kentucky yesterday. And, Gator, we brought it up every single day this week, and we didn't get, honestly, a ton of traction. So, we will introduce a topic. The people aren't that interested. We move on. And
pivot. That's what we do.
We did some pivoting on some college basketball stuff earlier in the week. Got a little traction yesterday. And today in the first hour, we had OU fans. They were just calling us up. They were fired up. And it was really cool. Tons of feedback. And when you've got, the Cinderella story of the tournament, although they don't want them to be called Cinderellas, but they kind of are. And you beat Kentucky. I mean, they just put a graphic up during the Baylor-Colgate game. It was kind of highlights, bullet points from the highlights yesterday.
Oh, Baylor taking on Teeth?
It's Baylor versus Teeth. And Baylor's beating Teeth by 18 in the first half. But they put a graphic up. It said, Jack Gohlke puts Oakland on the map. And then parentheses, it said, it's in Michigan, which is pretty funny. But yeah, we kind of watched him throughout as it got late into the season, thinking this guy might be a story. Wait a sec, this guy could be that March Madness guy that catches America and becomes the darling of the tournament. And I've said it before, he's got a Greco-Roman vibe to him. He looks more like he can go out on the mat and win you the heavyweight division than he does a basketball player. And he takes ridiculous shots. And he was on with the morning show, and John Jansen asked him, where did you find Jack Gohlke? Here's the story. He looks like David Putty from Seinfeld, who was Elaine's boyfriend and one of the great, maybe underrated characters, in my opinion, in the history of television.
Car salesman.
I absolutely loved.
Yeah, that's right.
You do a pretty good Putty.
It's one line. That's all you got to say. He's fun.
Yep.
Gohlke's. Yeah. High five. Gohlke is, he's fun to watch. He just does not look like he's supposed to do what he does. Like, what's this? Oh, is this their enforcer? Who's Bruiser out there? What's he going to do? He's not going to launch a 23-foot shot. He's not going to make it. Oh my God. Then do it 10 times.
He banked one in last night. He was taking covered threes. He was fading left. He was a fade away. He was unconscious, as Coach said there. And the most incredible stat maybe in the entire sport is that Jack Gohlke this year took 365 shots from the field. 8 2-pointers.
Campy said earlier in the week, if he takes a 2-point shot, he's coming out of the game going right to the stationary bike. It's not what he's there for.
And he's not the star of the team. The star of the Horizon League Player of the Year is Trey Townsend. And Trey Townsend, when Gohlke came in the game and immediately bang, 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 hit a bunch of threes, it opened everything up for Trey Townsend. In the first half, Kentucky ran 5 different defenders at Jack Gohlke, and it didn't slow him down. After the game, watching Calipari talk, he said, look, we played a boxing. We eventually went to a boxing 1 on a guy who was at Hillsdale. I wonder if anybody saw him play at Hillsdale. You know, we've got enough people in our audience that went to a lot of the small schools around Michigan that can you imagine if you're at Division II Hillsdale and you actually go to a game and you watch this guy and he's just bombing away, completely no conscious, nothing stops him. You know, this guy's kind of fun to watch. And now he's, emerged as the star of this tournament. It's got to be a little bit wild. You know?
So here's how things are going, right? I open up another window, goes to Google search. I just typed in Jack. The first thing that comes up, Jack Gohlke stats, Jack Gohlke Hillsdale, and then Jackie Robinson. I mean, what?
You type in Jack, it comes up before Hall of Fame, legendary figure in the country. What about Jack Kennedy? Where's that?
Yeah, Jack Nicholas. I mean, no, it's Jack Gohlke stats, Jack Gohlke Hillsdale, Jackie Robinson. And then it's Jack Gohlke basketball.
Hilarious.
I was curious. I wanted to see what his stats were at
Hillsdale.
At Hillsdale.
I bet he shot a bunch of threes.
Not as many as you think.
No.
He was his last season, 2020, the 22-23 season, played 30 games, and he attempted 8.2 3-point shots per game. That's it. And he knocked down 3.3 of them for 40% average. He only scored 14 points a game. In the year before that, 9.6 points a game.
He didn't take a 2-point shot till the 6th game of the season. It was just bombs away. All right, more here from Coach Campy on the morning show. Look, he made a comment last week that he was hoping they get to practice in their own gym again. Meaning you go to Pittsburgh, you win 2 games, you come back, you practice in your own gym, getting ready for the Sweet 16. Can they do it? Can they get to the Sweet 16? Here's what the coach told the morning show. There you go. I mean, he gave the blueprint. Was it Sunday night you saw him?
Yep.
On Sportsworks?
Yep.
And he gave the blueprint to how he thought they could beat Kentucky. And now there's his blueprint as to how they can beat NC State. Next up.
Well, I don't think NC State is going to hand the ball to a referee after the first shot of a 1-on-1 doesn't go in.
Well, it was a 3-point play, and that was and for people who missed it last night, I made this point earlier.
Gotcha.
It was a telltale sign that Kentucky wasn't taking Oakland University seriously, because I don't think this happens if it's Duke or Michigan State or Kansas lined up across from them. Trey Townsend made a basket, got fouled. He had 1 free throw. Oakland University wasn't putting people on the lane, so it was 4 Wildcats. Trey Townsend takes the and 1 free throw, misses it. Nobody on Kentucky's team really moves. Kentucky kid catches the rebound, turns and throws it to the ref out of bounds, like to give to the shooter for the next free throw. It was an and 1. It was 1 free throw. They just grabbed the rebound and threw it out of bounds, and it was OU basketball. And that was the moment I knew, okay, they don't have they're not as focused as they need to be. That was in the first half. They're making themselves vulnerable because that doesn't happen if they're playing Duke. You know it doesn't happen. And they just kind of space cadet it out there. And now, that doesn't mean you're going to win the game. You still have to be able to play well enough to take advantage of it. And damn it, if OU didn't do that. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Anybody making the trek down to Pittsburgh now? Have you decided? I'm road tripping because I bet that arena is jumping when Golden Grizzly fans come tomorrow.
Yeah, it should be. So either Yuns or Youts. Because that's what they do in Pittsburgh.
Hey, the last thing you ever need, plumbing issues. If you got them, call CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing at 855-339-4242. CGC will send out one of their plumbers quickly. If you're tired of running out of hot water, do what we did. Get that Navien tankless water heater. We absolutely love it. No more running out of hot water. We reduce our energy consumption and save money. Call CGC Water and get 10% off a new Navien tankless water heater from CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. 248-539-9797. Unnamed texter says, I'm so tired of the we need enforcer phone call. So we need guys to get a bunch of penalties. Dudes barely get hit in the NHL anymore. Stop with these calls. That's from an unnamed texter. Tigers sent down Matt Manning, who had a nice spring, and I'm not happy about it. Skubal, Manning, and Mize should be the core three for this rotation. That's from Marlin in Walled Lake. I get it. So you send down Reese Olson, who also had a nice spring, or you release one of the veterans you signed, which I'm not. Look, I wasn't crazy about these signings, and I'm not sold that they're going to work out, but you can't option them to the minors. This is the use of the resource that they did. So.
The truth is, all the pitchers pitched well. Like Manning's ERA, just looking at ERA numbers, 3.38 for Manning. Flaherty was 3.29. Kenta Maeda was also 3.38. Joey Wentz pitched 13 innings with a 2.77 ERA. Alex Faedo, a 1.64 ERA in 11 innings. Casey Mize, a 2.35 ERA in 15 innings. Reese Olson was 3.68 in 14 2/3. But it's what Reese Olson did in his last couple outings. It solidifies his spot in the rotation. He didn't give up a run.
Yep. Regarding Cam Sutton, do any of these events put Snead back in play for them? Do we recover any of the money on this year? And if so, do we spend it? That's from Kevin. We talked about this earlier. He'll be a post-June 1st cut, which will spread the cap hit over 2 years. They will take a $2.18 million cap hit this year and a $6.5 million cap hit next year.
Could they switch? I guess they can't switch those numbers. I mean, take a $6 million hit this year and a $2 million next year.
I don't think so.
But suffice it to say, it's more advantageous for them with the cap to cut him after June 1st.
Yes, and you can designate him that. I mean, here we are in what is this, middle of February? December? Is it December out there? I think we just had December pop
We're gonna have
up.
a white Christmas, Doug.
Yep, looks like it.
Finally.
Ed's in Pontiac and on 97.1. Hi, Ed.
Yeah, hi. I was on mute last time. Sorry.
Oh, it's okay. What's up?
How'd that work? Let me ask you, Ed. How'd that work on your end? Are you, when you're hearing us ask, you're like, I'm right here. I'm talking to you.
Yeah, I was trying to take it off the mute button, but I didn't get it. I didn't take it off in time.
No worries.
No problem.
My observation with the Red Wings are pretty simple. As long as these skaters, these scorers, can somehow break through on all these tight checks that these good teams do on them, I see a problem where they just can't score when they're being tightly checked. I don't know if an enforcer is really going to fix that, but
I feel like this team feels like it plays a style of hockey right now that I'm not sure is going to work in the postseason. I'm intrigued to see it. I mean, a few weeks ago, they're on national TV. Was it St. Louis? Was the ABC game? And you had PK Subban and Mark Messier in the studio saying nobody wants to play this team. Nobody wants to play this Detroit team.
Yeah.
So.
And then I just had one more thing I wanted to talk about. The Xavier Worthy.
Yeah.
From Texas. If we could get him in the first round, wouldn't that be sweet? We'd have him and Jameson going long, and then Laporta and St. Brown working underneath. That would be wonderful.
Well, I mean, they've got lots of options at 29.
Yep.
And I'm not sure. My gut tells me that Brad Holmes is going to move from 29. He'll either move up or he'll move back. I get excited if he moves up because that means he's identified somebody he loves and he's not going to let him slip away. I'm going to get excited for that. If he trades back, I'll get excited in a different way because, okay, they're getting more capital to move back, but it's also disappointing because that guy isn't there that they really covet at 29.
Unless, if the draft board falls in such a way where they're like, we have a bucket of 10 players and we think we can get 2 of them and move back and get extra draft capital. We like our bucket and we want 2 guys out of our bucket. I'm using Holmes' terminology here.
Sure.
He always talks about buckets.
Yeah, he likes buckets. I suppose, yeah. But as far as the wide receiver, it's hard to ignore that speed.
Yeah.
Guy runs 4.2.
Yeah, but you don't want the next John Ross, who just blazed it at the combine and turned heads.
But Worthy was a receiver. He caught some passes. Is he more DK Metcalf?
Well, I don't think he's not that physical.
Well, but remember when DK Metcalf came out and we did a deep dive in DK Metcalf and what he did in college. We're like, what are we missing here? He's got all the speed in the world. The guy is a specimen. He looks the part, but he wasn't as productive in college as you thought he would be. And eventually ends up running great routes for Russell Wilson because he was just faster than anybody. And you throw it up and he's down the field and boom. And now he's one of the better receivers in football.
Bigger, faster, stronger.
There you go.
Yep. All right, so we always discuss and try and get people to call their shots a little bit.
Plant a flag.
Yeah. Yesterday we took a phone call, and our guy Jake behind the glass did some digging and found it. Yesterday we were at Twin Peaks and Madison Heights, had a great time out there. Great place to watch games during March Madness. And we take the following phone call. Let's take a listen back. He had 10 threes.
He had 10. It wasn't 9 or 10. He had 10.
Liam called it out.
He had 10 threes, was fouled, taking an 11th. He took 20 shots, all from three-point range. Was fouled on a three-point attempt. He made 2 of 3 free throws to give him 32 in the game.
It was amazing watching Kentucky make him the focal point of what they were trying to do at the defensive end. And it really had no impact on him whatsoever. He just kept doing his thing. And then Trey Townsend became a much bigger factor. A bunch of guys contributed. Rocket Watts had a decent game, and he had the assist on that dagger 3 in the corner from the DQ kid. I mean, that was one hell of an effort. And the most amazing part, I almost want to invert it and say, I got to give Kentucky credit. Every time he thought Oakland was going to pull away, Kentucky battled right back into it. So give them credit. But then every time Kentucky battled right back into it,
Oakland took it away.
I mean,
we got this.
And I'm not even sure. I'd like to go back and look. Did Kentucky in the second half ever have the lead and the ball?
I don't think they did. It felt like the answer always came
the next possession.
Yeah.
Something else. 248-539-9797. Nick in Birmingham, you're next. What's up, Nick?
Hey, man. Appreciate the show, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
But, I just want to talk about the Red Wings. I love my Wings very much. I got to watch the Griffins a handful of times already this season and last. My best friend lives out there. But I do think we need an enforcer. We're one of the softest teams in the NHL, as we found out twice by the Coyotes. So I don't want to hear anybody saying we don't need one. I know Edvinsson is one, and he wins a lot, just to be clear, when he does fight in the AHL. But it would be nice to have at least another guy on the team, so we're at least feared. We don't check. We barely do that.
Okay, okay, help us out then. If you've watched Grand Rapids a lot, is there an enforcer in Grand Rapids that they need to call up and replace somebody in the lineup?
No, Edvinsson was the enforcer. The guy's 6'6". He was always fighting. There was that the Swedish kid. Yeah, obviously you're going to put me on the spot here.
No, it's okay. I just
Grew, was that the guy's name? We used to be
Say it again.
I think it was Grew, Greue or something like that, or EWE.
Yeah, so correct. Yes, him and Edvinsson used to. I would say always fight, but the man never backed down from anything. He kind of reminds me of the kid from the Rangers.
The goon there, the guy's like 6'9", or Remy or
Yes.
Rempe.
But Rempe. But he's Edmondson is far greater of a player, or superior as a player, anyways. Not greater yet, but far superior as a player than that Campy guy, Rempe. But I fully am all in favor of being feared.
I mean, the thing about it is you just, I don't know that there's that solution here now. This feels like an off-season topic more than an in-season topic. Because at the end of the day, if somebody was ready to come up and play that role and Yzerman felt they needed it, would he call him up?
Yeah. And I think you need to reevaluate what you mean by fighting all the time. Simon Edmondson only had 51 penalty minutes in Grand Rapids. I don't think he was fighting all the time. He may have had a couple of fighting majors, and it stands out because in today's hockey, you don't fight often. Do they need to add I'll go back to, I guess it's the way that people are using the term enforcer that I bristle with.
I feel like, I actually do feel like we get a lot of people saying the same thing, but it's come down to what one believes a quote-unquote modern-day enforcer is.
I want a power forward. I don't want an enforcer. Enforcer to me says the guy's got one skill, dropping the gloves. And that's not what they need. What they need is someone that's big enough that they can hold people in check if they get out of line.
I think some people want someone that just drops the glove. I mean, the game is.
I don't think
like
it's a big
that as
percentage.
much.
Well, that's the problem. Is the game's not like that. So if you find that guy, you know what that guy's going to find himself in? The penalty box a lot, and will cost you.
I'm finding, seriously, there's a website, hockeyfights.com, that keeps track of all hockey fights.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure, it's got Edmondson in one fight this year at Grand Rapids. 248-539-9797, Carson Anderson. 97.1. Hey, say goodbye to busted brackets because FanDuel lets you bet on every game in the tournament, whether you're betting on a big upset or a one seed. It's time to go dancing on America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So if you're new to sports gambling, you haven't thought this through, just go find a one seed and bet them on the money line. No, your bet won't win a whole lot, but if that bet wins, you get the $200 in bonus bets. $200 to use on point spreads, money lines. You can even pick who's going to win it all. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug and bet on college hoops until they cut down the nets. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. Other things from March Madness yesterday, really paying attention to the Big Ten teams. Illinois fell behind Morehead State 9-0. 9-0.
That's a slow start.
And came back and won comfortably. I think Terrence Shannon, to me, is like the most pro-ready guy in the college game. To me. I mean,
Over Bangkok?
Yeah. Armando Bacot could have gone pro. It feels like he's been there forever. I think he might be victim of the big man thing. I'm not
that
sure.
big.
He plays big, but I'm not sure where he's even projected to go. But I love the way Shannon plays the game. But he is. I'm looking at this. I don't see him near the top. Near the top of. I'm looking at the mock draft on NBADraft.net, which there's other ones here, but they got him going 12th. And Armando Bacot, I don't see him, but I mean, there are other guys. I'm sure somebody's going to call up and argue with it. The Kentucky guys, Reed Shepard, 4th, Rob Dillingham, 6th, and Antonio Reeves, 21st. If they are interested in starting draft preparation, Oakland University afforded them that luxury. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. The Detroit Red Wings have re-entered the Stanley Cup playoff chat with the return of Dylan Larkin and playing the style of game that got him back into playoff contention at the start of the new year. Boy, I don't know if there was a anything more obvious than what Dylan Larkin means to this team. And Larkin's a bit of a polarizing. I don't know if he's polarizing. That's strong. There's some people that think he's either paid too much or he shouldn't be a captain or he's overrated or whatever. He's not a superstar. I don't even care about any of that stuff. Can we even debate how much he means to this team?
No, there's no debate. He's the most important player on the team.
Yep. Meanwhile, Michigan State, I found this stat, looked it up earlier, and went through. If you're a Spartan fan and you're looking for hope, Tom Izzo on the quick turnaround in the NCAA tournament is 24-7 in the second game. He really thrives in this situation. You play on a Thursday, he wins a lot on Saturday. You play on a Friday, he turns around and wins a lot on Sunday. 24-7 on those quick turnaround NCAA tournament games. 248-539-9797. Steve's in Detroit and next. What's up, Steve?
Hey, guys. Let me start off by saying I know the pushback I'll probably get on this, and I'm not under any grand illusion that he would have been the answer had he stayed here. But as far as guys calling in about a rugged type forward, especially in the playoff times that coming up, hopefully, we had a guy in Costin who everybody on the team, his teammates, loved him for what he did. Plus, the dude had skills. Whether or not it was just strictly a salary dump, I'm not sure. If there was a conflict of interest between him and Lalonde. Granted, he was only playing 5-6 minutes a game when he was here. We ship him off to San Jose. I think in the last 6 games, he's got 5 points, couple goals, 3 assists, playing an average, I think, of 14 minutes there. And I don't know if it was one of those things where, and I get that, where are you going to put him? It's we got some guys that are making good money that maybe haven't done much in 15, 20 games. But strictly as far as playoff atmosphere goes, I mean, and as far as fighting it is too, I mean, there's been, 4 fights this year so far, 4 or 5 maybe, and DeBrinket's been in 2 of them. And like Clutterbuck last night, taking a pretty hefty cross-check on Raymond, it's like, okay, who's going to really come to his age? We got this year and guys that are gritty, but I just think that he could have fit with us. Maybe if it wasn't this year, a little bit down the road.
Steve, I won't disagree about Clem Costin. When they acquired him, I was looking at his past. I'm like, okay, this is an interesting signing. He's a big guy, 6'4", 230, plays a scrappy game. He has some offensive abilities. He scored 11 goals in 57 games last year with Edmonton. And I was looking forward to watching him play with the Red Wings, but I don't know the reason why he wasn't cracking the lineup. He only played in 33 games for the Wings this year, and as you mentioned, didn't get much ice time, only 8 minutes, less than 9 minutes a game on average of ice time. And he was one of those guys that, if things got rough, he was the guy that was more than willing to step in and do that. But what does it tell you about the makeup of the team And when I say makeup, I mean the way that Eisman's assembled the roster. This is the guy that people are clamoring to see. But Steve Eisman says that
he traded
it doesn't matter. And Derek Lalonde, who puts the lineups together, he's not good enough to make the lineup.
Yeah, Gator, I get that. One thing concerns me, and this is more, I guess, segueing into the defensive end of things. Last night in the third period, granted, they pulled their goalie at the 5-minute mark or whatever it was. I don't think we had the puck. We were able to get the puck out of our own zone for almost, I think Mickey was saying, two minutes, and it was the Islanders that we were playing. It wasn't Florida or Colorado.
But it was it's a desperate team too, right? It's a team that just pulled the goaltender, so they had an extra attacker. They are desperate. They had lost 5 in a row. They're in the playoff chase because they're taking on a team that's only a couple points ahead of them, or a few points ahead of them at the time. Dangerous. Red Wings aren't a great team. That's just
they're not a complete team either, and
and it's a work in progress, and it's a roster in progress. And is this something that will be addressed in the offseason of finding some bigger bodies on the team that can help to protect some of your skilled players? And I imagine they're going to look at that.
I think our guy though answered the question when you start talking about Steve Eisman had a guy who could play that role, who'd been in a couple of fights this year, and the Red Wings have been in like 8 or 9 fights this year, and Kloston was 2 of them, and he traded him. He traded him. So if you want to know you might think it's a mistake, but that was an Yzerman choice. In the meantime, Derek Lalonde today, sitting in front of the media, is wearing an Oakland University basketball T-shirt. So that's kind of awesome. Is this Vegas? Are we hearing from Vegas?
You are hearing from Vegas.
How you doing, sir?
Good, man. How are you?
Good.
You ready to play some bets?
I already did. Yeah. Yesterday was a good day for bets, especially if you took the state of Michigan and the money lines. And today, for me, I don't believe in Shaka. I don't believe in Marquette. So, I'm taking Western Kentucky on the money line.
Did they say whether or not that guard's playing for Marquette? Have we seen final word on that?
You know what? Doesn't matter to me because your coach is Shaka Smart, and he's only won 1 game in the last 8 times.
Yeah, he took the VCU team to the Final Four and then just was terrible at Texas, and it cost him his job. But they look real good. Marquette, Tyler Kolek is the guard, and what's the latest news on him? He's participating in full court drills. That's from yesterday, so it looks like he's going to play. But we'll find out. We'll find out. So,
we will, but it's funny. No, go ahead.
What do you guys got playing coming up next? Is all I was going to ask.
You know what? A little OU stuff. Did Campy get his friend fired?
What was it? So, were you watching the games in the sports book last night, or somewhere else?
No, I actually was watching the game in the room. I was going to head to the sports book, but the game got so exciting, I'm like, you know what? I'm not leaving this couch. I'm right here.
When you're in the crowd all day, I need to get away from these people. So, serenity. I watch the game in peace and quiet. You can only take so much of chemically altered people, if you know what I'm saying.
Sure.
You just get to a point where you're like, you know what? I don't need to be around people slurring their words or openly sweating or possibly haven't showered in 2 days.
Hey, you're Mike Valenti.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm just a slot machine and a quarter zip. Just leave me alone. I went back to the room, and I'm with Rico. Like, watching the game was crazy. It's about Kenny Cott's got to stop lying to Metro Detroit. Kenny had to have gotten joy out of that. No matter his disdain for a myriad of reasons for Greg Campy, Kenny Cott had to enjoy that. He is an alumnus.
Well, you'll hear from him on your show next. Have a great show.
Will.
And have a great weekend, boys. Enjoy your time out there. That's Mike and Rico coming up next. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
The Tigers' pitching rotation is set. Detroit optioning Matt Manning to Toledo Friday. That means the 5 starters are Tarek Skubal, Kenta Maeda, Jack Flaherty, Casey Mize, and Reese Olson. Detroit also reassigned veteran starter Drew Anderson to minor league camp. Despite the way it looks outside, by the way, the season really does begin for the Tigers in 6 days' time on the south side of Chicago. They authored the upset of the tournament so far. Now Oakland with a chance to make the Sweet 16 for the first time ever. To do it, though, the Grizzlies will have to get by one of the tourney's hottest teams, NC State. Wolfpack have won 6 in a row, including yesterday's upset of 6 seed Texas Tech. Both teams may be double-digit seeds, but OU sharpshooter and Twitter sensation Jack Gohlke says it's not a matchup of underdogs. Brevity is the soul of good update sound. Here, Oakland take out NC State tomorrow on WWJ News Radio 950, coverage starting at 6:30. Michigan State faces a familiar boogeyman tomorrow in North Carolina. The Spartans 0-5 all-time against UNC in the NCAA tournament. State a 3.5-point underdog, but that is the smallest point spread for Saturday's slate of games. MSU has run into a 1 seed in the round of 32 just twice in program history. Both were losses, 2017 against Kansas and 2007 when they came up short against North Carolina. Lions free agent receiver Josh Reynolds visiting the Ravens today, and the Pistons host the Celtics tonight. Boston has the best record in the NBA. Here on 97.1, coverage starting at 6:35. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Oh, God, you can hear Kenny just choking on his own vomit. Woo, welcome in, everybody, on a Friday. Kenny's back to work today. You didn't hear the dulcet tones of Kenneth G. Cott yesterday. He had a little bit of automotive trouble, but what took place last night with his alma mater, Oakland U, everybody knows a Golden Grizzly. It wasn't that they finally won a real tournament game, which that's always been my hang-up. Don't ask me to kiss your ass if you haven't done anything I care about. They didn't just win a tournament game. They beat Blue Magic. Mm-hmm. They beat Frank Lucas last night. They beat Kentucky Hoops. And Kenneth,
a blue blood.
A real blue blood, not a faux one like State. But this is Kenny's nightmare, because Kenny has this weird thing that, look, all of us sitting here, last night was magical. Whatever misgivings I have about, Campy or that program, or I just really don't care, to be honest. I can look at the value and the magic of it and go, good for them. And this is fun. And what the hell is Mike Sullivan doing hitting 10 3-pointers? When did Sully become a two-guard for OU with straight power alleys and 30-foot bombs?
When you first told me that, it took a second. I was like, Mike Sullivan. Oh, okay.
I go, okay. Sully's out here playing the role of Vanilla Curry. This is unbelievable. And it's like Jack Gohlke. And then you look, and the kid is at, like, Hillsdale College or whatever it is. Just an unbelievable outer space game that you and I talked about it, Rico. The game made no sense.
Nope.
The magic of it is unquestioned. The fun of Oakland winning is unquestioned. That game made no sense. You have a guy averaging 10 points a game who hit 10 threes.
No.
What?
Is that weirder, or the fact that Oakland pretty much went wire to wire?
That's what I mean.
Like, it wasn't like, okay, they had to hit a half-court shot, and it was some fluky play,
right,
or a missed call like we saw happen in the Kansas game.
A guy gets hurt, foul trouble,
right.
nonsense. No. Right. No. Ready? OU was the better team all night. That's right.
Yeah.
Look, and look. We'll get to Calipari later, because I think there's a fun local sell I want to do for you. But, Kenny, here's my question. Because, here's what I'm not into. I'm not into this whole society we live in of receipts and stuff. Man, y'all act like a bunch of little girls. Just stop. Okay, stop. You act like little chilled. Oh, Kenny should do what? He don't have to like the head coach, and he has his reasons. And them reasons ain't none of your damn business. The point is this.
But if you have receipts, you get your own bots.
Ooh. Here's what I want to know. Kenny, I know yesterday was a hellscape for you. Your car blew up with you in it. That car went somewhere, and you went the other direction. It just got taken away. Boiled shrimp. And then you watched your alma mater. Kenny was not only a Golden Grizzly, Kenny ran the damn radio station. Kenny was WXOU.
Yeah.
Kenny was a program director in his prior life, or at least that's how I'm imagining it. So then last night, Kenny sits down and he goes, I've had a terrible day, Gladys. Can you pour me a cold one? And Kenny sits down and watches Oakland University dominate the University of Kentucky.
No, you're not selling the story right. Because Kenny sits down saying, my day was horrible.
Right.
But at least their day's going to be worse.
That's right.
Their day, and I'm going to get joy from that.
Kenny was going to get a pound of flesh from Campy to make his day whole.
They were going to get run out the gym by 30 points.
That's right.
And then Gohlke. And then Gohlke. And then Gohlke.
Did you see after the 4 3-pointer where Gohlke did the gun salute?
Yeah.
And he said, F cot.
Wait. He was like, which way is east? That way?
Right.
Bang, 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 bang.
Hey, which way's Kenny's ass? Pa-pow. Dude, he's out there, and that kid's power alleys. It was Mike Sullivan power alleys, and he's just going bam, bam, bam. Hey, Kenny, this one's right for you. Bang.
And then he hit one and said, hey, Kenny, look at this. I'm giving you the Jordan. Hey,
Kenny,
shrug his shoulders.
Hey, Kenny, leave the door unlocked. I'm going to take care of Mama later. So here's what I want to know. Right. Here's what I want to know, Kenny. And I'm begging you to be honest. And whatever your answer is, I'm going to take it at face. There had to be a shred, a fiber, something on the cellular level as an alum of Oakland that no matter how deep your disdain of certain people burns, Kenny, you took down Kentucky, a team with an operating budget of $21 million, and I believe OU's is 1.9. You took down arguably the second greatest blue blood or third greatest blue blood program in America. Kenny, tell me there was a mini Tiger Woods fist pump somewhere in the dark with only the poltergeist glow of your television. Please, tell me as an alum there was at least a shred of joy. Please.
There was something in there that still existed, and I remember being those Oakland fans. I remember being in the stands for those games at the arena. I remember being everybody that was cheering for them in that arena. I felt so happy for those fans because I could see myself in them back in the day. Good for them.
Those people,
I
if you
actually
will.
felt joy for them. The rest I won't speak to, but I felt a ton of joy for those people because I watched them when I was there lose for 4 years and then the following 8 years after, and it kind of broke me as a fan. So seeing it for those guys, I'm happy for them. Exactly.
So Kenny, was it enough that you decided, you know what, maybe I'll hop in the car and drive to Pittsburgh?
Didn't we just go over me not having a car, Rico? Thanks for the reminder.
I'm sorry. Might not be the right question.
Hey, Kenny, go in that car that you don't have. All right, thanks, Rico.
My bad.
Take a look at that black car.
My bad.
Thanks, dude.
Kenny's house burned down in a fire. Rico, hey, how'd you sleep last night? But here's what I want to ask. I mean, no, seriously. So Kenny, here's the question. I mean, look, everyone is they can root for whatever they want. Do I think OU's winning their next game? Absolutely not. I think last night was a 1 in a million game. You go out and shoot 15 of 31 from deep. Guys like Reed Shepherd and Dillingham have arguably the worst game of their season. And you have a guy in Gohlke who is now a March Madness legend. I mean, this is that type of performance. He will forever be remembered. That is a Division II transfer.
A Jimmer Fredette type.
Yeah, he averaged 10 points. He hit 10 threes. I can't even say it with a straight face. It's an incredible job. Look, Campy brought together a number of transfers. You got a power forward from that kid from Oxford who's 6'5" or whatever he is. He's throwing meat hooks up over 7-footers. It was a magical game.
Oh, Trey, yeah.
I mean, and that's not a shot at Trey Thompson. It's a reality.
No. And the funny thing about it is Campy is like, he's talked to Trey and like, we just got to enjoy this run because he knows I can't afford him next year. He's gone.
Oh, don't worry. Well,
else.
that's all right. Izzo will be asleep. We won't make a call. 248-539-9797. So last night, OU's the story. I think there's so many layers to it. I think the fact that Campy's friends with Calipari, and he probably got John Calipari fired, that's fun. I know if now again, Kentucky's got a buyout issue here, but remember, Big Blue Nation
doesn't care.
It's like oil money. It's like A&M. $33 million this year or $27 next year, guys. To us, that matters. That $6 million saving is not going to affect their decision making. If they want Cal gone, he's gone, and I'll be honest, he should be gone. And Campy did it to him, and guess what? We're not going to get into it this hour, but I will. The University of Michigan, if they have a fiber in their body that is serious about basketball, I'd already be back channeling it. Because John Calipari can raise the profile of your entire athletic department. Mm-hmm. And Michigan basketball is in desperate need of life. And I'm telling you, he's not fired yet. Man, that don't matter. Agents talk to golf caddies. The golf caddy talks to the other agent, and you just back channel it. But see, that's the difference. I don't think they're serious about ball. But we can get into this OU thing on a number of levels. And look, what I'm not going to do is turn this into Kenny Cott being in the town square getting hit with tomatoes. Like, it doesn't have to matter.
No.
Not to me, it doesn't.
No.
I mean, I'm no fan of OU, but, like, whatever. I love what they did last night because it gives content. I think for me, I'm not saying this for others. Lord knows, half the media is in Campy's pocket because he's nice to him, which I do not care about.
A little more than half.
This validates Campy. Well, Kenny, I was trying to be nice. The point I'm making is this validates him. Nothing in my world, nothing he had done prior is of any importance to anyone that actually loves college ball. And, all these programs have more advantages. I don't care. Yeah. Don't talk to me about the advantages of St. Peter's or Siena basketball. Stop. I needed him to win a real tournament game at some point.
This is the game he waited 40 years
Correct.
for. This is the game
and
that, you know what? They're going to have the 5-year, 10-year, 20-year reunion of this team, of this game. Now, depending how far they go, I still think they can go further than this.
And we could talk about it.
But this validated
everything.
This validated him never getting a job anyplace else, being at Oakland, all the heartache, for all the people who are like Kenny who just got so sick and tired of the losing last night. I mean, Kenny, my thing is, I know you sat down waiting for the Kentucky beatdown. But at what point did you say they're going to actually win this thing?
A little after halftime, when it didn't look like it was turning around, when they still weren't shooting threes and they still weren't hitting threes, I was like, you know what? I think it's a lot of what you said, Rico, is they're going to realize they're the ones with all the pressure on them. Oakland's just playing and having a good time.
You could see it. That's another angle to this thing I do want to get into because, look, and listeners, if I'm off base and you just want to call up and say, hey, you want to be Chris Farley in the SNL skit. Oh, hey, you remember that? That was great. You can do that, but I have directions I want to take this thing. I think last night marked the end of a one-and-done culture because what you saw were freshmen that were tight, they were scared, they weren't ready for this. And now here's the problem, and I'm not going to make this about Rico. He's a beautiful man. He's still flying high from MSU's win. But we are at a complete paradox in the sport of college athletics and specifically college basketball. You can't win with freshmen anymore, but you also can't keep and develop players, which means we are in a real weird effing spot. And I'm just telling you, I mean, that Kentucky team has 3 players I'd be thrilled to have as Detroit Pistons next year. Mm-hmm. And yet, I watched Sully go out there and pop 10 threes. They're showing, like, who is it? Is it Trey's mom's a dentist? I mean, they're showing everybody in the crowd. Man, ain't none of those kids going in the NBA lottery. No. You can't win with freshmen.
No, you can't, but if you don't stick them out there, and you saw that was the big thing that Izzo had with Booker. Wasn't ready, but I got to play you because I don't want you to leave, but I know you're not ready.
Right.
So it's that delicate balance of, guys, what do you want me to do? You want me to develop the play? You want me to win games?
And I don't know that you can do either effectively, which just creates this constant feeling of I don't know, uneasiness for a guy like me that I love college basketball. I love college football. I think both sports, albeit slightly different, are in the same place. It's a place of chaos. I do want to bring up, and I am not in any way I don't want to take anything away from Sully. I mean Gohlke. I don't want to take anything away from him. And he was awesome. He was but seeing a player take 23s in one game, in many ways, is everything wrong with college basketball. That's absurd. I can't even say it with a straight face, David. I mean, that's what kids do on Xbox. But that's our reality now. Later today, one of the games we're all going to sit down and watch, College of Charleston and Bama, those two teams are going to combine to shoot north of 70 three-pointers based on their average. You know what that is? That's bad basketball.
But that's the Steph Curry of basketball.
You son of a – I know you looked at the show notes, you son of a –
Actually,
we'll get to it.
No, I was still stuck on the fact that my opinion sucks.
Well, your opinion sucks on the third point that I wrote in there where I said, where you think this expansion is going to be good, it's going to be bad because teams like Oakland won't even be given a platform. And that's not right. The magic was last night, both because it was OU and because it was Kentucky.
But as you like to say, both can be
No,
true.
not in this case. I'm going to fight you tooth and nail. And we are going to talk Michigan State later. Basically, chance or no chance. Our eyeballs say one thing and the analytics say another, so we'll get into it. Lots to do. Rico, take him to church.
All right, guys, you've heard me talk about specs at LTU. And the reason being, if you want that career in radio, TV, or graphic design artist, specs at LTU can help you achieve your goals. The beauty of specs, you don't have to wait until the fall to start classes. Classes start constantly year-round. So what I want you to do is be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphic communications program taught right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by instructors like me and others who work in the business. We're not going to waste your time. You're going to get great hands-on approach, and it's going to help you in your skills and so that you can survive in the media industry as it is today. But I need you to hurry. I need you to head over to that website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more than make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
in an instant an auto accident puts you in the worst financial position of your life, you have got to, and I mean got to, hire the best lawyer that can get the insurance companies to pay what they owe you. It is injury attorney David Femininio. Him and his team, they made insurance companies pay for almost 30 years. They're going to help you with your case. David, ready to speak to you personally right now. All you got to do, call the number, 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. Well, people, we've got royalty in the house. The Godfather has joined us. And I'm not talking about Mitch from Old School. We are talking about a man who is on a cross-country tour, not fueled by cocaine, but by vibes, alcohol, and the music of a has-been named Bruce Springsteen. We bring in Mike Stone, fresh from L.A.
Yes, L.A. and
you went to L.A. for a Kings game.
Kings wild. It was a blowout, 6-0. Some good pugilism though. Good fights.
You drive into town for the tourney.
We drive. We stayed halfway in Barstow. We left after the game.
Sorry to hear that.
Yes, had to stop at a ridiculous bar sports place to watch the first half of the Spartans so we could get here for the second half. Did you hate watch?
Bloody Mary's arrived.
Did you hate watch? Hate watch your alma mater?
No, okay.
Did he, Rico?
No. You know what?
Good,
no, I don't know. I don't know because we didn't watch it together.
I made a pact with him that I said, listen, I want you to get whatever sportsgasmic enjoyment you can out of this. We're not going to watch this together. You won't have to see me. You won't have to look at my RBF resting bitch face. You just enjoy.
Didn't it
we'll
end
link up
when
for
you
the
were
show.
on the air, though?
Yes, but the game was already decided.
Yeah.
So
when the rich kids go in, the trust fund babies,
I was largely under
The coach's son.
I was largely under anesthesia, meaning I was just numb to it. I wasn't mad and I wasn't happy. I was happy for guys like Rico. I was happy that they played a game, Mike, they hadn't played in 3 months.
Yes.
So in that sense, I was okay. Now, you're like Mr. Media Relations.
Yes.
You're a hobnobber, if you will. Where did you watch this OU game?
The OU game.
Were you seeing straight for it? Could you believe it? Take me through the Stony OU viewing experience.
We watched the first half at the Bellagio where I was, and then we had to go do something else. So we watched the end of the last 7-8 minutes from the MGM Park bar right by the T-Mobile.
Okay.
And people were just going crazy. I even put on Twitter, some guy, he swore, I'm so glad for Oaktown.
Yeah.
No.
It's not in California.
No.
Yeah.
It's always funny when you hear the broadcasters
Yes.
try to explain these schools, and they're like, Oakland, it is in, and you can literally hear the producer going, Rochester Hills. It's
California?
Yes.
No. Where does it, you're a geek like we are, and we haven't done the topic yet, but it was like, where does it rank amongst all-time upsets? Kentucky with an operations budget of over $21 million a year.
I mean, it's bigger than Richmond beating Syracuse or Richmond, Indiana. It's comparable to Lehigh beating Duke, although Duke was probably a better team.
Was that the C.J. McCollum
game?
Yes.
Patriot League, baby, Lehigh.
Yeah, I know, American University.
Of course, I bet on the Patriot League today, and they're losing. I'm going to lose.
Mistakes are made.
Yes.
Didn't Duke also lose to Bucknell, too?
Yes.
Kansas lost to Bucknell 1 year.
So
it was huge.
How long, you've known Greg Campy for what, all 40?
Pretty close. No, not quite, but yes. Look, and I know, like, Kenny probably was hate watching more than any human being, but it was so cool. I mean, look, he's a really good coach. And he's had, obviously, offers to go elsewhere. And this is his moment. And no matter what happens tomorrow, and they have a chance. I mean, as long as they can somehow keep Burns under control. Right?
Well, I just want to know when Mike Sullivan started playing for OU. Gohlke with those power alleys?
Oh, I know.
Reminded me of Sully. I go, what is it?
Unbelievable. And, the whole thing about Cal, he's obviously a little overrated. But people, they should fire him. Well, Oakland played the game. I mean, that kid was making ridiculous.
Yeah, but all right. I don't want to, because here's what's going to happen. I'm going to say something about Calipari, and then people are going to think I'm taking something from OU. Please don't take it that way.
No, he's not.
It was magical. But I don't know if Cal or his players took more than 10 minutes to look at the scouting report.
That's probable.
Did you know? Like, why did it take a half for you to know they play a zone? Yeah. You have 3 7-footers. OU's best player arguably is 6'5".
Right.
Like, But again, you're right. They played the game of their life.
Yes.
Should they have won? No, not if Kentucky was plugged in.
No.
But that's why the tournament's awesome.
It's great.
My thing, and I think Kenny would agree with this, my thing is a guy like this validates Campy. And what I mean by that is, look, you have the 40 years. I don't care. You're friends with everybody. I don't care.
Right.
Like, I'm an East Coaster. I don't need
Me
new
too.
friends,
I
and I'm
know.
not interested. You had to win a tournament game, a real one.
Yes.
Don't give me this playing crap.
I know.
Him doing it,
It was great.
I got no qualms.
And the fact
I
that
have no problem
It
with
was
respect.
And the fact that it was Kentucky is just so freaking huge, and I feel so good for him because he is a great guy, and no matter what other people think, and it's great for the school. And look, are they going to make a run? They could win. I don't think they'll beat NC State because of the big guy, but you never know. I mean, who thought they were going to beat Kentucky?
Well, and again, they play a zone. It's going to be a challenge for NC State with DJ Burns. You're not just going to back people down from the three-point line.
No.
But again, look, last night is why we love this. And it's why if they expand this thing, they're going to ruin it.
Yes.
Because OU won't have a platform,
No.
and that'll be 17-14 Pitt, and it won't feel the same.
No.
OU was magical last night.
Yeah.
And I don't.
And you know what's incredible? They've had better teams in the past with
Which is
with
why-
Nunn and Kay Felder and people like that.
What
They
about
never
Keto
got there.
Benson?
Yeah.
Raleigh Marshall.
Well, yeah.
Like, I'm making like that's where they need. It can't be me. I don't care what people say. It's my opinion.
Right.
You gotta win a tournament game if I'm going to view you as a great coach.
All right, so Mr. Cash the Ticket, how'd you do yesterday?
Not good. Straight up. BYU was on Quaaludes, so
Now you're really going back to my early days.
Yeah, no, I mean, the lemons.
Yeah.
I think I was like 2-4 yesterday. I didn't have a good day.
I was
It's just what it is.
5-3. I took Michigan State under in the half and for the game.
Yep.
And I took Oakland and the under for the first half of that game, and I won that.
My day swung on a really bad beat in No One Cares, but we're screwing around. Your Bloodies just arrived.
Yes.
I suffered a beat at the buzzer in the under in the Gonzaga game.
Ooh.
For no reason. A walk-on decided I'm going to – no, here's the best part. This jackass from Gonzaga decides I'm going whirly ball. He misses the shot. They get the rebound. You think they just kick it out and run the clock out? Nah. I'm throwing that up to the basket. That misses. Baseline tip dunk. Like 2 seconds to go.
But that's part of the magic of this when you're in a place like
Michael,
this.
I found nothing magical about that moment.
People going crazy over-unders in garbage time. It's the greatest. I did something you're probably going to rip me for. I bet a parlay today. I already lost. Ohio State women and Texas LSU women. Ohio State was favored over Maine by 27.5, and they only won by 25.
Is it a good idea? No, but you're on vacation.
Exactly.
No, you're right, because I remember yesterday it was Arizona and Long Beach State, and everybody cheered, and I couldn't understand why.
20.5.
And it was a 20.5, and they got the ball, and they're like, no, just run the clock out.
Was yesterday one of the great – not greatest of all time. It was right up there. Regular, that's not considered regular season, but days in Detroit sports. We had the Spartans winning, Oakland, the Magic, and the Red Wings coming to life with Larkin coming back, beating the Islanders.
And that was a playoff game.
Yes.
I mean, that's reality.
Yes.
They saved their season with the comeback against Columbus, and then the Islanders and them, it's going head up.
I know.
Had to win that game. You get Larkin back. Just get in, man.
No, it was a magical day for the state of Michigan.
And now, your magical day tonight, you're going to see the newly facelifted Bruce Springsteen tonight, because I don't know what the hell he did to his face.
I don't think it's newly. I think he's had work done for a while.
But you're seeing him tonight.
Tonight at the T-Mobile, and then I'm going back there tomorrow to see the Golden Knights against the Columbus Blue Jackets.
And then you're heading to Dallas for a Mavericks game. And then to New Orleans for executive meetings.
We did go to the Sphere last night. It was unbelievable. They have this movie thing called Postcard Earth. It is the most incredible thing.
Mike, they spent like $3 billion on the thing.
It's the one thing Jim Dolan did right in his life.
And I think he said it all. All right, enjoy the bloody.
Thank you.
I know Powers is going to be freaking out because we're over time, so you just go ahead and. Okay, that's Mike Stone, everybody. Unbelievable. Enjoy your bloody. Oh, my. All right, you want to talk about madness. It's not Stoney's travel schedule. It's Moran Buick GMC. Great pricing. The 24 Sierras, 1,500 elevation. $329 a month. The 24 Encore GX Preferred, $189 a month. 24 Terrains, $225. And here's the best part. They're all 24 months. They're all $19.99 down, 0.9% APR. If you need service like Kenny, you take it to MoranExpress.com. You get the certified loaner, and away you go. They'll call you when the vehicle's ready. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka in Taylor, or you go to MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, we are back at Circa Las Vegas. Thanks to Stoney for stopping by. He's on a world tour, and I'm not kidding. No, the Bloody Mary actually showed up. David on Ticket Text. I want to get back to the people because I'll tell you, there are so many Northwestern fans in this place, which is bizarre because it's such an ugly team. Like, they're just gross. And no, I don't have a bet on the game. I don't care.
I'm saying they may just have a bet on the game or the over or something.
No, these people are in purple, which is largely a heinous color. All right, listen, let's get to it. David, Ticket Text, and we'll get to some OU callers and go from there. But last night was everything that's good about the tourney. And OU doing it with, again, a guy scoring 10 points a night, hitting 10 threes against Kentucky. And they were better all night. Rico nailed it. That wasn't a fluke. David, what's on the ticket text, brother?
I got your ticket text right here. It says Kenny has to be.
I'm sorry.
It's all good.
I'm sorry, Kenny. I apologize.
It doesn't matter. I'm
Yesterday
about to be insulted anyway, so forget about that.
Oh, okay, good.
Kenny has to be the worst alum the school has ever produced. Someone get him a UDM Titan shirt because his privileges have been revoked. Shame.
Chair number 1.
Kentucky basketball is Michigan football arrogance, so the OU win was also the Appalachian State loss. I love it.
Agree totally. And look, it takes the opponent to make the win special. Yeah, look, Oakland ever want to play? Like, remember when they had Keto Benson, they played Pitt. All right, yes, it would have been a special game. But Pitt ain't Kentucky.
Right.
You get a chance to take down a Duke, a Kentucky, a North Carolina, Blue Magic. It's a brand name.
Kansas, yeah.
It's an incredible win for Campy in that school. Incredible.
Yeah, even I, the most hatery of haters of Greg Campy, will admit that is a reputation win for Campy. That fixes a little bit of what he's stirred up in his first 40 years at Oakland.
Kenny, I have bad news. It fixes all of it. I hate to break that to you. It fixes all of it.
I'm not there yet.
That cements his legacy. It validates all of it to me.
Mike Rico, today should only be about Kenny slander, and I'm here for it. Let's go. That's from Mo and Mount Clemens.
Mo, I hate to break it to you. We'd have 12 people listening. It can't be all about that. We got better things to do. Go ahead, and then I'll get to the callers.
Kentucky blew it by shooting threes instead of going inside more, and Kenny's mad OU won, and now it's snowing in Detroit while you're all in Vegas. LOL.
Well, here's the thing. Because every time they dumped the ball down low,
they scored.
If it was Kentucky, it ended not just a score, Mike, it was a dunk.
Yeah.
It was not even close. And then all of a sudden they got into a competition with Gohlke and said, well, you can shoot threes, we can shoot threes.
Yeah,
it's
but
like,
hold on.
You
now,
don't
that's
need to
who
do
they
that.
are.
Right, but take the easy two that ends in a dunk. Let OU play desperate. They did, and it won. And they basically said, Kentucky, you're going to play our game. You can beat us with this zone because the zone's not that great.
I want to ask permission to say something, and in no way is it taking anything from Oakland. Can I say that?
Yeah.
Can I say that in a safe space?
Yeah.
I'm not sure Kentucky prepped for the game. Take that however you want. If you prep for the game, you don't take a half to understand OU plays a zone, and it's sticky, and you understand the flash points of where the entry needs to be.
And not only that, Mike, I'll allow that because if you're Kentucky, it wouldn't take you to the second half to put your best defender on Gohlke.
That's all. And again, Gohlke, he had plenty of people on him.
Right.
Plenty of hands in his face. He was leaning over like the Tower of Pisa on some of these shots, and he hit them. So I'm just making a point.
But
it doesn't matter.
When they switched over to my man, and when the brother put him on him,
Reeves.
Yeah, done. He wasn't getting anything. Then they went back to Shepard, and then he started hitting him again.
It was it's one of the best performances in tournament history.
Yeah.
10 on 20 10. I can't even believe it. Let's go to the people.
And they fouled him on the 13th one. And they just said, you know what? Shoot 3 free throws. We don't think you can hit 3 free throws.
Also
and he
true. Let's go to Steve. Kick things off today. Stevie, how you doing, brother?
Good. Kenny, why? Campy came to town. He came to the dorms 40 years ago and begged us to go to the games. This goes back to the Oakland Pioneer days. Do you remember that? He took this program from D1 to D2 and put us on the map.
No, I don't remember that.
I guess not. He built the arena, and we're getting respect now. We're going to get some more respect tomorrow. So let's hope we do. And this isn't the first time Gohlke's hit a 30-point game either. It's no surprise. Granted it was against IUPU, but
hold on. Steve, I'm going to go ahead and stop you. You need to stop. All right, he averages 10 a game. He hit 10 3-pointers. Can we please?
But IUPUI.
Stop. It is one of 3 performances in Calipari's 30-year career where anyone has ever put 30 on him in the tournament. Scoring 20 in the NCAA tournament's difficult. I got to stop you on that. It's not a surprise. Come on now. I mean, please. There has to be a limit.
Well, NC State better watch out. They're tired. Oakland's fired up, and we got more characters in this cast. I'm fired up, and I'll hang up and listen.
All right. You got every right to say the latter part, but I just needed to check you on the second. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Oh, it wasn't a surprise. Then I guess you had Gohlke over 28.5 points at the sports book for plus 10 million.
Well, you know he did it against IUPUI.
Yeah, ooey pooey on a Tuesday night on ESPN Plus with Roberto on the call. Go to Kevin down in A Squared. That's right. Kevin, what's going on, man? Welcome.
What a great Friday. I am an Oakland alum, got 2 degrees from there, started there during the Keith Benson years, and you know this too, but I've seen some of the most heartbreaking losses. Michigan State with Kay Felder, and there's any number of them after the point. Last night was an incredible feeling, and I have to agree with it too. So Gohlke getting hot, that's the name of the game in the tournament, and you have to ride the hot hand. And I cannot believe Calipari didn't figure out the zone 5 minutes into the game. Campy played a really coached a very fundamental game. They weren't overly aggressive. You can say the threes were, but they played really good defense. And honestly, they kept it close, and it never, I was nervous, I won't lie, but it just, as the miss kicked off, I'm like, I think this is going to be the time finally. And Campy, Campy's a great guy, great coach, and I'm with you. Him being boys to everybody is great, but you got to get a win.
I'll say this. I felt bad. I'm happy you guys won because Trey Thompson, he would have felt horrible because he shoots 80% free throw from the free throw line, couldn't make a free throw to save his life in that game, couldn't put the game away. And I'm like, man, if they lose, this kid is just going to be miserable for the rest of his life.
You live with it forever. But no, Kevin, it's easy. They were the better team all night. Period. You were better than Kentucky all night. There was nothing fluky about it, minus Gohlke hitting 10 threes. You can't call that anything other than a fluke. Right. But that's okay, because it is. It's a name of the tourney. Like yesterday, I saw 2 different teams, and BYU being one of them. Couldn't make a shot. That's a team that shoots over 40% from deep. Could not make a shot. Go home. Bye. That's it. Yeah. You know what else was fluky? Dayton getting dominated all day. Can't make a shot. Go on a 20-2 run to close the basketball game and win it. The NCAA tournament is about flukes. Fluke doesn't mean insulting. It just categorizes what happened.
It doesn't, but it's also why it's hard to just write off certain teams. Before the tournament, I'm like, Mike, you never know what could happen with Michigan State. You're like, no. It's like, dude, it's the tournament.
Just say it.
Strange things happen.
Just say what's on your heart. Just give the tagline, and I can take care of business. Just do it for me.
Go Cats.
No. That's not it either. Oh, January, February.
Oh, no. I'll leave that for the guys out there.
Okay, you got it.
Hey, Mike, you're Mike Valeni. January, February is though.
Kill me. 248-539-9797. We have a little football to get in the mix. We do have our first final of the day as well. I have no angle on it, nothing to do with it, but gross-ass Northwestern moves on.
Go Cats.
Mancuso. You have heard us mention Northville Lumber for a long time. Oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more, nobody sells more Trex than Northville Lumber. Last year, come on, guys, they move enough product to cover 26 football fields. You can only do it when it's in your warehouse. You can only do it when you just basically go get a forklift and get it. No wait times, no lead times, no supply chain, no crying about it. It's Northville Lumber. So whether you're a builder, a do-it-yourselfer, you can count on Northville Lumber to have the Trex decking you need when you need it. Call Northville Lumber today or simply go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, I know it's March Madness, and we're going to focus about 90% of the show on all things tourney and hoops, and we got to have a little bit of football. It does not stop. We need to do it. Music. You know, I got to tell you, as a homage to Mike Stone, who joined us a little while ago. Mike's on his world tour. What cocaine is to Mike Stone, sugar-free Red Bull is to me. When that first sip hits your lips, it's like Frank the Tank. It's just so good when it hits your lips. Let's get it.
Yeah, let's get it, guys. A contract came through for Chase Young. We didn't get a chance to talk about it yet. Yeah. He got a $13 million contract, but $7.9 million in per-game roster bonuses. It's reported that he just got neck surgery. My question to you is, is he going –
Did you just say neck surgery?
That is correct.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's why all of this is basically in-game, per-game
It's a proven deal.
Yeah.
If he doesn't stay healthy this year, he'll never get another big contract in the NFL. If he doesn't produce this year, it's the same thing. Chase Young. This is like a 5-star recruit who's on his third school. All right, nobody cares you were taken number 2 overall. Nobody cares what you did at Ohio State. Stay healthy, produce, or get the hell out.
Yep.
So I have no problem with it. That's why I had no problem when the Niners traded a third to get a compensatory. Like, you just give it a shot. That's it.
Let's touch on L'Jarius Sneed here, because The Athletic is reporting, Nate Taylor's The Athletic is reporting that Sneed doesn't want to play on the franchise tag. He's seeking a deal that's going to make him a 3 to 4 year deal that's going to make him the highest paid cornerback in the NFL. My question to you is, do you see him on the KC roster at the end of the draft? Meaning, is it a draft day type deal that gets done to make him the highest paid cornerback?
Yeah, they'll work it out, because I think Kansas City knows they have at least one more run, that they can keep all the pieces in place. Blow out the budget, fix it, make the man happy, even if it's a ridiculous 1-year deal. But after that, yeah, you may see the Chris Joneses and all that move on, and they got to bring in younger talent. And it's kind of how, think about it. The beauty of the New England Patriots was they constantly rebuilt that team. It wasn't the same team as, when they first won that Super Bowl from when they won their last Super Bowl.
Red light. Hold on, I got to stop you on something. Because you're both leaving out something. Patrick Mahomes took a page out of Brady's book.
Yeah.
He redid that deal. Yeah. Just like Brady all those years was making 20 when he could have been making 35 or 40. I'm with you primarily, but as long as Mahomes is willing to play ball, I think in the end he's going to end up being a part owner of the team. That's a conspiracy theory of mine, but work with me. Because they're buying up everything Kansas City over there. His wife just bought a soccer team. As long as your quarterback plays ball and we move that money around, it's like 3-card money. We can do a lot of things. And Sneed, yeah, you pay the guy.
Mm-hmm.
You just do.
So let's touch. We're here in Vegas here, and I was reading some stuff about the Las Vegas Raiders, and apparently they seem to love Aiden O'Connell. Do you think that they go in the season with Aiden O'Connell, or they have to draft a quarterback?
You can't ask me to get inside the mind of the Vegas Raiders when it comes to the quarterback position. David, I would find it hard to believe, but let's be fair, it's musical chairs. And there are certainly not enough seats because there are the quarterbacks.
Well, he became their fan favorite because he went out there and they started winning. And it was like when Pierce took over coaching, and it was like they were like together, like peanut butter and jelly. So, yeah, he won over the crowd. Now, how good is he? I don't know. But he's the fan favorite. So if you're the Las Vegas, yeah, you're going to say he's our guy.
It just seems weird when every report was saying they're going to be aggressive in the QB market, and then they would end up
but again,
settling.
You can say it, but I continue to say it, okay? Who are you supposed – I'm sorry, Rico. Who are you supposed to go and get? Saying you want a quarterback is great. That's saying Rico wants a date with Halle Berry. Neither's happening.
Hold on.
No disrespect.
Let me see if she texts me. No, but I also think that David, maybe they're hoping that he could become their Brock Purdy.
Yes.
A guy that you didn't count on, but he just keeps winning.
Yeah.
And it makes no sense But at this point, why quit? If he's gonna rally this team this way, maybe you build around him.
OBJ and the Dolphins met this week, and according to reports, the meeting went well, and the Dolphins hope to sign him.
Yeah,
Is this a good fit for both parties?
No. Odell Beckham Jr. is a loser, and now he's dating Kim K, which means he's going to get hurt.
Oh, man.
I'm out. I'll keep saying it. I haven't – look, I'm wrong on plenty of damn things. But I've never been wrong about Odell. He is not a winning football player, and now he's just past his prime. You think Lamar begged the Ravens to sign OBJ, begged.
Well, he said he's the reason Lamar came back.
And what difference did he make? None. The same as this empty can of energy drink I just enjoyed. Please. So, go to Miami. Get the sizzle. Be at the club with your shirt off. Do whatever the hell you want to do.
Man, it's been a long time since that one-handed catch.
Very, very long time.
A decade, if you want to feel old.
Thank you for that, Mike. Yeah, let's grab this one quick here. I was reading an article here from Pro Football Network, and they listed Detroit as a possible destination for Steph Diggs.
What?
I know we've mentioned wide receiver at 29 for the Lions, but should this be a move they consider?
Cat Williams immediately.
Or not.
That's it. I don't know if Steph Diggs is right upstairs. I don't know what I'm getting week to week. He's got a problem with Josh Allen. I can't imagine he wouldn't have a problem with Jared Goff. And by the end of this season, Rico, Steph Diggs, they're only using him at the line of scrimmage. I have zero interest in Steph Diggs.
Yeah, here's the thing. The Lions do have some type of chemistry that if, there's a game where St. Brown doesn't catch a bunch of balls and they win, he's happy.
That's right.
We won the game. Diggs is one of those types that, we won by 21 points. Man, I only had 2 catches, so he's pouting in his locker. I got to get my catches. Or the flip side, he gets 10 catches and they lose. He's happy because he padded his stats.
That's because one's a winner and the other guy is nuts and possibly a loser. I have no interest.
So let's close it out with this. I have one more BS draft rumor or not.
Okay.
The Denver Broncos being linked to Bo Nix at number 12. Is that BS?
No.
Real?
No, because I think their problem is now the Vikings have pick 11, which is problem number 1. Problem number 2 is they have pick 23. Problem number 3 is the Broncos sold all their fine china in the Russell Wilson deal. They don't have the ability to move up.
Yep.
So Sean Payton is lusting after J.J. McCarthy, according to reports. Again, it's Rico Halle Berry.
She did text me back.
Congrats.
We're going out to dinner tonight. But I would say this, David. Speaking of JJ, his pro day is today.
Correct.
At Michigan.
25-minute session.
He's going to flash that winning smile.
It's how much stock do you put into pro days?
0.
Because for me, and it's not because it's JJ, it's anybody. I mean, when Mahomes was throwing the ball 78 yards at Texas Tech, didn't really mean anything to me.
Here's what JJ is. Tell me if you guys agree or disagree.
Yep.
JJ is a Sue Thompson. You are drafting tools. You are drafting abilities that have not materialized in real life, but the abilities are there. He does run a sub 4.5. He does throw off platform and have this cannon arm, but he's never been asked to do X, Y, Z. But the tools are there. It's a Sue Thompson. I am drafting the profile, the tools. That's all this is, boys. I don't think any pro day is going to show you anything. That's like a Seward going out in a war. Remember when they had Yao Ming against a chair?
Yeah.
Or was it John Leon or whatever it was?
It was Darko. Well, remember, Darko sold everybody. Look at this workout against this chair. The chair didn't play any defense.
John Leon. Yeah, I mean, so for me it means nothing. You're drafting JJ based on limited moments.
Yep.
And a profile of a kid who clearly has ability, but we've never gotten to see it.
And that is...
Doug, you watch your mouth.
Wow, Doug. That is in football today.
Respectfully. All right, you don't have to worry about busted brackets. FanDuel's going to let you bet on every game of the tourney. Not advisable, but whatever. You could technically do it right now. New customers, $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's $200 to use on point spreads, money lines. You name it, they're going to let you bet on it. Again, yesterday I stood next to Maniacs out here. who bet first team to 10 points in every early game. I don't know what to say, but yes, that type of stuff is available. FanDuel.com/ticket. Bet on college hoops until they cut down the nets. It's 21 and up. Present Michigan, first online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issue. Non-withdrawable bonus bet that expires 7 days after receipt. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-270-7117.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. North Carolina has been a problem for Michigan State for decades. The Spartans have never beaten the Tar Heels in the NCAA tournament, 0-5 all time. Tom Izzo is just 4-7 against UNC overall, including an 0-4 mark in the tourney. Despite that, he says he's looking forward to their round of 32 clash in Charlotte tomorrow. MSU is 24-7 in the second game of an NCAA tournament weekend under Izzo. Spartans are 9-5 in those situations when the lower-seeded team. The Big Ten moved to 3-0 in the tourney with Northwestern's 77-65 overtime win over last year's Final Four darling Florida Atlantic. One other final today, Baylor blowing out Colgate 92-67. 2 games in progress now, both at the half. Number 5 seed San Diego State up 35-29 on 12-seeded UAB. And 2 seed Marquette in the South struggling against 15 seed Western Kentucky. It's 43-36 Hilltoppers at halftime. Here, Oakland play for its first ever Sweet 16 tomorrow against NC State on WWJ News Radio 950, coverage starting at 6:30. New Michigan defensive coordinator Wink Martindale is one of the highest paid assistants in all of college football. His 2024 salary of $2.3 million would have ranked number 1 among all assistants last year. And the NBA's top team is in Detroit tonight. Hear the Pistons and Celtics here on 97.1. Coverage starting at 6:35. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I'm not sure if I even like that song. I don't know. I go back and forth with it. Hour number 2, we're at Circa. We're in Las Vegas, March Madness. Obviously, OU's kind of the backdrop to the show. It's everything that the tournament's about. Like, that's when you hear me yelling at clouds about expansion and realignment and the networks running this damn thing, it's going to take away the magic of something like last night. A team like OU won't be given a platform. And that win last night, that's as good as it gets, man. That is a 40-year validation for Campy, for that program, for alums. You had to win a real tournament game. Otherwise, I hate to break it to you, nobody cares that you're a fun golf buddy. Nobody cares that you buy people drinks at the Red Ox. This is you have to win a tournament game. It's the only thing people care about. You can't be somewhere for 40 years and not win a tournament game. And don't sell me some 16-seed play-in nonsense. That was an unbelievable accomplishment last night. And when did Sully start playing for OU? 10 3-pointers by my former producer last night. Unbelievable power alleys.
Oh, no.
Woo!
It's
Gohlke.
something. And I just pulled a Mike Valeni and just spilled water.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, by the way, yesterday, people, I opened up basically ice bucket challenging myself and spilling a bottle of water all over myself.
Yeah.
Now Rico is in the splash zone.
Yeah.
So we're talking about OU, and we're talking about it a couple different ways. If you just call in with the moment, the memory, that's fine. That's definitely more of like a midday angle. They're like the nicer, easy listening show. I have like actual topics I want to do, including last night marks one of the last real upsets you're ever going to see. Because they are going to change this tournament. They are going to.
They are going to do this.
I think what is happening in both college basketball and college football is the following. There will be a combination or both of what I'm about to say. They're going to expand and break away from the NCAA.
Yeah.
And what they're going to do is you won't be invited to the party if you're Western Kentucky, if you're Oakland, if you're Duquesne. You know, the stories of these first 2 days, because, yes, Western Kentucky's up at the half, a 2:15. Nice bet by you, by the way. Just wanted to give you that. So I that's what makes me sad about last night.
But see, I think that there's going to be a separation, Mike, but I think you're missing a separation. I don't think that their Power Fives are going to break away from the NCAA. I think they will do that, but it's going to be a separation of football and basketball. Football will break away. Football will become its own entity, its own business. But they realize, man, the people flock to Vegas. People do the brackets. People make the bets. Why? Because you want to see these smaller schools. You want to see Oakland go out there and take on the Kentucky and beat them.
You know who doesn't? The networks.
The networks. But actually, Mike, I think for football, yes. For basketball, no. For basketball, they realize people are glued to sets, and all of a sudden you're switching.
So the literature I've given you before defies that, Rico. Like, it just does. They don't care about us. They don't care about OU. They don't care about us fans. You know what they want? More big markets, more big brands, more big schools.
No.
And they're signing. Their goal is to undo what Mark Emmert did on a TV deal.
That's the Big Ten and the SEC walking in there saying, we want our own stuff. But I think that if you separate the Big Ten and the SEC, yeah, college basketball. Now, I was all for the expansion until I saw it was basically just going to put in all the Power 5 teams.
That's right.
I'm not for that.
No.
Now, if you told me, okay, we're going to expand it, 12 more teams, I'm not a big fan, but sure, why not? We're watching these games.
But, yeah, football, I think that's tough because nobody wants to see the little guy in football. As a matter of fact, like Western Michigan, if they win 12-0 again, would have no shot at winning the national title because nobody respects them. But in college hoops, it's almost you celebrate the Cinderella. You celebrate the little guy. So that's why I think that there could be a separation in football. But basketball, I think they're going to get some pushback on that because that's when it's like, okay, do you really want to see – Do you know how you fight the pushback? The ninth best Big Ten team, or do you want to see Western Kentucky playing?
Hey, here's your new TV deal if you do what we ask you to do. Game over. Everything you said makes sense. But you know the deal. You're friends at the networks. This is your fault. You triggered all of this. They only care about the money. The other angle I wanted to give you is, obviously, Campy is friends with John Calipari. Well, it's going to be an awkward Christmas because I think he's getting Cal fired. And it's a major story, and it's also because we have a job opening down the road. I wanted to just bring this up. And David, if you want to be kind of the sounding board for this because you're a Wolverine, just understand something. First of all, Big Blue Nation doesn't care about $33 million. They're the equivalent of Texas A&M. And Cal's buyout only goes to $27 million if he stays for another year. They are not going to tolerate losing to a 14 seed, losing to a 15 seed. He hasn't done anything meaningful in the NCAA tournament in a decade. So my whole question is this. Isn't this really a litmus test for Michigan basketball and Michigan as a university? I mean, their athletic department's in tatters. If you really look at what happened with Mel Pearson and the hockey team, the mystery volleyball coach, all the controversy with football, and now Juwan Howard being a total disaster, right? So this idea is it's a business. John Calipari, I don't know if he'd even take the job because I don't think you get to the point of him thinking about it because you won't pay him. If you're Michigan, you have this opening. Rico, I think you and I are like-minded. I think Michigan's a really good job and a good program that when they're good, you're a media darling. Everyone will break their spine bending over backwards for you.
I mean, think about it, Mike. People are hearing Michigan gear, and Michigan's not in the tournament. Imagine if Michigan was sitting there as a 2 seed, this place would be filled with Wolverines.
If you're halfway serious, don't you have to reach out to Calipari through back channel, through a plumber, and then a caddy, and then his realtor, and say, look, what would it take? But you know the problem? Michigan is not serious about it, and they got this weird thing about the football program and the rest.
It's a right place, right time, and sometimes you get lucky. You just fired your coach. Not a great market out there. Wait, Cal's available, and we're the biggest brand. Why don't we just jump in real quick? We'll seal the deal before he even, before the ink dries, he's going to be a Wolverine. It'll show you how serious you are because you're going to have to pay him more than the football coach. You're going to have to break Bo's code of the football coach making more money. It's going to be him.
But what you're also going to have to do is you're going to have to commit to what Cal would need to bring a winner here. That's NIL, and that's also admissions.
But see, now admissions is going to be difficult.
Yes.
I think if Calipari comes here, Calipari will bring NIL because he knows how to run NIL because he was doing it at Kentucky before it was called NIL.
Oh, very
true.
true.
Leave it like that. It was called autograph sessions. So, yeah, he knows how to generate money on his own.
I think it would just be incredible.
It would.
And I would love to know if you're a Michigan fan, is it something you'd want? Like, would you as a fan, I don't want to hear about the school. I want to hear from you guys because, frankly, man, you guys are the ones paying the bills of this stupid NIL crap. I mean, Lord knows, I've heard some power programs spending $3-4 million on a roster. Kentucky's north of that. So the bottom line is, if you're a fan, would you be okay paying your basketball coach more than Sharon Moore? Because the reality is if Sharon Moore does his job and wins, they're going to take care of Sharon.
Correct.
And Sharon will immediately become a top 10 level football coach. So I'm with Rico on this. If Cal, and this is something that I think could come to a head. He could be available.
And you got to jump on it because, David, it's like this. MSU got lucky. They needed a football coach. Jonathan Smith was available.
Yes.
If they waited 2 more weeks, he'd be at Washington. He'd be at UCLA. They caught it at the right time, and he's in East Lansing. Calipari may become available because they're not. I mean, the Kentucky athletic director declined interviews last night. That's never a good sign. He was like, no, I don't want to talk. I'm still angry.
No, don't ask me about him.
Coach K's got more victories in the NCAA tournament since 2020 than Calipari. One problem, he's also been retired for 3 years. Like, you can't do that at Kentucky. And frankly, John Wall and Boogie Cousins was a hell of a long time ago. Unibrow, hell of a long time ago. Calipari got up there the other day talking about how much money his players make in the NBA. You got dotted by, Dougie Buckets and now Mike Sullivan. What's it? John Gohlke or whatever his name is. It can't happen. So I just would love to know if Michigan fans vibe with that. And it's like, look, I don't think these things are unrealistic. Like, I'm a bit of a dreamer in life. Like, I think it's okay to be told no, but at least you tried. I'd be back channeling like hell.
It shows how serious you are. If you really want to be the best, well, one of the best coaches is available. You don't have to go get John Beilein and bring him back. You don't have to go and find some up-and-coming guy. Calipari, he is a brand name. He is Blue Magic. Yep. He can walk in there and instantly flip your program around.
And let's also be honest about this. The Big Ten is wide open. Matt Painter's a doofus. Tom's going to retire. Who are you afraid of? Brad Underwood? You afraid of Fred Hoiberg? There's an opportunity to come
Chris Collins.
Is that close enough for you? Sorry.
Box out.
No, I think there's a real moment where you could try. I mean, hell, didn't you almost land Patino except Bill Martin was on his yacht and had his phone off?
Yeah.
Like, guys, that's how I view your program. And the byproduct of Oakland's win could be Calipari getting aced. It really could. 248-539-9797. And if you're an OU fan or if you're just a human being who enjoys good stories, feel free to call in on the OU thing. I think it's fantastic. And I've always told you, if Campy was able to win a tournament game, I can pay my respect. It's just I get tired of having to hear about all this greatness and you haven't done anything. No, I don't care. He knocked on dorm rooms 40 years ago to sell tickets. I don't care about your blacktop. Come and see that blacktop. I don't care. I care about production. I live in a production business. Nobody gives a damn if David's nice or not. His job is to produce a damn good radio show. That's all David's life is dependent upon professionally. Get damn good guy awards. You can keep that. I got enough friends. 248-539-9797. So we are loaded for bear. David, do we make sense with that, or are we on crack with Calipari? That's a move you have to try to make.
You have to make the phone call. We talk about it all the time. You have to make the phone call.
But they won't. Because
I don't think they will.
Because they're not serious.
No, it's not even that. Admissions will nix it because
That's it.
he won't be able. Think about it. They could have had Terrence Shannon. They could have had Caleb Love. They couldn't get him.
You don't want Caleb Love.
No. But in order to go to Michigan to transfer in, you have to nuke your entire academic career and start over as a freshman. And most guys,
they're not willing to do it.
Yeah.
They shouldn't do it.
I mean, I've never been big on school, but come on, at least let me keep my little bit of credits. No, you got to start all over.
Well, what credits? Didn't Norfleet leave there with 110 credits of Bula?
Planet Fitness.
Okay, then.
Planet Fitness is home of the judgment-free zone. Planet Fitness is a place where you could go to get your workout on, and you don't have to worry if you're not looking like, you're all swole and buff. No. Planet Fitness, you can go in there. Anybody can work on your body, work on yourself. And if you say you don't have any time, don't worry about it, because at Planet Fitness, you can get a full body workout in just 30 minutes on the Planet Fitness 30-minute circuit. And did you know all Planet Fitness memberships include fitness training at no extra cost, so you can get the help that you need. A lot of places have brand new equipment, whether it's strength training or cardio equipment. Head into your local Planet Fitness right now. Why? Because it's not going to break the bank. You get to work out in a squeaky clean gym, and you can do all of that for, get this, $10 a month. That's it, $10 a month. You spend more on that on coffee in 2 days. $10 a month, no commitment, but you're going to want to stay and keep working out. Head into your local Planet Fitness right now or go to planetfitness.com.
temperature to sleep, 68 degrees. Say John Calipari's bed must have been hotter than that last night. He needs an iComfort Eco. It's supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, and feeling restored after OU just clapped those cheeks. So listen, Serta's perfect sleeper for pressure relief and comfort and support while maintaining a balanced sleep temperature while Mike Sullivan hits 10 threes right in your grill. Serta mattresses made in Michigan have been for 110 years. Just go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. All right, we're going to get to the people. We are about 20 minutes away. We're going to give you a tournament blitz. We'll keep you up to date on everything happening and that has happened, and maybe a little preview later. We're at Circa in Las Vegas, but we're doing our normal show. So, look, David, if you would, or actually, hold on. I did it again. I went to you for ticket text when we got Kenny. Kenny is back. Kenny didn't die yesterday when OU won. Kenny's car did, but Kenny is back. Kenny, ticket text, and I'm going straight to the phones.
Exactly.
Come see that black top.
Mike, you just said Calipari didn't even prepare for a game while making $8 million a year. He has one tourney win since 2019. Why would a Michigan fan want that after the disaster of Juwan?
Because you have a dead-ass poverty program. You need a profile. You need a salesman. You need an image. And you need someone that can bring talent to this program. Take a look at your roster. Take a look at the recruiting. And try again. You're not Kentucky. The standards for Kentucky are way different. It's like me being a Michigan State fan in football and demanding what Bama does. It's not the same.
Wait, we can't?
No, we can't, unfortunately. Not unless those Ishii bucks start rolling in again. Go ahead, Kenny.
Why in the world would U of M want that guy? He chokes every year in the tournament. And then another one.
Okay. All right, you know what? I don't need another one. We're done. F this fan base. I'm moving on. There are 12 Michigan basketball fans. Oh, yeah, he chokes every year. You know what you have to do to choke?
Uh-oh.
Make the tournament. Ding. You just went 8-24. Your season made streetwalkers look like Warren Buffett.
8-24, not good.
Kenny, can the ticket text, because I'm going to June, and I guarantee you June's got something better to say. Welcome to the show.
Hey, guys, it's great to hear you, man. I'm a 22-year alumni from Oakland, just driving on this prestigious Ohio Turnpike. You know what? They better not mess with this tournament, man. Oakland, we really benefited from the current format. I don't want to see it change, man. That's what keeps March exciting. And I'll tell you what, man.
June, you say you're on the Ohio Turnpike. Are you driving back from Pittsburgh?
Yes, sir, the prestigious Ohio Turnpike. Yes, sir, on my way back home. Yeah.
You were there, so you were there last night.
So you're not going to stay for the second game?
Man, I got a wife and kids back at home. I got to go get that straight before I can come back on Saturday. But I stayed at the team
June, here's the
hotel.
deal. I got a guy for you in Mexico. I can make you a fake ID. You can start a whole new life. You need to turn that car around. You need to get back for that game.
Think about this.
Listen.
June, she can only be mad at you so much. There's a saturation point where she can't get any more angry.
I got you, man. It'll probably work, but I bet she'll still keep my money. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, but I want to tell you guys a little bit of some inside information about what's going on, man. Because I stayed at the team hotel. It was like a family atmosphere with everybody. You know, Mike, we can never beat Michigan State, but we showed up, showed out. And I tell you what, the Kentucky fans, man, I was sitting in the sea of this Blue Nation. My wife said I was crazy. Man, I was trolling them when Gohlke was hitting those crazy threes. Man, those guys were looking at us like they were seeing ghosts. Unbelievable, man. And I tell you what, they slept on us. Gohlke's not the only one who can hit threes, man. We got Lampman, DQ, and then inside presence, we played that old school game, right? We got obviously the Conference Player of the Year, Townsend, who did his thing quietly last night, and then we got even Chris Conway, who's kind of like a little old, like what do you say, Big Fundy. My man used to play on. I got Duncan, right? So, listen, they better not sleep on us, man. And Greg Campy wants Gohlke to shoot about 23s a game, man. If you see the stat that he had in the Horizon League, the guy was shooting over 300 threes and probably less than 10 two-pointers. And then one more thing, man. Rocket Watts, I want to give a shout-out to him, man, for playing a real heady game. If you look at how he plays, former Michigan State product, my man is a midi specialist, man. He played a real smart game, and it was big for us last night. So back to you guys, man, from this fabulous Ohio Turnpike.
June, have a safe trip back. I still, the offer stands. If you need a new identity, we can make that happen. You could turn that around, be there to watch you play NC State. It's an offer. No, I think that's where it's complete validation for 40 years because, man, it wasn't fluky. They were the better team all night. I mean, did the game make sense? No. None of it adds up. When Kentucky has 3 7-footers and your best player is 6'5", doesn't make sense. But guess what? You were better. Does it make sense for a kid averaging 10 points a game to hit 10 3? No.
But he did it against Ui Pui.
And that's why we love the tourney.
Yeah.
But that's the whole point. I mean, you were better.
And for the record, I would not be in favor of changing the tournament and expanding and losing.
Oh.
I've said that.
Media market beard.
If you're telling me that now you would have put in the Indianas and you would have put in the Minnesotas and all of those other teams, no.
No.
Because that's just called the conference tournament. If I want to see those games, I watch conference tournament.
Okay. I want to bring something up. He's just struck a nerve with me. Not in a bad way. I was watching an interview with Andy Kennedy, former coach of Ole Miss, current head coach of UAB. Andy Kennedy brought up something really interesting. He goes, on the topic of expansion, you know what I would do? Expand the tournament. That's all well and good. Kill the conference tournaments. He goes, you need to reward what teams do over 4 months, not what teams do over 4 days. If you want to expand the tournament, let's refocus on making the regular season matter. And the regular season champion.
No, that's always been Campy's gripe because he's like, I've won my conference.
That's right.
But I lose in the tournament, so I don't get to go to the dance.
So I'm making a point to you that there are better ways to do it, but none of them involve taking less money because your friends at the networks are greedy pigs. That's what it comes down to.
As soon as I get my check, it's going to be you and David.
I still believe somewhere. It's the Hatchet and Guido show, afternoons 2 to 6.
Hatchet and Guido.
Oh, no. Stoney's got the copyright to that deal. Oh, my. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls. We will try the ticket text again. Kenny, if you can, people with an IQ of north of 70, please. Like complete sentences and actual thought. God.
Good luck with that.
Ay. Oh, why would we want John Calipari? Okay. Paulson's having their annual inventory clearance sale right now. They don't want to have all this stuff. They got to bring in new inventory, and they're moving product. Huge savings on 4K TVs, speakers, amps, anything for your man cave, they got you covered. 65-inch OLED 4K smart TV starting at $15.99. Price is so low, you got to come into the store to see them. And remember, if you don't remember anything I tell you, their pricing is always lower than Amazon Prime and Best Buy. Go to paulsonsav.com. You can see their complete stock list. It's Paulson's Audio Video. Family owned and operated for over 33 years. It's Paulson's. It is the toy store for grown-ups. Just go to paulsonsav.com for more. We're going to get to Attorney Blitz here momentarily. I want to get some ticket text. We'll try this one more time, or I may just bleep cam them the rest of the day. And then we'll go to the phones because a lot of people have a lot to say, and whether it's OU and an unbelievable game last night or some of the other tournament topics we brought up, we're here for it. And again, the Calipari thing, no, he hasn't been fired yet. But I think Campy did a hell of a lot to help that happen, which is weird because they're friends. I still think he could get aced out. And if you're Michigan, either get serious or just basically admit that you don't give a damn about hoops. I'd absolutely back channel and see if he'd take the gig. I'd absolutely write a blank check to pay him. You're one of the most well-heeled universities and athletic departments on the globe.
Yeah.
Get serious or get out.
See what the level of interest is. If he says, no, I'm going to go another way, you know what? I'm going to take my $33 million and do TV work for a year or two. I'm kind of burnt out. Because he may go the way of a lot of the other coaches who just, I don't want to do this anymore. I got enough money. But let him tell you no. Because you have an opportunity. You got a brand name, and he can absolutely help you with that brand name. He could bring in people. He could fix this program quickly. It won't take like a 3-year rebuild. He can go in there and do what kind of Patino did, and I can fix this in 1 year.
Yep.
Now, you got to allow me to bring in my guys.
That's right.
So, hey, admissions, don't care. They're going to come in here, and so long as they can spell U of M, they're in.
Kenny, and then the people.
I would love it. We need someone like Cal to turn this program around real quick. It would be a home run hire. Would love Calipari here. It shows we're serious.
That's the thing for me as a fan. I just want to know my team cares. Like, it's part of the issue I had yesterday. I mean, J.D. Martinez, 1 year, $12 million to the Mets. Where are the Tigers on that? Tigers lineup still stinks. Oh, but J.D. can't play the field. I don't care. He can put up an 855 OPS in his sleep while not wearing pants. $12.5 million for a team that got rid of a ton of bad money? For a team that's starting a Frankenstein at third base? You're not trying. It's the same damn thing with Michigan hoops.
And a corpse at shortstop.
That's right. Oh, boy. Again, you're not trying if you're running him out there every day. Javi Baez with an impossible 0.86 average in spring training. Did you see that at bat yesterday?
Yeah. Well, it's spring training. He's trying to work on some things. I had this talk with Rieger because I would just be like, you know what, I'm done. I'm done.
Tell you what, have Javi go home and work on dinner.
Yeah.
Work on that.
I'm an Allen Iverson. I'll pay you, but you're going home.
One more, and we'll get to the calls.
Would love to see the report that they're at least pursuing him. Let him tell you no. Bingo, Mike.
That's where I'm at. All right, here we go. To the people. Freddie has been very patient. Fred, welcome to the show. What's going on?
Hey there. Thanks for letting me speak. Before I get to my point, I saw a tweet last night that said that Coach Cal is basketball's version of Jimbo Fisher. I know that you don't want to hear that, or basketball fans at Michigan don't want to hear that, but for all 12 of them, like you said, that might not mean too much. But anyways, what I was wanting to say was for the whole tournament expansion or doing away with mid-majors, I think that's awful with the doing away with mid-majors. I think Greg Sankey's a joke. I'm also an Auburn guy, so I'll be very fair in saying that. Because I think ultimately the tournament is the coach's version of the transfer portal. I mean, you got guys like Bruce Pearl, Shaka Smart, Matt McMahon, guys that are at small schools. They impress everyone with a Cinderella run or just, wow, they win their conference a lot and they make a statement. And then, boom, they're able to get jobs and, leverage those from, like, Milwaukee to Tennessee, VCU to Texas. So, I ultimately, I think if you were to get rid of the mid-majors, like Sankey wants, I think ultimately that's really going to harm the sport. And, I mean, again, the fans, it's more fun when you see Duquesne hasn't won in 40-something years and they beat BYU. It doesn't matter if it's BYU or Michigan State. It's still fun nonetheless because they haven't made it in so many years instead of, oh, well, it's just Rutgers and UCLA. Like, that would be nothing. But, I don't know. That's my 2 cents. If y'all don't agree with me, that's fine. That's okay.
No, Fred, I actually agree with you completely. I don't have anything to argue. I've never argued anything other than they're killing college athletics. They're killing college football, and they're killing college basketball.
Well, the thing is, they're killing it, Mike. Now, can we come up to some type of way where it's still palatable, where you'll still watch it, where you still care, where you'll still find a new way to enjoy it? It won't be the same thing. It's kind of like how you enjoyed your life in middle school, but then you had to go to high school. And then you had to find new things to like and new ways to enjoy yourself. And then you went to college. It was a graduation process. Can you reach that point?
No, I'm all set. You can just keep me in fourth grade then, because I'm not. I don't want the new wave crap. I don't like it.
But it's new math, Mike.
Okay, then I'll tell you where you can put that new math in a commercial break. Jordan, there it is. Amazing. Jordan, how are you?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, Jordan. What's going on?
Doing well. Hey, I have to say you guys are better than me. It's snowing here in Michigan, so lucky you guys living in Vegas over there. So that's great.
It's something.
No,
I mean, we are indoors, to be clear. But, yes, go ahead.
Okay, clear enough, but it's still like 70 degrees, so I'll give you guys some credit.
I hear you.
No, I was calling, so I heard you guys talking about Michigan, so I'm a Michigan alum real quick. I'm a Michigan alum. I would take Coach Cal. My family's UK. I would totally, if they let him go, they're idiots. That is my personal opinion. I don't know how you let that coach go. He's guy's been wonderful. He hasn't done well in the tournament, but fair enough. So I would take him as a Michigan guy 100% instantly. But I called. I'll let you guys talk if you agree. I mean, I don't know how you don't let this guy stay as a Kentucky coach.
I mean, well,
go ahead.
Because Kentucky has high standards. Kentucky, it's
yeah,
about.
Okay, fair enough, Rigo. Fair enough. All right, well, let's move on. So I was calling. The reason why I called in was for Michigan State and Oakland. I heard you guys talking about that. So I actually think Michigan State can beat North Carolina, and I think Oakland set up very well to go to the Sweet 16. I actually think Oakland is the prime team to go to the Sweet 16. Michigan State, maybe not so much because I don't think they can hang down low with Baycott. So we'll talk Oakland mostly. I think Oakland's set up prime with their three-point shooting. If they
here's what I would say. It's not necessarily the three-point shooting. It's the fact that you may be able to neutralize Burns with the zone, and you can keep him from just bullying and backing his way down. If you can deny that entry pass into Burns, then I think so, because you can't expect them to stay that red hot for the entire tournament.
Yeah, you're not shooting 50% from deep.
I agree. I think the thing with Michigan State is they can send a bunch of people at Baycott foul-wise, get those fouls going. I can understand you can send a bunch of people. The problem is, like you said, I don't know if they can still shoot red hot like they did against Mississippi State.
No, they've done it once in 3 months.
To me, Oakland has a better chance. That's my thing.
Well, yeah. I mean, you're not playing North Carolina, so thank you for the revelation. No offense, but Jesus, MSU's playing one of the 6 best teams in the tournament. You're playing a team that's won 6 games in 8 days.
Yeah.
Yes, I know. You're not, you don't have what we have. But, yeah,
here's what happened.
State has plenty of flaws. I mean, North Carolina's a bit of a juggernaut.
And I guess they've already not done the hard part. They've knocked off Kentucky, so now they kind of get the easier draw, whereas Michigan State had to do the easier thing, if you want to call Mississippi State easy. But now you have Carolina in Carolina. So what you got to hope if you're the Spartans, and we'll talk about that a little bit later, and there's your boy Patino.
Oh, Tricky Ricky watching his son get demo squatted by Clemson.
But what you got to hope for if you're Michigan State is you draw on the experience of going up against Zach Edey and Purdue, and so you know how to go up against a big man, and you can try to, slow Baycott down a little bit.
248-539-9797. We'll get more to people. I want to do a tournament blitz, get an update. We'll continue with the college. I do have a Michigan State thing later today we'll get to, which is, I don't know, I've kind of channeled a Wojo angle on something. It's a very simple question for people regarding state. We'll get to it a little later in the program. We talk Northville Lumber all the time. Oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more. It's Northville. How do they do it? It's in stock all the time. So whether you're a builder, you're a do-it-yourselfer, they got you covered. You don't have to wait for the product, and you're going to get it at industry-low pricing. So all you need to do is stop by Northville Lumber, and if you need someone to build that deck, and I know it's snowing today, doesn't matter. They install all year round. They'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. So call today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, so you guys are busy, which means we got some filling in to do for you guys as you cruise around on a Friday. So let's get a tournament blitz. What's happened, what's happening, what will happen, all of it. Music.
Oh, boy, do I love that music. Yes.
I'm glad you do. I love the music. I tell you, watching the games, there's a lot of bad basketball.
It is a lot of bad basketball.
I mean, man alive. If I see another tie-up and a possession arrow, can somebody get a ball to the rim, please?
Let's go backwards before we go forward here. Let's talk about Dayton a little bit.
Sure.
Yesterday, guys, as we were leaving the show, they looked awful. They looked dead. They went on a 24-4 run to erase a 17-point deficit and beat the 10-seeded Nevada 63-60.
Yeah.
Thoughts on that game there?
Total fluke. Dayton had no business winning it.
Yep.
Nevada, I just think Steve Alford's a bum. But again, they were bad, and you finished the game on a 20-2 run. It's fluky. I mean, it's one of those collapses. You can't even explain what you're watching. I think Dayton. Enjoy your day. Hope they had a great dinner. Arizona's probably fixing to beat them by 20.
I think it was one of those things where you saw, like in the Oakland game, when they were like 18 seconds left and the players were celebrating, and Campy was like, guys, this game's not over. I think Nevada started celebrating. I think they were already thinking for the next game. They relaxed, and it was just that they left the door open, and Dayton kicked it down. You got to finish, and they found out the hard way. No lead is safe.
One more game I want to talk about from last night, and I want to bring people in just a little bit. Guys, we were coming in from dinner, and we saw Kansas and Sanford. They were a close game. We thought it was Sanford going to win the game. Sanford gets robbed. Horrible call at the end of that game. That was a clean block. But my problem with that is they didn't even review the play.
Okay.
Why not?
Well, you can't, because they don't allow you to review fouls. You can review, if the ball went out, but because they didn't say it was a change of possession, it was a foul, they can't go back and say, oops, my bad. It was an anticipation call. The referee just assumed, well, you're going to jump with him and you're going to foul him, but you're right. Sanford got robbed. I mean, and I think that if they get the ball, because they did get the ball, and they would have went down and had a chance to win the game. Kansas was gifted those 2 free throws, and they ended up winning.
Look, it's a call. The ref should not be allowed to officiate a game the rest of the tournament. I still believe you need to have officiating press conferences after all games.
Yeah.
You should have to face the music, and it wasn't questionable. It was egregious. It was awful. There was no body contact in the lower half. There was no contact anywhere other than ball on the top half.
Right. Even the feet, because I thought, well, maybe their feet touched.
Yeah.
Nothing touched. It was textbook. This is how you block a shot. I mean, it was very similar to what Jay Nakes did in the MSU game, where it looked like a foul, but when you're like, no, that actually wasn't a foul. That was actually a very good play.
Guys, the pride of the Big Ten. Northwestern wins 77-65 in the first overtime game of the tournament.
What do you want me to say about it? I hate them. I mean, that's fine. They're gross. I hate the Big Ten style of basketball.
They found David. They were up. It was 56-50, and then they lost the lead. They went on an 8-0 run. They found a way to tie the game up, and then they sent it to overtime. And after overtime, that's when the Wildcats and Boo Booey took over. But yeah, they were very fortunate because kind of like what I was talking about with Nevada, they thought they had the game over, and they started to celebrate a little bit when the score was 56-50.
And FAU, they're the same team that went to the Final Four, but they haven't been the same team all year.
Yes.
They're just, they had a great win early in the year against Arizona, but they didn't look right all day today. It was a hard game to watch, man. It was 20-19 at the half. I'm not trying to bleep in the punch bowl. There's a lot of bad basketball for a myriad of reasons.
Right, it ain't just Big Ten.
No, it's everywhere. Let's talk about the 10-seed Colorado going against the 7-seed Florida. Colorado favored by 1.5 points in that game later tonight. Do they pull off the upset?
I find Florida very difficult to figure out.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. The SEC has struggled. Rico pointed that out. Kind of leads me towards Colorado.
Yeah.
But I don't have a real strong feeling on it. But, I mean, Florida, they're allergic to defense. They don't even try.
And Colorado wants to right the ship. They thought they were going to win the Pac-12 in the final season. They didn't. Oregon went in there, took it from them in the championship game. So, yeah, I would still lean Colorado. Yeah. Other than Tennessee, man, it hasn't been a good tournament for the SEC.
No.
Well, let's get to one of those SEC teams. Texas A&M, the 9 seed, they are favored against Big Ten opponent Nebraska. And then we also, just real quick, you could touch on TCU is favored 3.5 points by Utah State. Touch on those 9-8 matchups.
That's the game I really want to see later. The A&M game, I'm scared. Plus, I want to see Nebraska do well because unlike most of these Big Ten dregs, they actually play an entertaining style of ball. But I kind of like A&M there. Radford and Wade Taylor, There's a toughness about Buzz Williams that reminds me of some of the old Izzo teams. They guard, they rebound.
Right, but here's the thing. You could see the nation falling in love with Tominaga the way they fell in love with Mike Sullivan last night.
Or I could have Radford throw him into the fourth row and show him that this ain't the Big Ten.
He's too quick. He's too fast. And he can do the same thing where he would just go off and hit 7 3-pointers, and it would be, he would become the new darling of it. Hey, David, I got something for you.
Sure, go ahead.
Mike, this is for you because you like numbers like this.
Oh, yeah, I love him.
And this is courtesy of your boy, the Bear, Chris Felica.
Hate him.
Since 1980,
he's atrocious. Why would you associate me with him?
Since 1985, there's been 7 1 seeds favored by 4 points or fewer in second-round matchups. Do you know how many have actually won?
In 4 opportunities?
No, in 7 opportunities.
One.
You're right. It was Missouri. They were the only ones that won and covered. 5 of the 7 just flat lost outright, including last year with Kansas and against Arkansas.
North Carolina laying 4 to Michigan State. That's where he's going, people.
So,
guys, just say it. Just say it.
Well, I
Speak what's on your heart.
Well, I was going to get to that. Well, I mean, you're the Vegas guy with the numbers guy.
Not the Vegas guy. Do a damn podcast.
It's called what?
Sports and Fun.
Cash
Subscribe.
Yeah.
So let's close it out with this, guys. We have 3 13 seeds going at it today. Can any of them pull an upset? Yale against Auburn, Vermont against Duke, Charleston against Alabama.
Charleston's the one for me. They play at a pace. They shoot a bleep load of threes, and they're playing an Alabama team that's not interested in playing defense. Yeah. That's a dangerous recipe. So Charleston be the one for me.
Yeah, same here. My upset looks like they're about to upset me in Western Kentucky, so don't ask me for advice.
Oh, you stop it right now. Please.
And that is your NCAA tournament blitz.
Brought to you by General RV Center. Oakland's upset of Kentucky in the NCAA tournament last night rocked the college basketball universe, but it's also started a larger conversation about the future of the sport. Former Villanova head coach Jay Wright. Wright may be onto something. The NBA has announced its G League Ignite team, which was created 4 years ago as an alternative for high schoolers who wanted to earn money instead of playing in college, will end after this season. This, of course, at a time when NIL has led to top players staying in college longer. By the way, you can hear Oakland versus NC State in the round of 32 on WWJ News Radio 950 tomorrow, coverage starting there at 6:30. 3 tournament games in progress right now. In the South, 2-seed Marquette has righted the ship in a big way. They're up 84-67 over Western Kentucky with about 1:50 left there. We go to the West, where 6-seeded Clemson up 40-28 on 11-seed New Mexico, almost at the half. And number 1 overall seed UConn, defending national champion, up huge on 16-seed Stetson, 46-13, almost at the half there. 3 finals earlier today. Northwestern moved the Big Ten to 3-0 with a 77-65 overtime win over FAU. Baylor pounded Colgate 92-67. And San Diego State avoids the 5-12 upset against UAB 69-65. By the way, a 12 has upset a 5 in 12 of the last 15 NCAA tournaments. Just 13 games left for the Pistons this season. Tonight, they'll try to end a 4-game losing streak, but it'll be tough with the NBA's best, the Celtics, in town. Hear it here on 97.1 starting at 6:35. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, I'm sorry. I thought Beanie was going to give us our winning lottery numbers next. It was quite a verbose update here at the top of the hour. All right. Jay Wright sounds an awful lot like somebody I know. Me. I mean, I put it on the sheet this morning. Give me 2 minutes on this, and then we can move to Rico's Player A or Player B. We're going to have some fun. We'll get to Who Said It coming up in a few moments. I think Greg Campy and OU helped usher out this era, meaning, look, the one-and-done stuff hasn't really been effective in the last several years. But last night was a prime example. I mean, Reed Shepherd, if the Pistons took him number 3 overall, I'd have no problem with it. He was god-awful. He looked like he bleeped himself at the prom. You had Reeves. You had Dillingham. You know, you have some of these guys. You can't win with a freshman team anymore. No. You know, and they're playing grown-ass men. So, okay, great. Then I'll just develop people. Well, you can't. Can't keep people. You just said it. Greg Campy won't be able to afford to keep his roster. Teams aren't going to be able to afford to keep their roster. So I can't develop them. I can't have kids in my program for multiple years, but I can't go out and get high-end players and win on the front end. So go ahead, Rico. How do you reconcile that for the health of the sport?
I mean, the health of the sport, Mike, is what you're going to end up is you're going to lose all the superpowers. You're going to lose all the top-notch teams where it used to be, you know, the penthouse, and then it was the basement, but there was a lot of people in the middle. The penthouse is going to go away, and this is going to be pretty much middle teams where anybody can, on a given year, it won't be a dynasty anymore. It's just going to be, okay, we got 3 good players in hoops. As long as these 3 stay together, we're going to be something. And then we may fall off. You know what you basically become? Memphis basketball, where all of a sudden you're good, you're bad, you're good, you're irrelevant, you're good again. That's what college basketball is going to be like. Because if you happen to land, if you can go into Division II and get that sharpshooter, okay, now you got something. If you can convince the guy not to leave and stick with your program, now you got something. Or if you happen to get super freshman who comes in, there's no one way of doing this because it's going to be so difficult. But what I think you're going to lose out on is the term blue blood. Because I said earlier, like there's only 2 or 3 that I really still consider blue blood. And honestly, I only really consider Kansas. North Carolina has a chance to get back. But remember, they missed the tournament last year. So Kansas has really been that one team that's been that stellar every year. They're going to be there. UConn wins the title, falls off. Wins the title, falls off.
That's what I think.
Or wins the title and goes back-to-back for the first time since 06-07.
That
Rico.
won't happen.
Who the hell is beating that right now? Do you see the score of that game?
Mm-hmm.
That is obscene.
Yeah, that's Stetson, Mike.
I don't care. There's not even a flirtation. They're up 50-13.
Right. That's Stetson. They're supposed to win this game.
Yeah, okay. Kentucky was supposed to beat OU.
No, they were.
How about Long Beach State against Arizona in the first half?
Mike, last time I checked, they're the number 1 overall seed.
I understand. It's 50-13.
Okay, right. They were supposed to win this game. I take nothing from this. It's Stetson. It might as well be ooey pooey. It might as well be me, you, and David.
Yeah, except I don't know the last time I've seen someone up 40 in the first half. They're dominant, dude. They're a wagon.
Right. And as you know, momentum doesn't carry from game to game, Mike.
I'm aware of this. I don't know why you're being obtuse.
I'm not. You're acting
well,
like
you're yelling and you're upset for no reason.
Okay.
So, I mean, there is that.
Okay. You're acting as if they're winning the national title right now.
I just think they've built a program that looks pretty Teflon.
Okay. All right. Your opinion, they're going to win it back-to-back. My opinion, they're not.
Okay, who's beating them? Like, who's the team that you think even matches up with them? At all 5 positions, they're scary as all hell. That's all I'm saying.
They are, but when UConn plays that game, it's like Houston. When they go bad, they go bad. You don't know when it's going to happen. And it's no rhyme. It's kind of like Kentucky. No rhyme or reason. It's just like, wait, that team just beat you? Yeah, they did. Because they just – I mean, like I said, when they lost to Creighton, I'm sitting there like, is this really happening? But it was. They just played the worst game of their life. There is no middle ground with them. They play like this, or they flat out fall apart.
10 seconds. Go ahead, player A or player B. Oh, I'm not doing Stores Connecticut radio. You were more passionate about it than I am. I was just saying that's a pretty cool performance. Be up by 37. I mean, if you want to turn it into WrestleMania, fine by me.
Nah, it wasn't WrestleMania, Mike. You were making it seem like they were winning the whole thing.
Nope, I wasn't. Look, you can say it a million times. It doesn't make it true.
Okay, and you can cut me off a million times, and it doesn't make it true.
Really? Because I swear to – okay, you know what? Move along. Do player A, player B.
How about we do it another segment?
No, I want to do it right now.
Well, it's actually Team A and Team B.
Team A, Team B, player A, player B. I want to do it right now. We got plenty of time. We got 7 after the hour.
No, I just lost my passion. All right, here we go.
Oh, you stop it right now.
Here we go. You'll figure this out, but interesting numbers. Team A, last 5 years, record, 105, 105 wins, 52 losses.
105, 52. All right.
In conference, 62 wins, 27 losses.
All right.
They've won 1 conference title in the last 5 years.
Okay.
In the tournament, well, of course, 2020, nobody wins, so
Right.
that's erased.
Right.
So, in the last 4 years, they did not make the tournament, lost in the first round, lost in the second round, lost in the first round.
Second, first. Oh, boy.
That's,
All right.
That's Team A.
Okay.
Team B, overall record in the last 5 years, 162. In conference, 55 and 44. Won 1 conference title. In the last 4 years of the tournament, lost in the play-in, lost in the second round, lost in the third round, currently playing right now. So they could lose in the second round or whatever.
Does the 5-year run include 19, the pre-COVID year? Or is my math terrible?
No, it does not.
Does not. So we're talking COVID.
Yeah, yes, it does. It's a COVID year where they did not go to the tournament, yes.
Okay. But would they have gone if there was one?
Both teams would have gone to the tournament, yes.
All right. I think I got a better guess on B.
Okay.
David, you've been the king of the games the last. All right. B's not MSU, is it?
B is MSU.
All right. So at least I got half of this deal. At least I know my own team. Team A. David, do you have an initial guess, or can I have him run these numbers one more time?
Run the numbers one more time.
Just Team A.
Team A.
Yeah.
5 years, 105 and 52. In conference, 62 and 27.
All right.
They won a conference tournament. And then they also finished in 21. They didn't make the tournament. In 22, they lost in the first round. In 23, they lost in the second round. And in 24, they lost in the first round.
I didn't think it was that difficult.
Is it Kentucky?
It is Kentucky. Ding,
well,
ding,
you know,
ding.
Rico, you threw 8 million numbers.
Well, no, I mean, I figured when I said lost in the first round.
I know, but I didn't
yeah.
get into Harvard like you did.
Okay.
My brain takes time. Like, I can't even play blackjack without doing a computation. So, all right, so, yeah, the problem for both of the programs, and the numbers are awesome. The problem is, if you're not winning your conference and you're not having tournament success. Now, I agree. MSU's had more of it. MSU ain't losing to 15s and 14s. Noted. Right. The issue is if you're not putting any banner up in doing anything, it all ends up the same for me. But you're right. MSU is sitting there with your power stat on this point spread thing.
Yeah, you know what? And I forgot one, too.
What?
One coach wears a suit, other coach
one doesn't. It's notable. It matters. No, but look, your power stat was what? 7 number 1 overalls have been favored by 5 or less in the second round. 4 or less in the second round in the history of this tournament.
Since 1985.
They are 1-5 straight up.
No, they're 1-7 straight up. They've lost 5. No. They've lost 5 games outright. The number 1 seed lost 5 games outright if they were favored by 4 points or less.
So 1-5, and this is the 7th result?
No. This is going to be the 8th time.
This will be the 8th. Well, then where's the other game? Is it 1-6? Is it 1? No. We're missing a game, right?
The 1 seed,
right,
since '85, has gone into the second round, and in that game they were 4-point favorites or less.
How many times?
It was 7 times.
Okay, and the record in those 7 games.
Right.
What's the record?
They've only won twice.
Oh, so it's 2-5.
Right.
Okay. All right. I was trying to find the missing game here.
They only covered 1 time.
All right. Now I totally get it.
They only covered once.
And that's part of what we're going to talk about at 5 o'clock, which is, guys, we didn't make the number. The analytics say one thing, which is they love MSU. Vegas does not. They're not in the business of discounts. This number, it doesn't mean MSU's winning. But when Rico gives that stat and this number appears, yesterday we had Derek Stevens on here. Derek talked to his risk assessment team and all that. We were talking about maybe a 7.5, a 9.5.
It could even be double digits.
Right, 3.5. And now it's out to 4. So it matters. We're going to talk about it at 5, and it's going to be as simple as chance or no chance. Because your eyeballs tell you one thing, and then the computers in Vegas is telling you another.
Right.
So I got to separate my own bias and look at it and go, well, maybe we got something interesting to talk about tomorrow, because I'll be I don't know what to say. It's puzzling.
It's one of those, if you take the MSU off and forget where you graduated and just say that they were Louisville, you would look at the game differently.
Yeah, I would. I cop to that immediately. I watch this team all year long.
This is one of those things that you always used to say in college football. Yeah, when you see a line like that,
it is.
You know what to do. You know what to do.
Doesn't it feel that way?
Yeah.
We'll talk about it at 5. I know we got to get Who Said It in the mix. I know we got to get a Blitz for some non-basketball because people care about a hell of a lot more than just that. We'll get your ticket text as well. Lots to do.
Oh, by the way, Roberto's beard. Sponsored.
Oh, my God. Kenny, not Kenny Cott, Kenny Smith. Who told you that looks natural?
That looks fantastic.
No, Roberto. Man, it looks like he dipped his beard in motor oil. That's unbelievable. Kenny, you're damn near 60 years old. Now, I respect the Bonneville and reset with the power turtleneck and the blazer. You can't look at that. He looks like Zoolander in the coal mine. You cannot have that beard look that way.
If you can't embrace it, you do what the other 2 guys next to him did and just shave it off.
Or just, God forbid, why can't you just age gracefully?
I said, if you can't embrace it. That's when I saw that yesterday. I was just like, did he lose a bet?
Kenny Smith.
No, he's dating young, from what I understand. So he wants to look young again.
Okay. Well, that doesn't. You know what? I'll leave it alone. I was probably going to say something uncouth, and I'll stay away. All right, Rico, take him to church. Let's do the business. 97.1.
Hamilton Chevrolet wants to be your Chevy dealer. You know I've been talking about them. Hamilton Chevrolet, located in Warren at 14 Mile and Mound, and Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer. They'll guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period, all March long. Hamilton is participating in the Truckloads of Hope campaign. What is that? It's a donation drive that has supported over 400,000 people. Stop in, drop off essential shower and household items for this great cause. And hey, while you're there, check out Hamilton's great inventory, including this month's Rico deal, a new 2024 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab 4x4, $349 a month for 24 months. You just walk in with $995 down, you get 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Tell them Rico sent you, and make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Hear you say we're hot, but we're here. We're going to take, yeah, that's right. That's going to be David's reaction, picking whatever religious school he wants to bet on later in the hour. We will get to that. It is a battle of religion. Who is the most highly favored today? As David makes the Holy Ghost wager. We'll get to it. We are going to get to Michigan State in the 5 and OU anytime today. If you got thoughts on it, let's roll, because it was pretty awesome. But we got to do the nonsense known as Who Said It. Yes, Roberto, we're ready to play the game. Start talking.
All right, gentlemen, what a week of audio heard on this station. It's unbelievable. So much to choose from this week, but I got some good ones. Here we go. Let me know who said it.
Okay.
The pasta, not a big pasta fan, but pasta bolognese is fine, whatever.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Pasta slander.
Well, I can't believe I have to do this on the first one, but I have to jank myself.
Really?
I heard this.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
I think I have an idea. I think I got a clue.
Kenny go first, and then Rico.
So what I'm thinking is Roberto likes the Costa is a fake Italian, not a real Italian, kind of a bit. I think this might have. Right. I think this may have been Jim Costa.
100%. No, I'm convinced. I actually am convinced, and I can't prove it.
So he's really an Italian?
No, he's adopted. There's his name really was Smitherman, but he was adopted by the Costas. He's the least Italian man
Kostovich.
I've ever met. Right, Kostovich. And then he arrived at Ellis Island, and they took the Vich and said, all right, you're Costa.
Well, he said Mom's spaghetti's pretty good.
Keep it moving.
I like how you said, yeah, he threw that up in the movie.
It's the truth. Okay, who
can it be that one more time?
The pasta, not a big pasta fan, but pasta bolognese is fine, whatever.
You know what? Same show, maybe John Jansen, I'm thinking.
John has no culture to him. I like meat. I like potato. Thank you, John.
Bolognese.
Bolognese. Bolognese. with a glass of Cabernet Sauvignon. Merlot.
Yeah, I normally go with the Champagne.
Can I make one other suggestion? Your former college roommate.
Doug.
I'm just convinced he has no fun in life when it comes to anything other than kale and bike helmets. Would Doug be an anti-pasta guy? He seems like the gluten-free.
No,
is he like Mr. Gluten-free and all that jazz?
I'm thinking he's probably got to eat pasta because he doesn't eat meat.
Okay, fair. I'm actually going with Rico on this. I'm going with.
I think they talked about it, but I think it's probably
John.
Yeah.
Because remember they were doing the last meal thing.
Yeah.
But all I heard John doing was like grunting into the microphone and talking about rare meat. Like, all right, cool. All right. Everybody locked in. David has proverbially
abstained,
left himself out. I'm going to use the more appropriate term.
Let me say this. Roberto, you tell me if I'm wrong. I heard the conversation. This is John Jansen. He was very critical on everyone's list, and he said this about Costa.
Yes.
Yeah, apparently, if it wasn't elk, he wasn't interested in eating.
I like to eat the caribou while it's still moving.
No.
Okay.
You eat the antlers.
Good fiber. You melt down the antlers and make shoes. I made a gun rack once out of a whale. I'm like, all right, dude. And then I shot the whale. He looked at me wrong. All right, let's keep it moving. I can probably do that the rest of the segment.
All right, here we go. All of a sudden, there is way too much, and then they load up the toilet, and you got to break out the plunger.
What? Whoa. Whoa. All right, curveball. No, this means Roberto's doing his job. Whoa. Oh, by the way, speaking of loading up the toilet. Poor Costa.
No.
What? He got stomach bug. You know what that's translation for.
I am. Let the man be sick in peace.
Whoa. We've been glued to the TV. He's been glued to the bowl.
All right, keep that phone charged.
That's right. Lord knows he doesn't keep that clown car charged. All right, let's get to it.
Wow. I have no idea.
David, do you have any?
Can I hear it one more time?
All of a sudden, there is way too much. Then they load up the toilet, and you got to break out the plunger.
It's got to be Gator. Makes no sense.
Yeah,
It has to be Gator.
I was about to say, it just sounds like they were talking about something, and I hear it in Gator's voice. So, Wojo hasn't worked all week, so
Cookies,
can't be
is that
him.
you?
Yeah, that was there.
Kenny, do you have anything to say, or are you just not partaking?
No, break out the plunger feels like a Gator phrasing, so I'm going to say Gator.
God, that's gross.
Yeah, I hear the Gator.
I love how somebody talking about a plunger is their calling card. Do we want to make this like a team parlay and we just say Gator?
I think so, because Gator is the breakout guy.
Yes, he is.
All right, Roberto, we're gonna go down with the boat. We're all gonna say Gator.
Who said it?
Wow.
He went back to back on us.
Wow.
I did.
Good for Roberto. Good for Roberto. That's tricky. I'll give credit where it's due. What the hell was John talking about, or do I not want to know?
They were talking about all their Heather's kids and his kids, that they put too much toilet paper in the bowl, and they put the toilet paper in the wrong way. It was a whole toilet paper discussion.
I thought it would be his recollection of like eating a brontosaurus, and the next morning things got difficult.
And I wrote that on the list today. I'm like, at 5 o'clock, we're exclusively talking toilet paper, just so you guys know.
You are. Maybe some other shows are.
Toilet paper.
Not this one. Let's keep it moving.
All right, number 3.
Let's go to number 3.
I like Shaka Smart. I like that he wears a polo.
Oh, my gosh.
Well, first of all, the words like Shaka Smart would never have emanated from this show. Rico hates Shaka Smart more than Putin. Rico loathes this man.
I think this is from this show.
No.
I think this is from this show. And it's from the person sitting next to me on Wednesday.
Except you have a problem. I wasn't here Wednesday.
I'm not talking about you.
Oh.
Jeff Rieger.
And you could almost hear it because, like, Rieger pops his peas. He's like, he wears a polo. He wears a polo.
I think this is Jeff Rieger.
I was going to ask if he was eligible. I was leaning Rieger. Okay.
I'll abstain. I was in the air. So I got nothing. Kenny? Or wait, Kenny was here.
Yeah, I was here. If you're so confident on Rieger, I'll join you with it, Rico.
Because I was saying that I don't like Shaka Smart, and Rieger was like, no, I like him, man. Yeah. He wears a polo.
That part I know. You hate that man.
I don't hate the man. He hasn't won anything.
How dare you hate Jeff Rieger like that, Rico?
Rieger's fine.
All right, Roberto. Let's see.
Who said
it? Unbelievable.
Hey, buddy.
Top drawer work from Rico Emerson Beard. That's a great. I got to tell you, all it takes is State to win by 20. Then this guy locks in. Then they're gonna lose on Saturday, and he's gonna come in like a drunken sailor next week. I won't even be able to form a sentence.
No. OU, baby.
Oh, stop. Now you're going on that bandwagon? You didn't go there. All right. Listen.
Michigan fans didn't go. Never.
Oh, God, just a cheap shot of cheap shots. All right, listen, Roberto, I want to do more, but we are way over time. So let's behave ourselves. That is Who Said It. Get green, stay green with Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Limited time only. You purchase a full lawn program. You receive free grub control. Just remember, you mention our name, the station, the show, whatever it takes, and you get their best pricing of the season. I know it's snowing today. I get it. Talking about the lawn seems ridiculous, but that's not actually how it works. Natural Way can get that first application of the year down in any weather, and the sooner you do it, the better. So get it done by professionals. get it done by people using a safer, lower chemical option and who use custom-tailored solutions to your lawn. It's Natural Way. Visit them today, naturalwaylawn.com, or simply call 888-GET-GREEN. That's 888-GET-GREEN. It's Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. All right, so we're going to have a little fun. We will get to football today in about 10 minutes. But we wanted to do something fun with David because David doesn't do much of anything in the way of things that are just not, appropriate, higher level. I don't know what to say. He doesn't drink, he don't smoke, he don't cuss, and he don't gamble. But I said to David,
I didn't realize he didn't gamble.
Oh, no. No. And we're going to change that. Because
what's he doing there, staring at the wall?
Wait. So how did the church get the new robes?
If I say what I'm going to say next, it'll be offensive, so I won't do it. But I said to David, here's the deal. Yesterday, I went 2-4. I didn't have a good day. I didn't do a good job. I had one brutal beat, but who cares? Everybody does. So I said to David, look, man, if it's not too much, I'm going to make a trade. I'll buy you dinner. But we need to make a Holy Ghost wager today. We have got a gaggle of religious schools playing today, including one university that says they're a Marianist, which is just a fancy word for Catholic. But I said, David, who of these religious schools is the most favored? So you have St. Mary's, which is Catholic / Marianist. You got TCU, which is Christian. Grand Canyon is something called One Foundation, which I don't know. They're like West Coast Liberty. They're a pay-to-play religion school. And then what I deem to be religion light, because seemingly everyone from Utah is into religion and Mormon and stuff. But David, can you offer us a selection that you believe will be divinely inspired so we can get some bankroll back? Or as I put it in here, you can fulfill your role and lead us out of Nazareth or whatever hillbilly town they walked out of. What selection today from Greater Life Church will make us sound like that?
I was about to say, yeah, we missed one. It's already
Marquette.
Baylor.
Oh,
we did miss another
and
one.
And Marquette, who's Jesuit. So, David, take us through the late slate for the people because they're going to get home. They want to relax tonight, and I want them to feel like they have a gambling edge because they are highly favored. They are anointed, if you will.
And before you do it, David, there's one game. You got a 50-50 chance for one game.
I know. But here's the thing.
Who does Jesus love more?
I was looking at things yesterday, and if I would have done this yesterday, my choice would have been St. Peter's. Exactly. I wanted to tell people this because you may not want to go with what I go with.
You wouldn't have been in the gates of heaven.
It would have been a bad day yesterday.
Gates of bankruptcy.
But what I'm looking at for today is St. Mary's. St. Mary's is the 5 seed. That is the 50-50 game, Rico, going against Grand Canyon. But I'm going with that side of the bracket there. I truly believe in St. Mary's, and it helps that they have overtaken Gonzaga in their conference.
Hold on.
I love that part.
In the battle of religion, I'm kidding. We're not doing that.
I honestly would have taken the other side of that coin.
You love GCU.
Woo! I do.
Wow. You know what the thing is? David might be now, but see, the difference is David needs to bless this. Now, what kind of prayer do you make to bet on a NCAA tournament game? You got us Cade.
And see how that worked out.
Cade is just fine. It's not his fault this team's
now we have to trade
failure.
him. I
listen, everyone loves Grand Canyon.
They do.
But you've got the closest connection to the big guy upstairs. Rico, I think we got to go St. Mary's.
Oh, my.
Which I was going to do. He can't bring himself to.
I see. I'm looking at his face right now.
That's a Phoenix-based school.
He's not
Rico's
happy about
gone to
that.
games there. In fact, Rico has a student ID. Their student section at Grand Canyon is wild, man. They dress up. They're wearing ski goggles.
It's like that golf tournament that they do down there.
The waste management.
Waste management, yeah. It's crazy.
But St. Mary's is going to be the Holy Ghost selection of the day?
I think so. I truly think so.
All right, here's what I'm going to do.
Not confident in TCU.
I'm going to make today I didn't like the card nearly as much. I got a couple plays after the show. I am going to make St. Mary's an aggressive selection. And if it hits, I'm going to have an envelope for Greater Life Church. Now, I'm not telling you you're going to be able to buy a brand new organ, but I will make an anonymous donation to Greater Life. And you can tell the man upstairs we're calling it even.
Now, could you include Nebraska because they're in the Bible Belt?
No. I'm not.
Wait a minute.
No.
The actual religious hub of college basketball is Creighton. Creighton's another religious school. I don't know what denomination.
You talk about Bible Belt, then that means you have to include Purdue.
That's not the Bible Belt.
That's just it reaches.
It does not.
Man, the state of Indiana ain't got nothing to do with the Bible. It's got a lot to do with meth. Meth and spaceships. That's what Purdue does.
Crab cakes and football.
Right, that's what we do. And we recruit 7-footers from Planet Nebular.
They have another one.
No, they do not. They went from Ivan Drago to Zach Edey to who?
He's 7'1", I believe.
I quit,
He sits
man.
on their bench. I think they redshirted him this year.
I'll be damned. Are you serious?
Not joking.
You know what? They got those space labs down there. What do you want to bet they're building these dudes in a lab?
They're just bringing them back from the moon.
Right. They went up to the asteroid with Harry Stamper, and they came back with Zach Edey's little brother.
Who's next?
These guys are aliens. They're all 7 foot tall and good.
They've had one for the last 12 seasons now.
So Ivan Drago, what the hell was his name?
Haas?
Spencer Haas.
Yeah, Haas.
So it was Haas and Edey. Who's the original Drago down there?
I forgot the guy.
I can see his face.
Wait, because at one point they had two. They had a black one and a white one. Played on the same team, same time.
They had Ebony and Ivory. Right.
Well, we are in Vegas, so.
Wow. Yeah, they've had a 7-footer, and they have another one coming next season.
Wow. Fantastic. Maybe at some point Tom will recruit a big with hands.
Well, we had Ebach.
I'm going to leave that alone. The best big of my life. You will laugh when I say this. I'm talking a pure center. My favorite center of all time at State, Goran Sutan.
Gee.
I love Goran Sutan.
You know, yeah. You know who I like when he finally got his life together?
Who?
Was Derek Nix.
Oh, rest in peace to the competition.
Yeah.
Now, do you consider Hudson a center? I don't.
No,
he was a center stopper.
See, to me, he was Tillman.
Fertile.
He could play. Well, he does have a kid that they're recruiting. So.
And I do have some stories about him from
X.
Of Hut on our days matriculating at the good old U. But those are not for air.
As we matriculated through the student union. Gilchrist.
Hey, he did a lot of matriculating. We'll just leave it there.
They got a statue of him outside of Yakeley.
They may. They may. All right, we'll just leave that alone, and we'll get you football today next. So St. Mary's is your Greater Life. This is sponsored by Greater Life Church, also presented by Jesus.
With the new choir robes.
Right. St. Mary's tonight for the new organ. Let's do it. All right. Let's talk FanDuel for a minute. From upsets to buzzer beaters to Holy Ghost selections, FanDuel's got you covered. Look, maybe you're on the wrong end of a big moment. Like me, losing at the buzzer in a total in the Gonzaga game. Whatever. Bleep happens. FanDuel, giving everybody a no-sweat bet from now, hell, maybe through the end of the tourney. It doesn't matter if you're new. They got you covered. You'll get bonus bets back if you don't win. You can even use that no-sweat bet. Hell, use it on OU. Get involved. Maybe take the 6 tomorrow against NC State. Do whatever you like. It's FanDuel. Download it today, FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more with FanDuel. 21 and up. Present Michigan. Refund issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-270-7117.
All right, I know the weather's insane. Somehow it's snowing. And then tomorrow it'll be 70. I think it's literally going to be 60 in 2 days. Either way, the wild weather changes, the storms, they knock out power. You need service on that furnace or AC. You just got to call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, Electrical. They got you covered 24/7, locally owned for over 40 years. They back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, electrical. You name it, they got it. If they can't get to you same day, they'll take 25% off that next day service call. Just go to mastercraftheating.com.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men. No time for basking in the glow of the tournament's biggest upset. Oakland preparing for scorching hot NC State. The Wolfpackers won 6 in a row and is standing in the way of the Grizzlies' first trip to the Sweet 16 in program history. OU is a 6.5-point underdog. 57% of all bets are on Oakland, but 61% of the money on NC State. Hear the game on WWJ News Radio 950, coverage starting Saturday at 6:30. For Michigan State, the round of 32 opponent is a familiar roadblock. MSU is all-time 0-5 against North Carolina in the tourney. Despite that, top-seeded UNC just a 3.5-point favorite. That's the smallest point spread for any of Saturday's tourney games. 52% of tickets are on the Tar Heels, but listen to this. 87% of the money on Michigan State. The Tigers finalized their pitching rotation Friday, optioning Matt Manning to Toledo and reassigning Drew Anderson to minor league camp. That means Detroit's starters are Tarek Skubal, Kenta Maeda, Jack Flaherty, Casey Mize, and Reese Olson. And believe it or not, with this weather, the Tigers open their season in just 6 days at the White Sox. Josh Reynolds on a free agent visit with the Ravens today. He caught 40 balls for 608 yards and 5 touchdowns for the Lions last season. And the Pistons host the NBA-leading Celtics tonight with just 13 games left in their season. Here on 97.1, coverage starts at 6:35. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 5 o'clock. We're at Circa, Las Vegas, day 2 of the tourney. I'll leave that song alone. But, yes, we've talked a lot about OU. Incredible game last night. And the fact that you beat Kentucky makes it even that much more. But how our former coworker and producer, I don't know how Sully has eligibility left to go out there and hit 10 threes. I haven't seen power alleys like that since Sully worked here. This Gohlke guy, unbelievable. But look, we do want to turn our attention. If you want to talk about OU, please continue to call. That's fine. But the Michigan State stuff, Rico has presented. I'm going to rephrase this because this would be used as a drop. I was about to use the word package. Rico has. I just caught myself because I know what Roberto's doing back there. So Rico has a set of numbers. And I am going to ask you guys the following. I am channeling a shout-out to the old school show of Jamie and Wojo. It is a very simple question that I think you can get involved with. Chance or no chance? And it's about Michigan State, North Carolina. Now, clearly, Oakland has a chance, so we can just leave that alone. You're playing NC State. It's a team much closer to your ability than the team you just beat. But Michigan State, if you watch them, it doesn't make any sense that they're a 4-point dog. It doesn't. The analytics and computers and Las Vegas disagree. They like the team a lot more. I'm going to have Rico give you historical context, give you some numbers. And then I want to hear from you. It's chance or no chance. Because if you listen to Vegas and the numbers, and what Rico's about to say to you, it flies in the face of what our sensibilities as fans tell us. Rico, I think I've avoided becoming a drop.
No, you have.
Go ahead.
This is basically one of those almost trust the numbers, don't believe what you see. Because if you watch this team, you know how frustrating you are. But through your frustration, has it jaded you that you can't see them for what they could possibly be? You got the standard number at first that Izzo was 24-7 in one-day turnaround games in the tournament. 24-7, pretty good record. This also, since 1985, there has been 7 1 seeds favored by 4 points or fewer in the second-round games. Of those 7 seeds, 5 of the 7 lost outright, including Kansas last year against Arkansas. And only one, Missouri, in 1994 actually covered. So 2 won the game.
1994? Is that the Haley twins? Simeon and Sammy Haley? Remember the 2 7-footers they had?
Oh, good. Man, you should be curing cancer, Mike.
That's when they had the big white M on the jersey and the rest of it said Missouri in little letters. I'm sorry, Jesus.
No, you honestly are doing the wrong thing.
I had a flashback. I'm sorry. Carry on.
You should be curing cancer. But 7 times it's been this way. Of the 7 times, only 2 of the 7 teams actually won the game. 1 covered, 1 won the game, the other 5 lost. This game, Michigan State started off as they were a 3.5-point underdog. Now they're a 4-point underdog. it fits the criteria. And as you always say, especially during football season, if the number looks weird like this, you know what you need to do.
So how much of that do you out there in listener land believe? And I believe me, you're not going to offend me and Rico. If you call up and go, guys, this team stinks.
Armando Bacot.
You don't have an answer for him. You know, R.J. Davis, Aikens just played the game of his life. You've played two high-level games since December is basically what State's given you. I'm not offended, but I am being basically pulled. I'm being pulled by the back of my shirt
but now,
towards Rico's side because of what he's got here.
And we taped a 5-star zone, and we kind of broke down this game this morning. The thing is, it's more of a – Armando's is he's not Zach Edey. Zach Edey is actually a little bit better. When you throw it into Zach Edey, you already know. Unless he's tired, it's 2 points. Armando is more of a 14-10 type of guy, meaning he can wear down. And here's what would help Michigan State if they can do this. Carolina's only going to run about 6 people out on the court. They are not a deep team. If you're MSU, if you can wear them down and use all of your fouls against all of their players, the key for MSU is 10 minutes to go into the game. Very similar to Oakland, David. If you're within a score or two, if you play this game very similar to how you play Purdue in the Big Ten quarterfinals, you give yourself a shot. They're going to have the crowd, but after a while, Carolina's going to have to press. Carolina's going to say, oh, no, we don't want to be like, we're the number 1 seed. People say we're the weakest number 1 seed. But the numbers say MSU can actually win this thing. If you watch this team, it's hard to say that. I'm not mad at you, Mike. I'm not mad at anybody who's like, bruh, seriously, this is the team that lost to James Madison. This is the team that struggled in the Big Ten and only won 10 games. I understand it. Both things can be true. But right now, people who really don't have a stake in the game are saying this game's going to be a lot closer than you think. And, and I got this. I want to give credit to Chris Felikas, the Bear. He came up with those numbers since 1985. It's only happened 7 times. And of the 7 times, that 1 seed flat out lost 5 of those 7 games. 248-539-9797. State fans, can MSU win this thing and keep going, or was this just a fun ride and it all ends tomorrow starting at 5:30?
Yeah, and it's basically have our eyes lied to us. I'm kind of going towards Rico's side here just because that's how I do so much of what I do, whether it's the pod or just having fun on the show. You just learn that if you walk into these situations,
it feels like a rake.
Yeah, if it looks too easy and you're like, oh, golly gee, generally you leave without your head. So I've
learned that.
I don't want to fight Rico on this. Is it hard for me to believe that State could be in the Sweet 16 after the year they've put us through? Yeah, it is. And in no way or shape or form am I telling you it's going to be pretty, because Lord knows it's just not. But maybe, I don't know.
I mean, even last year they went up against the 2 seed, but they kind of had the home crowd because the game was in Columbus.
Yeah. And I know it may sound stupid, I felt better about last year's team than this year's.
Really?
The deficiencies on this year's team are just jarring.
Joey,
I mean, at least they had that was the key to me. And it's very difficult. And remember, Maddie had a far better season last year than this year. This year's Maddie has turned into just.
But here's the thing about Maddie Sissoko. These last 2 games, well, last game and a half because he didn't play the first half of the Purdue game, Mike, he's actually looked like he's dialed in and focused and going out there and getting rebounds and playing defense. I mean, he gave Zach Edey everything that Zach had. I think that because he was so difficult on Zach Edey that they lost that next game because Zach had nothing left because Maddie just gave it to him. And then in this last game, he goes out there, gets 9 rebounds. Haven't seen, catching alley-oops. Like, I haven't seen that Maddie since the Gonzaga, Kentucky weekend last year.
That's quite a statement. Here's the other one, too. Let me give you the Oakland one, just so if people want to participate with it. it's 6 or 6.5 right now. NC State laying 6 or 6.5. So OU is going to play at 7 o'clock at night. MSU plays at 5:30. So you got a hell of a Saturday night plan for the local schools. 248-539-9797. Chance or no chance? Are Rico's numbers a legitimate source of hope, or are they nothing but a bleep sandwich? Where are you at with it? We'll get to your phone calls, take care of some business. Rico, tell them all about it.
Everybody's house is different, and then again, they're all the same because I promise you, in every house, there's that one spot where you got difficulties getting Wi-Fi. For you, maybe it's the attic. For me, it's the upstairs, or it could be the basement. Well, if you have wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity, you could worry less about these dead spots. Finally, with wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity, you get fast speeds throughout your entire house, reliable connections in every room, and enough juice to power all your devices even when everybody is online. That's wall-to-wall Wi-Fi only on the Xfinity 10G network. Get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity for a reliable connection throughout your entire home now through March 26th. Get gig speed internet for $35 for 12 months when you add unlimited mobile. Plus, get Wi-Fi equipment included for just 2 years. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Switch today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra and may change. Gig speed Wi-Fi requires gig speed internet and Xfinity Gateway. After 12 months, internet access increases to $60. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity internet. Actual speeds vary.
America's favorite place to watch hoops, Stadium Swim. I don't know, a couple hundred yards from us, located at Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas. Best games, best viewing experience, and it's built for sports fans. 6 pools, 3 different levels, and a perfect view of the entire big board of games. All you need to do, whether it's for next March Madness or football season, hell, even the Masters, they had a hell of a big crowd out there. Book your spot at circalasvegas.com. All right, I want to get Kenny on the ticket text, and we'll continue to rap about it, whether it's OU, the incredible night last night. Again, saying it out loud is wild. Not that Oakland won a tournament game. That's all I've ever said is once you win a real tournament game, I'm happy with you can talk about Campy as much as you want. I just got tired of it after 40 years. He didn't want a damn thing. I don't want to hear it. Beating Kentucky? Hell, build a statue. I don't care what you do. It's fantastic. It's magical. And make no mistake, beating Kentucky, it is better and bigger and more special than if you had beaten 3-seed Iowa State or something.
Oh, yeah.
The other angle.
I mean, yeah, if they would have beat Clemson, doesn't feel the same.
No. The other angle to it is just say it out loud. A guy averaging 10 points a night hit 10 3-pointers. 10.
Yeah. Just made a 93-foot shot at practice.
Oh, okay. I know what you're doing. You're baiting me. I'm not going to do it. The other angle.
Sully is doing well.
I know, man, and power alleys are looking regal. Unbelievable. Kenny on the ticket text, please.
Mike and Rico, I have a strong feeling MSU and Oakland will win tomorrow night. That's from Jordan and Macomb.
Okay.
MSU is statistically one of the most unlucky teams this year, but there's a big chance they have the pieces. Hall just needs to show up.
Again, it is about what we've watched versus what the data says. And I'd be a hypocrite if I ignored the data. I don't have a high opinion of the team. No.
And I'll say this, a little self-promotion. You want a deeper dive on the breakdown. We did about 12 minutes previewing this game, kind of going a little geeky this morning. So if you download the 5-Star Zone if you haven't, if you want just the deep dive into this.
How about this? Download it or you're not living your life correctly. There you go. Okay. A much stronger presentation.
Okay.
But truthfully, it doesn't matter what opinions are. Data doesn't lie.
Right.
So maybe you're right and they've got a big shot at this, and somehow, some way, this motley crew is in the Sweet 16. It's hard to say that out loud. That's my version of Gohlke or whatever his name is.
Yeah.
That MSU's in the Sweet 16.
Yeah.
Playing 4-on-5.
Huh? Because what you will need for MSU is kind of like that. You will need Jaden Akins to show up and do exactly what he did yesterday.
He played the best game of his life.
That guy.
Yep.
So either he or Trey Holloman would have to come out there and drop at least 15, 16 points, play defense, get steals, hit the threes. Yeah, the deck is stacked against you, but the numbers are just there. It leaves you going, what?
Yep.
Seriously?
Yeah, I'm not fighting it. I'll watch it. I'll be ready to rock. I mean, my whole thing is, okay, winning. Let's say they do the unthinkable. Let's say they win. Let's say the data's right, Vegas is right. Am I wrong that it would only begin to like, I hate saying redeem. It's not like they committed a crime. They just weren't very good. But, like, the Sweet 16 is not a standard for this program. It would be fun, but it wouldn't all of a sudden absolve not winning the Big Ten, not winning the Big Ten tournament, being a 500 team. Am I wrong for that?
No, but I mean, it's one of those, as I said before, can you just separate the disappointment that they gave you and just say the tournament's a new season, and if they win, they're 2-0, and just go from there and forget about what happened? Because you almost have to look at the season as last year. And you can't get angry about a team because of something they did last season, because the tournament's brand new.
Yeah, in that sense, you're right. You got to just let go. It's just, I don't know. It's my own damn fault. Football's been such a train wreck for 2 years, and I came into this going, all right, basketball's been bad for a few. This is going to be the team to kind of, you get back to that 09 level. You get back to, we're going to be really good. And it largely from opening night was, by our standards, a dumpster fire.
Yeah.
Losing to James Madison at home on opening night, losing every big game they played. And we had to wait till Christmas where Rico came out as Santa Claus, handed toys to poor kids at LCA, and they beat Baylor. That was like the first moment of joy in the season.
It was. I mean, everybody sitting in the stands was just like, wow, where has this been? It's like watching Maddie go double-double. Like, okay, you better live this moment because you may not see it again.
Exactly. Kenny, go ahead, buddy.
I'm the guy that Mike hates. As long as we have Izzo.
Oh. I don't hate you. I just think it's silly.
J-F-I.
JFI.
David got it. January, February.
Oh, my God. I started it with Jesus, and I don't want to tell you what the second word was. tells you where my mind is at. My bad.
January,
yeah,
not
okay.
Jesus.
We're good. We're good. We're back on track. Man alive, David. I couldn't have been more off base on that. I'm going, Jesus F. Kenny, probably best you read
All
something.
right. Are you guys scared of this weird number at all? Because it terrifies me. 3.5 is an absurd line.
I'm not scared of anything. I mean, I'd be more scared if it was 13.5. This just makes me pay more attention, and I'm more open to being hurt at this number, if that makes sense. I'm more open to not, like yesterday was the anesthesia version. I was largely just, you're not
happens, it happens.
Yeah, you're not able to be emotionally invested when you're under. So for me, I was like, all right, they're playing well, cool enough. Rico's going to be happy, which means we'll do a better show. So it's like, okay, this is positive. But I wasn't emotional about it. But seeing the Argyle and the powder blue, knowing you're in a primo game, and Vegas and the data gives you an opportunity, yeah, I mean, it kind of opens the window to letting myself be a fan. Because a lot of this season I haven't been able to be a fan. I've just been a Richard.
And maybe it's because, he doesn't have that long-standing relationship like he did with Roy Williams and Coach K, where basically, Izzo would just get beat by them. And, of course, they were your friends because, they beat you every time.
Oh, I couldn't stand that. I always hated how Tom was nice to Coach K publicly. I just was like, enough.
Right. It's like, why do you think Coach K loves you?
Yeah.
Because basically he sees you and sees Washington Generals. He knows, I'm going to beat you. We're going to go be entertaining because here's why I didn't hear the platitudes. In the Elite Eight, when they knocked off Zion and the super team, I didn't hear, that's a great guy over there. I love Tom. And
I just really have such an ultimate respect for Tom and his team.
Didn't hear that at all when he got beat.
Those kids really represent their university so well.
You guys should really be supportive of him. He's going to give you something one day.
Yeah. All I wanted was Izzo in the handshake line to take a hammer and hit K right in the kneecap. Like, what was it, Jeff Gillooly or whatever? Ping! I couldn't stand. Coach K was always so patronizing. I don't know if you're aware of it. We hate Duke. Hey, let's go to Jason, 97.1. Jason, what's going on, buddy?
What's up, Mike? How are we doing?
Good, brother. What's on your mind?
Well, honestly, it's my Spartans. They look like world beaters. They've got a senior-laden team with Malik Hall and Hogard who can play with anybody if they feel like it, And I guess we'll see tomorrow what the legacy of those two in particular will be.
Yeah, I tell you one. I mean, Jason, one thing we got to stop. We got to stop this Malik Hall pump fake at the three-point line. No one's bid on it in 2 years.
And there's a reason.
Right, Malik, just catch the damn ball and go. Ain't nobody biting on it. I mean, guys are sitting there eating popcorn.
And I want to see Hogard. I mean, 2 years ago, Hogard looked like he was going to be a lottery pick. And I don't know what happened with that young man's life, but he seems completely disinterested to me.
See, anything I'm going to say here would be viewed as slanderous, so I'll just let Rico talk.
No, go ahead.
Nope.
Go ahead.
I'm not doing it.
Go ahead.
No, here's my point. Hogard will always tease you and show flashes.
Yeah.
And let me give you the non-slander. You got a battle of two alphas.
Yep.
Tyson Walker's the alpha. AJ thinks he should be.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
You start chanting Tyson's name too hard, it's, well, watch this. And AJ, don't shoot threes unless it's in the corner because he doesn't make them any other place.
They've never found a way to work together. That would be my best way. And remember, All your Hogard moments are when he has selfishly taken over the game. Look at the Kansas State game in the tournament last year. He was driving the lane like a freight train, time and again, time and again, time and again. The rest of the time, you need complementary ball.
Nope, you do, because nobody knows if he's going to pass it out, what he's going to do, and it normally ends up in either him making a shot or just a horrific turnover. You know what, Mike? I got to say this. I owe you an apology.
Why is that?
Because I think a message was sent today to the rest of the tournament. And what you said about UConn.
Why is that?
They almost doubled up the score.
Look.
They sent the message, not to the tournament. We're not going to be like everybody else. We're not going to lose in that first or second, because most of the time they lose in the second round.
Yeah, no, I wasn't breaking your balls.
No. But I'm looking at this like they doubled up the score.
Like you always see teams F around.
Right.
There was, like, North Carolina, I think it was 13-all against Wagner. No, UConn walked out and went 16-2. You're dead.
Message to the league. Everybody, look at this. Yeah.
Now, hey,
because I'm thinking, okay, this ain't gonna last. No, it lasted. They 91-52.
Rico,
there's nothing you can tell your team in the locker room.
Stetson, Danny Hurley will. Danny Hurley's gonna walk in and tell them they're all pieces of human garbage.
Oh no, I'm saying Stetson.
He's crazy.
Yeah, somebody had to be the sacrificial lamb.
Hey Stetson, here's your hats back.
Right. Hey, good news. We all get official swag and buttons.
And a hot lunch. Here you go.
Right. Here's your Chick-fil-A. There you go.
I just look, clearly anything can happen. When you look at this, they're the only team that feels different. They represent the old school. Like, remember, like, circa 2010 is what I deem old school college basketball, where there was a separation.
Oh, and Hurley's that kind of coach. He fits that era.
And he just
psychopath.
Yeah. Oh, he came out at halftime and he goes, "Oh, coach, you got to be thrilled. You're up by a zillion." And he goes, "Blah blah 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 blah." I didn't like the look on our face. That's not championship level.
Yeah. I thought this was going to wear down. They were going to end up winning by like 25, barely covering. Nah, you could have pulled a Jeff Rieger and cashed your ticket at halftime.
Oh boy. All right, say goodbye to Busted Brackets. FanDuel's going to let you bet every game of the tourney, whether you're betting on a big upset or maybe you bet on UConn today. You cash that one for sure. America's #1 sports book right now. New customers get $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's 200 in bets. Use it on spreads, money lines, hell, place a future if you like. Maybe you think you got an in on a team making the Final Four. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Bet on college hoops until they cut down the nets. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-270-7117. Hungry Howie's knows nothing better than a pepperoni pizza. Look, tomorrow night you got Oakland, NC State. You got Michigan State, North Carolina. Hell, maybe it's still snowing. I don't know. Sit at home, order some pizza for the tourney. 2 surprising wins and 2 kinds of pepperoni on the pepperoni duo. So go get it. Delicious classic and the savory original. They put them both on there. 100% real mozz, real dough made in-house, and your choice of the flavored crust. Best part, it's under $10. $9.99. You'll get more. No one's offering deals like it. It's Hungry Howie's. Best type of pepperonis, actually just all of it. Get a large pepperoni duo for only $9.99. Limited time only. It is Hungry Howie's.
All right. We talked about it today. Oakland and Michigan State playing their games tomorrow. But I did find out something during the break. Kenneth Cott, have you come to the light? I asked you, Kenny, if I were to get you to this game, would you put on Oakland gear and would you root for the Golden Grizzlies?
I said yes. I would.
So you're in. Wow. Kenny, why? What changed your mind? Not that you can't, because you're a grown man and you're allowed to.
So what changed it wasn't even that my mind needed to be changed. This isn't because of Greg Campy or any of that. This is because I know what it's like. I know what it's like being a student there. I know what it's like wanting more and more and more. And if Campy's proven one thing, he's not getting back here anytime soon. So I want to see them go as far as they can while they have.
I'm throwing a penalty on that.
Come on.
Kenny, you can't.
I want it for the students. What's wrong with that?
No, I'm saying you can't take a shot at Campy today. Come on. The guy just beat Kentucky.
It's factually true that he doesn't get to this stage often. He's never gotten to this stage at all. So I want this team, Rocket Ship, to go as far as they can. I'll be rooting them on. I don't care what anybody
says. See,
says.
I thought he actually was like, you know what? I feel some pride. I'm an alum.
I do.
Screw what I said. I want now. You know what? Congratulations, you made it. Here, let me pat you on top of the head.
This isn't meant to be This isn't meant to be condescending. I actually want the students to have a good time. They've been electric all year long.
No, this is very condescending.
Kenny, this is very Jim Costa-esque. I just want to let you know.
I've been called worse. Take a look at the ticket text after I delivered my Campy take.
Well, hold on. People are seriously venomous towards you about this?
Yeah.
Oh,
I got stuff for Kenny.
That doesn't make any sense.
Because I was like, Kenny, what was your timeline like? Because people were like, have you checked in on Kenny? And I'm thinking, I'm not going to engage this, but it's a game, folks. That's it. It's a game, and he picked the wrong team. That's all.
If I had my notifications on my phone, it would have been buzzing off the table. That's how bad it was.
Yeah, it just sounds like people need a little bit more going on in their life. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, if I'm an OU fan or I'm some huge Campy guy, you know who's not on my mind? Stupid-ass Kenny Cott. No disrespect, Kenny, but, yeah, we just beat Kentucky. I'm throwing a party. You know who I'm not thinking of doing? Running to a stupid phone to talk to some dude on a radio show. Like Kenny Cott is the first thing I think of. What?
You've made a lot of mistakes in your life if that's the case.
Well, you said it. Social media is an illness. This is all these people have. And that's fine if they want to take it out on me. I laugh at most of it.
Yeah, I love how all of a sudden Oakland has all these diehards.
Dude, it was, hey, check on Kenny. Wellness check on Kenny. Hey, could you please send us a screenshot of your text message thread with Kenny?
Yeah, you ready? Here, I'll send you the text. It's a black screen. Because I didn't, no disrespect, I didn't think about Kenny.
My favorite one that I got was, you are a joke of a human being. That's all they said.
Hey, Kenny.
That's so
Kenny,
funny.
Hey, I know how it feels. It was called NSC Championship game. You'll power through this.
Not worried about it at all. I'm already through.
You'll power through.
I'll tell you one thing. Your team beats Kentucky and you're angry, you need a therapist.
Right.
That's just.
If anything, you should be opening Kenny like the doors of the church. Kenny, come on back. Come on back, Kenny.
I say mean things about their head coach, and they want to make me turn me into a demon. So it's okay. You can have that opinion. Doesn't affect me.
Kenny, I can help you fix this problem.